You know what? We should take this chair out.
Good idea. Also,
Signed in?
Yeah.
No, signed in at the front.
And they filed 45. And people that have done the work generally called.
I knew where they did. It's like it's wise to get as many as possible.
Yeah, because it's hard.
I need to write a little bit.
Timeline stuff like
You'll be perfectly fine. I'll use an editing software to pull in, but I won't pull in with that.
Gotcha.
So
I just wanted to double check before I...
Thank you very much. That's really great of you.
Find a real post office. Even the main post office in Edmonton, we went to his flag. We went to the main post office that was on the web, and it's demolished. And the ultimate post office for Edmonton was just in a
7-Eleven. Or the back of a
it was just it was a very small post office. Yeah. But yeah,
I've been squirrels on way everywhere. So
they're going to charge $1 now for regular stamps.
Greetings. It's an honor to have you here. My name is Russell-J. Cohen-Gould, as many of you know. I've been with David-Wynn Miller for a number of years, dealing with quantum grammar and correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar. We're going to take a look at is most of you have a pretty familiar background with how parse, what that means, but for those of you who don't, we're just going to kind of give a little cliff note about history of why it is we're doing what we're doing. First of all, for those of you who do not know it, you all work for the post office. Due to your driver's licenses, your registrations, if you're in the military, you go register with the post office before you go to your branch. If you are traveling down the road, you get a driver's license, which is a bill of lading with the Department of Transportation for your various states. We then get an authorization from an umbrella corporation for transportation through the U.S. Postal Service. So everything is moving and flowing with postage, freight, fee for freight, and being on what's called post roads. Your post roads are your sea lanes, SEA hyphen lanes, on how you route yourself from point A to point B. So before we get going here, let's take a look, and most of you are familiar with quantum grammar, but for those who aren't, we will give a quick summary of what it is that we do. So you are from Dublin, Ireland, are you not?
Yeah.
Are you in Dublin, Ireland right now?
I'm not.
Are you in Paris, France right now?
I'm not.
Are you in New York City right now?
I'm not.
So if you're not in Dublin, Paris, or New York, you must be someplace else.
I hope so.
So if you're someplace else, how can you be here? Point being, don't get caught up in word games. Because when you get caught up in word games, you lose control of your fact, of your being. So the reason why we use correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar is so that we can give closure and make a claim under two rules. Rule 1 and rule equal. And this is the foundation of function that we all comply with and that we are all striving to come by. one. Rule one is we all live in now time. We don't live in the past. We don't live in the future. We live now. Rule one. We have done nothing with our own thinking to birth ourselves into this realm. Therefore, we are all equal. Because we are all equal, we have to learn tolerance through communication, through a now-time scenario. Without the control of the tolerance and knowing that you do not have the same thinking or education as this gentleman over here. She does not have the same thinking or education as myself. And so we have to learn how to communicate so we can have fairness and equality one with another. So thus, we look at the functions. And so we're going to do some basic linear math here to show you how function controls your subject matter. If I ask you, solve this linear equation. Now remember, your numbers are your facts. Oh, I see no one in the room is volunteering to solve this. Thus, you must be cognizant that you need a function to come up with the right solution. So that would mean that the function that you use controls your facts. So if I give a couple of functions here, now I say, please solve. Ah, but there is. Deductive reasoning, logic, and comprehension must occur. I gave you a function, but I did not tell you what function to use. So I'm just seeing where we are at mathematically here, because I need to know. So doesn't 3 to the second equal 4 plus 5? Because 9 equals 9. Point being, if you don't have the right function, you won't know where you're at in time and space. This comes back to rule 1. Got to know where you're at. You got to know the rules. You got to know the functions. You got to know the sequence of how to come to a conclusion. Because 9, 3 times 3 is 9, which equals 4 plus 5, which equals, I apologize, 9, which equals ultimately 1. So we're breaking things down to its least common denominator. This is very valuable when we start to look at the word syntax. Does anybody have any questions?
Well, to me, the operation of to the power of 2 was not expressed in that list.
But I was trying to allow deductive reasoning and logic to take over. Trying to free your mind to start thinking creatively so you could come to solutions of your problems. Because y'all have to solve your own problems.
Yeah.
I cannot solve your problems. I can only give you a function which to come to a deductive reasoning of logic so you can work through your own life's problems.
That's fair.
So that's why I did not give that to you. I have to see where everybody's at because that tells me where I'm going to teach. I have to be a good teacher. So, does anybody else have any other questions? Yes, sir.
Is it true that the deductive reasoning would lead that by 3 being in the second power that you're saying 3 times 3? And
Correct.
you're claiming that second power in the second logical of 3 being 3, making it logical.
Correct. So we're using functions of mathematics to communicate one with another, so we don't get lost in time and space. Because everybody in the room is cognizant of what plus sign and an equal sign does. A plus adds things, that's gaining, and an equal is what the solution for the sum total is. Are there any other questions? I know I'm going a little fast here because I have a lot to cover. Okay. So now we look at the word syntax. Who in the audience knows what the word syntax means?
Assign a mathematical value to each word.
No.
Two
Yes.
words coming together. The words itself is the syntax.
It is the arrangement of the order of operation in which you communicate and put words down on paper. So the word is syntax. It's the application of writing words down on paper, communicating from one grammar to another, from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, English to French, French to Arabic, Arabic to Hebrew. Granted, some words and some phonetics and some phonics are not the same in other languages. So we used, like the Hebrew language, if we look at using prepositional phrases and then just use the hard facts, then we can create a condition of state of rule one and rule equal. Because whoever we are communicating with can come to the same conclusion, because most of the people that we deal with can read English, and Hebrew or whatnot, if you're in those fields. So these are things to be conscious of as you look at the order of operations of syntax. So we're going to look at the order of operations of what makes words words. But in order to do that, we have to comprehend the parse. Who here knows about parse? Yes, sir.
Parse is the breaking down of the word, correct?
Correct. It's the breaking down and the studying of the value of what order of operation you're bringing into a word. What that means is if we use the word, we'll have a fun one here. We'll have some fun ones. We'll use the word investigation. Sorry about that. I'm not the best of speller, so bear with me.
Your first A is on two.
Yeah, that's too much, right?
Should be 9.
Should be just a 9.
Sorry, guys. Or invest. We'll just use invest. I apologize. Keep it simple. We're all going to go invest our money. In is a preposition, but syntax combines it with vest, right? Because we're bringing things together. We're arranging thought process. But in becomes a particle of negation in all prefix connotations. So anytime you see in front of a word, it means no, which is a negative duty or performance on an outcome. So you go to the bank and you want to invest in the bank. So you do a no vest. As you do a no vest to the bank, you do it in the form of a deposit. D itself, another prefix, so we have to look at the parse of the order of syntax on how we're formulating our thoughts. DE also means no. So then the bank turns around, and to add insult to injury, they turn around and hand you a receipt. And read, once again, means no. So what just happened to your equity? Just made it worth nothing. And then it allows nothing, like internal, to come in and harvest it because they're nothing as well. So you gave nothing, you earned nothing, and there is nothing. Oh, but that is perfect because that is equal for all. Everybody's the same. So what very different what David and I have done is we have created a quantum banking scenario. We presented it to the IMF, the World Bank, and pretty much every high-ranking banking member of the world is cognizant of this situation. They know that they have nothing because they know that there is nothing. Therefore, the peoples of the world are with what? Nothing. So we have to come out of this illusion.
Can I take a step back?
Sure.
I'm okay with the equation sign. The words N-O-D-E-R-E, how did they get there? Was it by some sort of formulation?
Yes.
Or was,
go ahead, finish your question.
or was it inserted as a deliberate misunderstanding, MIS, for you to latch on to? It's the corruption of the original word with the use of a prefix. Is that where I'm thinking? Is that correct?
Well, I was not there when the authors of who taught us how to read and write formulated their volition to create communication. So it's not my duty to be judgmental upon that. I can only look at the evidence that they gave us, which was the written word. So what David and myself and many others have done, as we have articulated and looked at dictionaries and studied, before we got into a word, studied the prefix, and we would go to the beginning, like the word in, right? At the beginning of the, when you get into the word in, you know, you have I, and then you go through, you know, different scenarios of I, right? But when you get to IN, which is the arrangement of the syntax, when it comes from IM to IN, it has its own meaning. And that meaning was anytime you stick this in front of any word, it became a particle of negation. Negation being a negative or no word. So I looked at what the author articulated with his own writing. I cannot be judgmental about what he did because he was using his own thoughts at the time, and they were making money, right? They wanted to eat, so they sold it to the world, and everybody bought into it. Not my position to be judgmental towards that concept because I was at that time not there with the education that there is today to come to conclusions about what they were doing and what they weren't doing. So to answer your question, I cannot give you closure on that because I was not there at the time of writing. And I do not make presumptions, assumptions. A court can't try a fact and I don't write opinion, which means I don't care about people's opinions. I want to know the math of communication so I can make a choice on the volition. Then I can answer the question. You see? Yes?
So it would be, excuse me, it would be safe to say then that there's not a dictionary or a book of some sort that has all these prefixes and suffixes in it.
Oh, yes, there are books out there that have. I mean, you can get into your 1828 Noah Webster dictionaries.
Oh, okay.
You know, we call them fictionaries, right? So you can get into all those things. But when you write a document, we have a vessel here, right? We form a contract. We put fee for freight on it, postage, flag to denote law of the flag, who we choose to come in and out of contract with on our manifest. Our vessels have its own built-in dictionary sequence built into it. And there's no continuance of the evidence between that Noah Webster's fictionary and this charter vessel. It's foreign and that's foreign. Unless the authors or the postmasters, the claimants on this, agree to that. But why would they when they already came in communion with the terms that they communicated with? And that's another thing that is very, very, very valuable before we get any further. One of the most important things that we can know deals with the mechanics of the rules of the continuance of the evidence. And there's a sequence. In mining, they call it a chain of custody. There's a sequence and timely function that must be followed for each contract. And this goes back to such things as entering into a feud, entering into a feudal venture, anything from tenements to corporal herediments or fiefments, things that could be transshipped as a corporal gift. Does anybody have any questions about that?
I do have a question, but it's stepping back a little bit.
Please, by all means.
If I was to look in the word in the dictionary, what the word "in" means,
Correct.
it would have many different meanings, and one of them would be that it's a negative word, or gives me the definition that it can be a negative word.
Yeah,
Am I right?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. Then that answers my question.
Okay, and that goes into our next function
Yeah.
of the certification of grammar through prepositional phrase. Nice. So as you read, you got to look at the syntax. Is that word being used as an adverb? Is it the next word after? Is it logically being used as a verb? So you want to answer your own question? Let me answer it for you.
Word keys down.
Yeah, which is, excuse me,
Toss and roll.
yeah, just pass it around. Sorry about getting so low, guys.
No, I got that on.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not starting this stuff. I'm more into the words and stuff, this stuff. It took a long time to catch on, but once it's caught on, then you just, But that's what I say about the brainwashing. It took a long time to figure out. Almost a million now, it's good.
Now we'll just go for there for right now. So now we're going to look at, to answer your question, when you're reading those words, you have to understand, comprehend what you're looking at. That is the parse. You have to break it down. And you have to learn about parts of speech. Now, when you were in first grade, we were all taught in our communication, in our grammar, that we do the alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right? They taught us big A, little a. Big C, B, little b. Big C, little c. But then they said, hey, make it all in cursive, right? Cursive everything. All right, oops. Can't even do cursive anymore, it's so darn long. And they teach you, here's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. This is syntax. This is the order in which words and thoughts come together, how we make a word. But never sign your name this way. Always do it in cursive. Why is that? Yes, sir.
The cursive is his language of dead people.
It is under necromancy, and it is the black art of the communication of the dead.
May I pick up on that?
Absolutely.
From the gist of listening to Miller's stuff as well as yours, I'm now under the impression the way that you speak is what actually hijacks your hardware, your CPU, your brain system. And I noticed while you was cursifying across that board, you cursed. It's been so damn long. you know, and
Yeah.
you fell into that.
If anything
Yeah,
else.
you instantly fell into it. You know,
Yes.
it's that powerful.
Yes, and for my capabilities,
Using the language of the dead.
is with the oratory, with the correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, is with the teachings of the citizens, with the learning of the correct communication, parsing, grammar by the postmaster, Russell J. Gould. Point being is that my oratory and the condition in which I write, I can switch into when I'm dealing in the land of contract, courtrooms, ports, banks. And so I've been trained through trial and error. And let me tell you about some of the trials and errors that I've come through, which are going to be very different. Instead of saying the word vessel one time, I'm in a holding cell, and I'm running through a scenario with the food, and I'm in Wisconsin. I'm in Wisconsin. It's 2003. And I made the mistake of saying the word cadaver. Oh, what's a cadaver? Oh, that's a dead person. So what did the fiction do to simulate that? Next thing I know, the EMTs were there with their gurney, with their heart to revive me. Because I made the mistake and I had to sit there for 45 minutes and argue with them in quantum grammar that I was a vessel, not a cadaver. That's how powerful words are, especially when you get into these confrontations. You've got to know where you're at. I lived through that. And I made the mistake. I sat there afterwards and was like, Russell, come on, pull it together. No, you're a vessel, not a cadaver. Cadavers are dead. And so these are some of the trainings in the background and the memory that I've lived through to stand in front of you and tell you that it is very powerful on how your speech works. And when you get into confrontational situations, it's very valuable to stay correct. So you don't have to confront a negative condition of state. I got one behind you first.
Just brings me to another word that I'd like to ask you about. Years ago I did a presentation or a seminar in another language, in German. And the word, I didn't know what the word was, so I had to ask a translator, how do you say your body? And he said, charpa, which direct translation would be corpse.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm wondering,
Same
is there a
same-
significance
Same,
of that?
yes.
Is that dead body?
Yes,
a
that would
corpse?
be a dead body, yes.
Okay.
So the word that we want to use is a vessel. It's our thinking that moves this flesh and bone, water, all the elements that we're made of. The thinking is the cargo that moves this from point A to B. The value of the prepositioning or the prepositional phrases allows you to create a position set fact on what moved the vessel from point A to point B. So you can do inspection on the condition of mind. Because once again, a court can't try a fact and we don't write opinion, which means we don't care about judges' opinions. We only care about the condition of mind. Was it honest? Was it righteous? Or was it not? Was it prejudicial? Did it cause harm? Was there a volition or a movement that made a direct confrontation to steal our goods? And that's the value, as this gentleman over here knows, about using the positioning the set fact. What he has to figure out is how to formulate questions on incorrect communication, syntax, grammar, and apply it in your paperwork. Because that is where you get the inspection on the prepositional phrases. So prepositional phrases that we use in correct communication, syntax, grammar, have 5 sequential values. The first prepositional phrase, and I'm probably getting a little out of proportion here, but let me, is we have a cause of action. Cause could be, and I'm going to come down here and I'll get to this part, which we all pretty much know. Cause. For this claimant possessive knowledge. What's the cause? It's the knowledge. Knowledge creates a condition of state stemming from comprehension, memory, moving into a volition or a movement of that condition of state. Second, we have the consequence or the effect of what the knowledge is. We have the consequence of why the knowledge is moving into a position. So we have, for this claimant, sorry about the spelling here and the off lines, of the damage. And then we have third verb, and I should have done this first. I'm kind of getting out of sequence for people, I apologize. Probably should have done this formula first. Have the verb. The verb is the thinking that takes place within the formula, and the thinking will never change the condition of the fact. So if somebody says this is not real, we again have to look at the parse of that. RE is a prefix, AL is a no, AL is contract. The FBI comes in, fumbling, hyphen, bumbling, hyphen, idiots, and they say, you're not real. RE, no contract. Okay, yeah, I'm not no contract, I'm factual. So we have, for the claimant's hyphen knowledge of the damage is, because this is singular, we have two verbs here, is and are, is, which is singular, and are, which is plural. In this particular case, it's singular possessive here, the apostrophe, so it'd be is. Is. For the claimant of the knowledge is, with the claim, with the stealing claim, make it a compound fact. Now, after the verb of thinking is the possession. Stealing claim, and we're going to use this gentleman's scenario over here, of the cows, or of the cattle, of the 200 cattle. With the date, with this date. I'm just going to make a date up, so.
No, 21st of May.
Okay, 21st of May. 2013. By 5th is the author is the person who did it, the authorizing party, or the assignment, which we don't like to use the word assignment, but we're placing a value upon them, so it would be who authorized it. or who did it. You know, this is the assignment. Some assignment of value by the crown, which would have to be vague. Canada crown?
Yeah, well, crown.
Just crown. I'll just use crown.
Yeah, just use crown now.
Crown. Somebody use that.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is happening here? The crown is authorized for a possession on the specific date. So we're going to interchange the prepositions, and let me back up here quite a bit, actually. Just 1 second. Other questions?
Just for clarification,
Yes, sir.
the phrase holding the possession in your sentence,
Stealing claim?
with the stealing claim,
Mhm.
that is the totality of the possession?
Correct.
And authorization,
On-
it begins with of the 200?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Go ahead.
Would stealing have the brackets around it, Eugene?
We're just keeping it a gerund right now because there's a pluralism of 200. Any other questions? Okay, now let me back up here because we kind of got out of sequence because questioning kind of led me that way. Okay, what goes in must come out. So to make things in compliance with Rule 1 and Rule Equal, we're in a now time scenario. What comes in comes out, so it's a condition, a state of infinity, right? It maintains a now time position that the act was done, which is the act of the stealing was done of 200 cattle with this date, 21st of May 2013. So it has a finity corporation that cannot be ignored because the act in fact occurred. This is the thinking that takes place within this formula, but the thinking never changes the condition of the act. So you have a plus and or a 1 and a 1 on the end. So what comes in must come out. So that is the fact. The fact occurred, so it came in, sorry, and it came out because it was done. So that would be your fact. We're applying value to numbers. Just like we do in mathematics, we're applying value to numbers. What comes in must come out. Well, as you can see, in this scenario, there's only two things, or there's only one thing, well, there's two different sets or articles is what most people know them as. Only two things that come in front of the fact. One is a article or a set, and the next is a conjunction. Conjunctions are connecting of the facts. We don't necessarily use a conjunction here, but we could. We can actually plug in a conjunction maybe right here to show you what I'm talking about. We can go 200, I apologize for bringing the justification off here a little bit, the 200 cattle, and what do the cattle have on them? Do they have any collars, have any tags?
Bells. You know, some horns.
Some horns and 200 horns, or 50 horns. How does that sound?
Brand?
No, we don't brand our cattle.
Tags.
Do they have any tag? No tags?
No, we don't have tags either. They were all untagged. We don't believe in that.
Okay, fine. So you had some horns on it.
Yeah,
How many horns?
on some.
Okay, so say like what, 30? 30 horns.
Yeah.
How's that sound?
I got 31.
Okay, I'm just using a correlation here because I'm just trying to show what comes in front of the fact.
800 hooves.
Yeah. And that might have been better, yes. So what would come in front would be the set and the article the conjunction. See right there, or conjunction. Conjunctions are and Now, if you're going for an option or a choice, an either or, you use the conjunction or. But or allows choice. So we'll get into choice when we break down the verb of thinking, because that's where we have to allow deductive reasoning for pinpointing of volition, or the condition of the mind. And the condition of mind is what the value of all this is about, because it maintains the rules of the continuance of evidence, purports a rule one and rule equal, and keeps things in check. And so that's the value of using these functions. Well, what interchanges here? As you may or not noticed, I've interchanged sometimes how I speak about the position. Sometimes I'll say of or for. So this is this is what the value, the only difference here in these formulas are plus and equal, or plus and minus. There are differences. So what comes in, what's come out. So that's fact. What comes in, what's come out, fact. So we have a plus and a minus. This is your verb. Or no, this is not, I apologize. This is not your verb. This is your preposition or position. And all that's left to look at is the to. The to itself is a fact, but in this particular case, we're going to give it a value of a verb. So the noun, or the verb, in fact, is a noun, but we're using it as the thinking to take place within the formula. Well, what does that mean? So as we look at this sentence, can I erase this sentence? Has everybody got this sentence down? Okay. Well, actually, I better do it right. We have the verb of thinking, but the thinking will never change the condition act. Does anybody tell me what that means? Because the facts are set. We have a position, set fact. We have a cause, a consequence, a verb, a possession, and an authorization. Possession, authorization. Possession, authorization, or assignment of who did it. But the acts won't change because they were done. Well, who did that? Well, the Crown did. Sorry about that. The Crown did. But why? So when we formulate a conversation back with the Crown, yes?
Can we be more specific by saying agents of the Crown?
You can, yeah. Well, he just generally summarizing, but yes. Yeah, like when I'm in a court scenario and I'm being, or in a situation where I'm being spoken to, instead of, because I don't have paperwork on me, when I switch my oratory, for the postmaster of the knowledge is with the damage by that vessel, and I point at them. I use that as a communications, first person specific to articulate and point at that vessel. So you can interchange things when you comprehend that. So we're going to look at, we're going to go is for the volition removing the verb is for the volition as a thief. With the stealing, with the stealing date, by the Crown.
is it advisable, possible to say the agents for the Crown are hiding behind their erroneous belief that they're...
But then you just told them that they existed and what they're doing. You can't tell anybody what they're doing. You can only identify the fact of what they did.
Okay, you can't...
You can't make an assumption, because that's not what occurred. You can only look at the fact. The fact is that on the claimant was with a damage claim for the stealing of 230 horns with the date of this by them.
Okay, thank you.
Because if you make an assumption that they are doing something, then you're saying that they're hiding. Well, what are they hiding? Who's authorizing the hiding? So you're saying that they exist. Do they have a claim of the life? So now we have to go back into our syntax. They have a birth certificate. Now you have to go back to your order of operation, your parse, your syntax.
Excuse
Yeah.
me,
Yes.
if you're dealing with that sentence, how do you apply now time jurisdiction into that?
We're going to get to that. We're going to have to erase and move some things
Okay.
around. Yes, we're about to get to that.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have to answer, I'm doing one thing at a time.
Yeah.
Okay, so now to answer your question and give you the necessary closure so you can make a choice, if you said they were hiding beside something and something else, you'd fall into the trap and you would fall out of joinder with your rule 1 and your rule equal of correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar, because we know this is a 3 and we know this is a 4. All right? And the reason why this is a 3 and a 4 is how many of you went to the bank and wrote a check for your money? Okay? When you write for your money, you have 30 hyphen 5, which equals 35. You've used the function correct in this position. Because if you don't use the correct function, which we learned in the beginning, you get the wrong answer. So if you don't identify the hyphen to make it a compound fact, what do? You lose jurisdiction of what you're trying to say. Without the 5 or the hyphen, you get 30 space 5. Or it could be 305. Point being, we go back to the same situation that the man from Dublin did, is where he proved he wasn't here. You just went nowhere. Back into the rules of fraud, something that doesn't exist. And that's why you don't tell someone that they're hiding behind something. You use the position set fact to identify what was done. You harness it in a now time scenario. And then we start asking the questions, which is where we're going next. Are there any questions on that? And did you just see how to use that? Okay, this is the using of it and the movement of the correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar, is where the value of all of this is going for each and every one of you. So now that we know that the crown, well, what is a crown? I need to get some input here. What do you guys feel a crown is? Yes, sir. We'll start with you. It's your problem.
Elizabeth II.
Oh, well, now what did you just say? We got to go back to these birth certificate scenarios. Okay, so now how did you say that?
Elizabeth II.
Okay, well, look at that again.
I think we're supposed to spell that up, upper or lowercase, because she's a fact.
She's a fact? She have a claim of life?
I think she does. I think Mr. Miller said she upgraded her claim of life.
Well, then you have to ask her a question.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Because if she has a claim of the life and you have a claim of the life, then it's your duty to move into Rule 1 and Rule Equal. Okay? So if Mr. Miller said, if David said that she has a claim of the life, I have a claim of the life for her, right? I have contract with we'll stack an Indian tribe and some different tribes to go to London. Okay, that's a real statement. I will go to Buckingham Palace as soon as I get over there. I promise. It's on the agenda. It's actually in my mailbag.
Okay.
And the fee's been paid for the freight, for the bills of the waiting on that one. And so David and I will take care of that when the time's right.
Okay.
Okay, but if she has a claim to life, then we have to change this. Then she comes under Rule 1 and Rule Equal for joinder over here, because we're creating joinder. And what does joinder take you to? The rules of the continuance of the evidence. So we can change this. If who you are identifying has a claim of the life, then she's going to have upper and lowercase punctuation. And a lot of these gentlemen and females that you think are out there and you think they're mischievous and this and that, they're good Illuminati members too. They work for the post office just like you and I do. And they know the functions. They watch these courses. They've studied. They have their own crews doing things. They know. So if we're going to go... For a second, and pardon me, I don't know this to be a fact. If it is a fact, if you're bringing awareness to me, then I will stop and correct.
But the thing is, she seems to own everything, so.
Well, you're making a presumption there.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, but she's making the presumption that.
No, you just told somebody what they're thinking.
Oh, okay.
You can't tell them what they're thinking.
Okay.
Right? You guys can't do that. You guys
Can you
are...
question if they are thinking something?
Okay. Then you can position what they did. The fact of what they did. Position said fact of what they did. Putting them at the end of the assignment, at the end of the sentence. Now, why do we put people at the end of the sentences? This is an important fundamental that we also learned in 1st and 2nd grade, but you haven't really thought about it in a while. That is when you write a letter to your mom and dad. Remember, they taught us to take our first letter home to our mom and dad. Dear Daddy, dear Mommy, thank you for sending me to school. I love you so much. Oh, wait a minute. Don't forget to sign it. So you sign it at the end. You sign it at the end in cursive to make sure you're dead. Now the question that I pose to each and every one of you is that condition of being that 1st and 2nd grader who wrote this, he took accountability for what he wrote. That's why he signed it at the end. Thus, this is why we put the people that are accountable for the act at the end of the sentence. Why? Because we're maintaining the rules of the continuance of the evidence. The evidence states that they did this fact, according to this gentleman.
Indicating they are the author.
They are the person accountable for what they created. What did they create? Stealing. Dear Daddy, dear Mommy. And so because of that creation, we maintain to stop and correct. In a correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, we have an arrangement and an assignment of accountability. This is the value of the whole program, is the accountability that it brings one to another, and the tolerance one to another that it commands. There would be no wars. People go to wars because they have not the capability to communicate or comprehend tolerance, because they don't realize that we're all one and equal. They haven't been taught. They think they're superior. They think they're smarter. They think they're this or they're that. But I can't tell them what they're thinking. I can only position the fact. Because nobody knows what's in this mind, I can't tell what's in this mind. Now I can tell that this man is sitting there with his pencil or pen in his right hand. And he's got his arm on the chest. Now, Dad, he made a choice of thinking to do that. This lady over here made a choice to cross her arms and put them this way. These are factual. I can put that in this formula. And then I can ask them the same question, but in a different mannerism. Is for the volition of the comfortableness with your sitting position by that vessel? I didn't tell her what she did. I positioned, set the fact, creating the verb of thinking, but the thinking doesn't change the condition of the act, thus creating a paradigm that her and I can communicate with to ask her if she's comfortable. And why she made that choice to sit this way, and this gentleman made the choice to sit this way. Do you all see that? Residual imagery.
Is it not an assumption, though, that she sat that way in order to be comfortable?
But that's why the question.
Oh, it was a question.
That was the question. Yeah, that was the question.
He's assuming.
Yes. And the next lady down here folds her arms. And so comprehending why we are doing our posturisms is up to each and every one of yours condition of thinking. Because I can't take accountability for it. I can only take accountability for what I've done. So let's get to that so we can move on.
Now, how come on the crown or whatever you want to do, how come they write your name in upper and lowercase, your first name and all uppercase on the last?
For estates, for under what's called lineage. Because you have not identified, and that's why I need to get into what I've done. You have not identified your family tree. You have not made your claims in quantum grammar. You're lost in time and space. You've not taken control of the facts that are occurring around you, the magnetic flux, the periodics, the bloods, the DNA, the positioning. And now the DNA is on your claims of the life, right? And that's a valuable thing. But what does that exactly mean? Have you created the scenarios for your causalities and your consequence to formulate a claim on what you want to allow in and out of your sea lanes?
But what's their volition to do that?
You can't tell anybody what they're thinking.
Oh, okay.
You can only take custody of your matrix.
Yeah, but they're pretty devious.
No, you made an assumption. You have not made the claim in a correct mechanics. You haven't looked at the least common denominator. You haven't taken it down to rule 1. This is what I'm going to speak with you about, on what I've done for my matrix. How you guys can decide to commune in and out of that is completely on you guys. I have my own paradox that we've created. I've used and I comprehend this. But I comprehend on how to take it to a way to where I can give it to the world and to give it to other peoples that are qualified to be peaceful, to be tolerant, to communicate in mannerisms with one another. And so that's why we do this. So let me back way up, way up. Many years ago, I've been involved in many court cases for myself. Learning the tricks and traps of what I did not know, which was a lot. I was able to pull judges off the bench, literally have judges across the table from me with no robes on, literally in tears, with tears in their eyes, about the courage and the convictions that they had seen with what I manifested and demonstrated. It has not been an easy path. It has not been an easy walk, but I'm honored that you're all here and sharing with some of my memories so you can make choices on what or what not this will do for your lives. So the first thing that I did is after I became quite competent in navigating myself in and out of the foreign vessels and dry dock. So can I get it into what that means as a postmaster? Yes, sir.
Are you going to race?
I was going to.
Just one question.
Sure.
On your little chart there with the facts, the position, verb.
Yeah.
The C represents?
Conjunction. Sorry.
Conjunction. Okay, good. Okay.
Any other questions? I'm going to keep some of this up, but some of it I've got to take down because I need room to give you guys the necessary closure.
Can I check something with you in terms
Sure.
of my understanding? This is in regards to your cattle. him making a statement that they are devious. What you are teaching here is about me communicating with you for the purposes of being correct and not going into the world of me assuming that you are thinking. But in no way does it remove my ability to judge you as being a damn right devious individual.
You can only judge yourself.
But I'm going to keep that to myself.
Right. You judge yourself by your own actions. You have to be careful with this technology because you might get what you want. Right? So if you get what you want, is it beneficial? And does it maintain Rule 1 and Rule Equal? Did you trespass upon this gentleman's rights, upon my rights? So you have to be careful. Yes, sir.
Just a yes or no answer on this one.
Sure.
Is making an assumption, which is making an ass out of you and me, is doing that about what someone thinks stumbling into the world of fiction?
Yes. Yes. Because you can't presume, no one can tell you what you're thinking. You can only take custody of what you're thinking by positioning. Now, you could have positioned yourself at the end of the sentence.
Yes.
You can write a sentence that for this brick of this knowledge is of the claim with the positive hyphen thinking on the carrying of the luggage for this vessel with the conveyance it for her car with the aiding of the citizens by the vessel Rick. So you can create scenarios of facts. You still position, set, and controlled all your facts. Now if we look at the verb of thinking, she can ask you a question. Is for your volition of my aid? And the answer is yes, it was. Now that's a positive application. Okay. Back to my story. I became quite proficient in comprehending how to move myself out of foreign vessels and dry docks. What that means is I comprehended that these are roads. We're out here on the roads and we're going up and down, right? We're going up and down. And these roads are on land mass. And that land mass sits within a continent, right? Whatever, right? Continent. We'll connect to a little water there, continent down into here. So this road sits in this land mass, and I was on it. So I had to comprehend on what gave me authorization to move around from point A to point B. And I comprehended that taking a postage stamp here, placing it on my contract here, and then filing it with another postmaster at the post office, who would put their certified round date across my stamp, becoming enjoinder, taking that contract and transporting that contract to, in this particular case, the courthouses. I'm just going to use them as an example. Registering it, paying fee for freight to state a claim in the courts, which the clerk, who was in fact the judge, because then she would put the stamp on it, and then I would have to function within a timely manner within the context of that contract. So I learned how to do that quite well. Upon doing that, I was able to go in first and go to toe-to-toe with some adjective pronouns. Now, I'm going to tell everybody flat out, pay your taxes. Number one, you're not smart enough not to. Flat out. I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anyone. I'm telling you that the collusion and the physicality is real. Going to the end of the contract, being the court, and going toe-to-toe with the federal judge, you got to be good. You got to be smooth. You got to be humble. and you got to have your wits about you under all the duress. The court will immediately divide and conquer. What that means is they will divide your family. They will cut off your finances. They will cut off your ability to communicate. They will slander you amongst your peers, amongst your friends. They will bring the pressures of what all they can bear upon you. And it's very difficult to get through that. And then the physicality, because of the martial law, and the spires on the flags, is the most difficult thing for anyone to get around. Myself being a commander-in-chief, which we will get into later, I have no problem in those venues. But I earned it. It was earned. And it's still being tested, even at this very day. So, when you go into these scenarios, the first scenario that I went to toe-to-toe with was with this. This was a 3, this was a 3, this was a 4. That's all I knew. That's all I could see. I figured out a way to order the courts open, which made me a judge. So ordered the courts open. I told Dave what I did. He then ordered the courts open himself down in Hawaii. So we did this in sequence. As I ordered the courts open for this situation right here, I filed all my paperwork into evidence. It was correct and complete. There was a SEISIN, S-E-I-S-I-N, which was a SEISIN of the fact and SEISIN of the law, which made it legal and lawful. Because of that communication, I took that judgment, the judgment that I got in that specific case, I then registered it, walked it out of the building, changing hats. During my fights and trials and tribulations, one of the trials and tribulations that I became was a postal inspector. I syntexed the application forms for the U.S. Postal Service as a postal inspector, no specter, and I became a postal inspector. As I transported that contract, which was my judgment, was signed, sealed, and delivered, I registered it with both military and civilian, Department of Defense, all branches of the military, Federal Reserve, U.S. Treasury, U.S. Postal Service, and I filed for myself, and I got a letter back with a label on it for Postmaster General. I then autographed the label, which made me the Postmaster of the Postmaster-General. I talked to William Henderson, who was the Postmaster General of the United States Postal Service. David and I spent 3 hours on the phone with him. After we both spent 3 hours out on the phone with him, he retired immediately because he did not have knowledge of what he was doing. They then brought in another postmaster, John Potter. We went to go see on February 20th of 2003. When we went in the building, we sat up in the front row. I brought in some bounty hunters behind me who set up surveillance. They came in without me, and they put up their video cameras on the door for when the Postmaster General would come in of the U.S. Postal Service. When he walked in the door, as soon as I was identified, he ran out of the room. That is a fact. That is not reality. That is not reality. That is factual. As he ran out of the room, he jumped in the elevator, and my buddies jumped in the elevator with him, unbeknownst to him. He's screaming at Secret Service, "My God, I can't even be in the same building as that guy. That's the Postmaster-General. Get me the hell out of here." I did not say these things. This is consequence. This is causality. This is what is actually real. I then took the judgments through the Postal Service, and I did a position through the Global-Postal-Union in Bern, Switzerland, functioning as a clearinghouse for the bills of the lettings. And I was correct. I then was logged in drogue law time under trust moratorium, 1 year salvage, 3-day rescission, 45-day trust, 90-day law. Because of that consequence, I then went to Canada, where I disqualified Canada Customs Border on June 30th of 2001. They joined with my contract, putting their seals on my contract, and I stepped into the well of the land of contract in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. In Calgary, Alberta, Canada, I was in the Paul and Myrna Shuck case. They did not have knowledge of what they were doing at all. I jumped immediately in the well of the court for inspection on the bills of the letting as the Postmaster General who disqualified Canada Customs in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Upon jumping in the well of the court, they drew down with their armor on me. And I was able to safely navigate myself through that position. The judge ran out of the courtroom, carrying in the Canadian flag into the courtroom with 3 judges behind him on our level playing field. After that, I took that contract, which allowed me to get into Canada, which was all in quantum grammar under the unity-states of our world-corporation. And I filed that contract with the United Nations as well as U.S. Customs and Interpol and the Universal Postal Union in Bern, Switzerland. I then, because of my position with my judgment, created the Global-Banking-Constitution, which was a mathematical communication on quantum banking for a global currency, which I presented to the IMF and the World Bank. When we were at the IMF, I put my gold and silver out on the table. And gold and silver represented a value. The people across the table were reading my contracts. When they read the first paragraph, their hands started to shake. As their hands started to shake, and I jumped across the table and I said, and now I'm paying myself to be this person, because all of you have birth certificates and I know none of you exist. They immediately picked up the phone and called security. Unfortunately for me, fortunately for them, they gave me a visitor's pass. What is a visitor's pass? A visitor's pass is someone who has authorization for inspection on the administrative procedures of that corporation. And they logged me into the books, and they couldn't do away with me. I took my visitor's pass. I then went to the United Nations, where David and I spent thousands and thousands of our own values to present with 82 nations our bank charters, where we legged in and presented our bank charters to the world. In April of 2003, I met with the head of the Postal Administration, Robert Gray, at one UN Plaza, who wanted to meet me. When I walked in the door, he shook my hand. He said, "You are the greatest postmaster on the planet." He says, "I know who you are." My exact words for him is for your relation of the correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar with the CPAS, Sea Treaty, and Post Road Treaty by that postmaster. No, we cannot read and write here. We are now your students. You will keep us safe from ourselves. My volition, yes, I will. I will keep people safe from themselves. I will teach them to be correct. From there, I switched hats, and I immediately mailed myself to, and David mailed me as a postmaster general, to Interpol through Charles de Gaulle Airport and to the Vatican and to Bern, Switzerland, where we sat down with those locations. First, we sat down with Interpol. When we walked into Interpol, of course, they pulled out their armors and put them on us. We, being confident in who we were, stood our ground, and we had a conversation about them, about policing, about grammar, about what it means for global police, what it means for the security of the nations. We disqualified their constitution, for it was all false and misleading. We rewrote that in a quantum grammar and posted it with them. We then drove from there to the Vatican. At the Vatican, we walked into the post office in St. Peter's Square. Now, in order to get there, I spoke with the Vatican every 45 days, every night for 45 days at 2 in the morning. They only spoke to me in Italian. On the last day, when I told them I was coming, I kept talking to them, calling them. The last 45th day, they said, "I'm getting on the plane tomorrow." They said, "See you when you get here." So I was like, perfect. I comprehended what I was doing. I ordered out a bunch of militaries as muster master. Oh, let me back up. On February 20th of 2003, the U.S. Secretary of the Navy's office autographed and authorized on my global banking constitution, and for me as muster master, postmaster general, and treasurer of the country under a private lease, which they then leased the flags that they were flying for their foreign vessels and dry docks. It also registered me as a prize commissioner or prize master for those venues, turning in the flag and the prize, the flag. Upon doing so, when I got to the Vatican, David and I walked into the post office. When we walked out of the post office, an 85-year-old nun walked right up to us and said, I know who you guys are. David-Wynn Miller and Russell-J. Gould. You guys are awesome. She says, we've been studying your technology for 5 years out of San Antonio, Texas. So does the world know, and probably does Elizabeth have a claim to life? See, I don't know. I have not seen it. I've seen the one that I'm carrying, but I have not seen the one that she may or may not have authorized, sir. I'm just being, I'm not going to make a presumption. Okay. But I'm willing to stop and correct, always. So upon that, we went to, she took us around the Vatican, and we got to identify the symbolism of what was going on, which was really, really fascinating. It was a time dial, keyholes, all the locks were done. All the locks were done on the inside of the doors to lock the people in. This is the inside of the doors at the Vatican, and with the keyholes and the locks on the inside of the doors. So you can lock people out and lock the people in simultaneously. So it was a ruse upon a ruse upon a ruse upon a trap. We were able to identify hieroglyphics and symbols. And in June 16th of 2003, David and I autographed a commercial book in for myself to run all banking and militaries on the planet, which the Secretary of State for the Vatican, at the time we knew him as Angelo Sodano. Since we've met his representatives, he's come forth as Michael Sodano. At the time he was Secretary of State of the Vatican. He sent me a letter saying I was a solitary condition of the state, and I'd created my own paradox as a keymaster of the Vatican, and that was that hat. When I got back,
just to check for my understanding,
comprehension.
Are you saying paradox or paradigm? Are you meaning paradox?
It was at the time it was a juxtaposition, but it has since changed. The reason why it changed is when they went to move into their next condition of state when the last pope died, they vacated the rules of continuance of evidence by 1 day, thus voiding their sea treaties and sea authorization. So you have to know where you're at in time and space. I know where I'm at with all of that, so that's much different. They had to vacate their SEE, their sea treaties.
Okay, a lot of that went over my head.
I'm sorry, yeah, it's an educational situation.
Yeah, okay, so it clearly was a paradox at the time, a juxtaposition.
Correct. Sorry.
Where's the pea under the walnuts?
Yeah, hold on a second. Lost my train of thought there for a second.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
I would...
Okay, conclave, my bad. I was going to go into the conclave. Okay. SEE. Have a lot of you looked up the word SEE in your Black's Law dictionaries and in your dictionaries that most people follow when they go to the study about legal terms? So let me back you up so I can answer your questions so you have comprehension.
Okay, thank you.
You bet. David and I filed a sea treaty in a lighthouse treaty. Well, what does the value of C mean? You think it's about residual imagery. That would be what most of us would actually think, that we would be what you see. But in a legal connotation, it's looking through the Pope's authorization or the bishop's authorization. Well, why would that be? Well, most of us here in the States, we carry our sea treaty on us, our all-seeing eye on our money. Most of us have a sea treaty. We're engaged in usury under that. So I filed for the use of the syntax for grammar through identifying that I was going to be using the symbols A through Z, as well as numerical Z through 9, as well as mathematical, dealing with a lot of degrees and a lot of different functions that I don't want to get into at this particular point, because we haven't got into our global hyphen bureaus of the weights and measures, and that's where that will come in. So I'll get to that at a later point here. So we filed a C treaty to use our authorization to bring syntax that we weren't in usury with their C treaty. We fell out of usury with their C treaty. Then we did, or I did, specifically I did, a commercial hyphen bookend on my position for the quantum banking and the global military that must come into play here, because we've got to stop these wars. This is all quite silly out here. If there are any sieges or anything done out of town for martial law anywhere in the world, I am probably one of the #1 people in the world to hire and get to that situation immediately to stop it. As this video gets out there and people learn, those in the military that do know, I'm Russell-J. Gold, Commander-in-Chief, and you do know me. So because of that, the capability to see through a lighthouse treaty led us into a sea pass. Just kind of giving you guys cliff notes. There's a lot. Our sea pass was our actual capability to know that we were postmasters, pay fee for freight, and move us from point A to point B. This was our sea pass, which then, as it sat through time, became anchored in what's called, and you've heard me use this statement a little bit earlier. These are functions that when you enter into the land of contract, being the courts, or you're on your roads navigating yourself, or you're going through customs, these are concepts that if you become proficient in, you're going to have a lot of fun. You're going to have a lot of fun. But you got to know where you're at in time and space, and you got to have confidence to use it. Do not use this technology half-cocked. You will get cocked. Not trying to make a pun on anything, but that's the way it is. Stop and correct, be humble. Being humble and not making presumptions is your biggest safety. And trying to be nice, which is very difficult. I myself have to get better at it. For those out there that have engaged with me, I'm going to try to do a better job at being humble and not being so vulgar. And I apologize. So. Anyway, we left the Vatican, came back to the U.S., got involved in another case. It was a very physical case. It was very taxing on my body. It was very taxing on me. It was a very humbling case, and I proceeded to come out of that one more confident than ever. I knew that I was on a path that could not be stopped, and I then went to the U.S. Supreme Court as a plenipotentiary judge, postmaster, postmaster general, treasurer, World Bank, customs, postmaster general, postal inspector, postmaster banker, and Vatican City keymaster. I used the Vatican City keymaster techniques on the Supreme Court. I found a backdoor into contract at the U.S. Supreme Court through a condition of the state of thinking. I summoned all 9 justices to court correct, and on October 1st of 2004, I took over the U.S. Supreme Court. By taking over, they took a gold filing with me. I filed my filing fee in of all things, what? A Canadian maple leaf. Why? Because I was Port Authority, Customs from the Canada, which I had filed my documents correct. I then took a copy of my judgment to the Pentagon to post my roads with the Department of Navy for sea pass for the martial law, who then directed me to the United States International Trade Commission because I was involved in international finance banking. David and I sat down with the United States International Trade Commission. We've been there probably 6 or 7 times. They're very cognizant of correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, yet they do not know how to use it correct, nor do they have the authorization at this point. We've not given it to them. We will give that to them because we are on a campaign. The campaign is for the people, and it is about allowing you to write us in as write-in candidates for the 2016 election. So that is when we would give the necessary authorization and teachings to those participants at the United States International Trade Commission, so we can move into, so they can help be moved into global finance. So as I filed at the U.S. Supreme Court, yes, sir.
Well, there's kind of 2 questions there.
Sure.
And that is, it's a fictional venue election.
Correct. Which we have, which brings me, glad you're bringing this up. This is the statement form of candidacy for the President of the United States. It has been syntaxed. It has been corrected. The guidelines for running for presidency have also been syntaxed and corrected. And they've been sent to Homeland-Security, Federal-Secret-Service. And on June, this correlates with our filing here, on June 25th of 2012, David and I also ran, and you'll notice that we mailed the disqualification of the last election to all 50 governors, which we kept the rules of the continuance of the evidence with this running here. So there's proof of service.
Well, so
go ahead, go ahead, pass it around. You gotta get those back though.
Okay, just so that I can follow that again, we are looking in the direction of a fictional venue, stopping to correct, and making the correction
through the people's choice of voting us in.
Well, okay, don't know if I'm quite that far. I'm just in the correction of the election scenario.
Correct. It's fraud.
It currently has been fraud.
Yes.
You stop and correct.
Yes.
And then now there is a correct venue.
Correct. For
the election.
Correct. But it won't be brought out until probably after it has to go to court. And where do they go to court for the election? Back in the homeland. And I'm waiting.
But also there's no other candidates that are correct.
Correct. So they're all disqualified for false and misleading statements.
Well, and so how much concern do we have of a write-in vote or election? If there is, now there will be some write-ins, I presume.
Sure.
Maybe I'm using non-contract terms. I apologize.
That's all right.
But there can be write-in ballots by those with the claim of the life.
Yes. And those are the valid ones. Those are the valid ones.
Right.
Then we take the valid ones and we file them through for contest. Through where? Where do they go for that?
A court.
And which court do they go to?
I don't know, some vessel in dry dock.
And who's?
A federal
Supreme Court. And when you go there, I go walking through the doors, and I'm not you. Promise. And they all know me there. I'm not lying. Okay. They all know me. And on the date of October 2004, they did try to arrest me. There is no doubt. They all stood one step up from me and started screaming, "Gould, Gould, 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 what's your name? What's your social security number? What's your name?" We held the flag up. We called all 9 justices to court. They kept the building locked till 09/23. At 09/23, I said the fee's been paid. Now the fee's been paid for the bills of the lading, for the custom house brokers to join us, to broker us into the building, which are the security. They're brokers. They're brokering a bill of the lading. When you go to a courthouse, you give out your driver's license, your passports, and that's your fee for freight for the bill of the lading to transport you in that vessel, and you must clear security. They are custom house brokers. And because of that, I was able to call them into my venue. Simultaneously, everyone jumped on my venue. They said, Judge Gould, we'd like to take you in the building now. We're ready to take you to court. My answer to them is, I no longer need your court. I no longer need your building, for there are no longer any judges in it. I've just disqualified the United States Supreme Court. At that point, because once civil is destroyed, I had to go back to the military side and bring them up to speed. So we filed in as a paymaster-general for the U.S. Pentagon and all branches of the military. We passed it through. I just found it, passed it through. And as you can see, it was received by the U.S. Supreme Court, right? And we filed that under a striking docket and filed as paymaster generals, postmaster general, treasurer, postmaster banker, with muster masters, with the branches of the military. Yes, sir.
Begging your pardon, but with so many hats, so many venues, so many vessels.
Correct.
I cannot comprehend the interconnection of them all.
That's because
for me, I have to see it graphically.
Yeah, that's because you weren't there to. What I did is I maintained the rules of the continuance of evidence and I moved everything over in a timely manner. And so everything was functioning on 45-day trust moratorium, 90-day trust loss, 3-day rescissions, 10-day communication backs. And so I've maintained the system for a C-pass to let it go through under a drug law.
Well, for the student, in the hopes of comprehension,
yes.
What I'm hearing washes over me, and I'm not able to
I
grasp so much.
I know.
And so I appreciate.
That's why I don't like
we don't know how people think.
I know.
And for the facts is one thing. For the student, for the comprehension, is a challenge.
Yes, I apologize.
And so, well, I guess looking to the future, if we're stepping, that's stepping out of now time jurisdiction, but is there a place where one can graphically see the position, ranking, structures, relative order?
See, the reason why this was done in such a manner and so confidential between David, myself, and the government is because it would be difficult to put you in that position because you weren't there to learn the necessary. Just because we filed these treaties, there was very in-depth mechanics that were occurring in those treaties. And because of that, it allowed a porthole, for better lack of terms, for me to get in there. And this is why the Vatican sent me a letter saying you a solitary means one condition of the state.
Well, yes, and I appreciate your experience through the moment-by-moment learning.
Sure.
It is a history, and for your story, and for now, what would be useful for the students. I mean,
and that's why
I'm hesitating because as soon as I say, I would like to see, then.
See, that's why I keep passing this stuff around. So you can't.
Well, the challenge is even comprehending this because, again, these are the technical documents, and more I'm just looking to comprehend the ranking, relative position, sequence.
Well, the sequence was done in a mechanics that was thrust upon me as I was moving through learning how to do this. And so they threw an obstacle at me and I have to move to another obstacle and then bring it back full circle.
Certainly. And for now time, though, you have the experience through that sequence. But for now time, for the student...
Yeah, well, that's why I got to shut her down. Because Dave told me not to get technical with you guys.
May I?
And he's right.
May I?
Make a comment?
Certainly, fun.
Yes. I'm taking this as a background information.
Yes.
And that's what you ought to be taking it for. You don't need to comprehend it all. It's background information supporting.
Yeah, I mean, I really should shut it down because Dave told me to not go complex with you guys because it's too much.
Well, I
And Murray's
appreciate
right,
it.
and Murray's right, Murray's right.
But I appreciate it because it's giving us background, it's giving us the basic dimensions.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
there's a lot going on. David and I have done a
And
tremendous
so
amount of
I'm-
work.
I'm appreciating every moment of it, so.
As an overview.
Me too.
Yeah, that's an overview.
And we don't have that.
We don't have to know all that. What we have to do is learn how to stop and correct.
Yeah, well,
And
see,
then-
what I want to do is lay a foundation
And
and
then-
then show you guys how to jump in communion with
Exactly.
it. I haven't got that far yet, but,
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys don't want me to go there,
No,
I
I'm
can't go
saying,
there.
I'm fine with it. I don't know about others, but I find it as a means, as a stepping stone.
Oh, yeah, because you
from-
can do.
From which to bring the other stuff you're gonna give us to.
Yeah, well, you can do marshaling securities on that, marshaling, you know, you can do, once you learn what's been done,
Right.
then you can learn other avenues to say, BS Crown, on such and such a date, that was filed there, you were a part of it, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's for me, it's a validation of the things that you claim.
Oh,
That
it's-
you have gone through these
Oh, yeah.
processes and these experiences.
Oh, yeah.
And you can say, I know because I live.
Yeah, I am this person.
Yes.
I see the
yes.
documents.
And also, I just want to add to that, as a teacher, what we have seen, how he has posted his roads, when he helps us with our issues, we understand what he's been through, and he is the teacher.
What's he gonna do with it?
Exactly, yeah. We don't need to know why and how.
I mean, do you want me to shut it down?
Well,
No,
no,
because David doesn't-
it's just an acknowledgement that, well, for the feedback to the teacher, that there's only so much that can be absorbed out of those details.
I know that, and
Yeah.
I'm laying a background on myself,
Yeah.
because I don't get out very much.
It's really concrete for us to hear your testimony.
Yes.
That's
Yeah,
great.
yeah. Yes.
I would like to add that we're getting a snapshot of an order of operation of the process that it took for you to go through in order to establish what we're trying to
Yes.
do, to make a roadway for us to
I
travel.
want to build you confidence that, hey, you're going to have to go deal with this obstacle.
Yeah.
But when you do it, you have a reference point now. Hey, you guys knew that Russell walked through the door.
Right.
You did this, this, and this. I witnessed the documents. You put your stamps on there. He autographed those stamps.
Right.
I know about drug law. I know about CPAS.
Right.
Because of that, I now become a tenant of that. I become in usury of that position. Upon coming in usury, my volition is to do good. I'm
That's
peaceful. I'm tolerant. I'm not trying to chastise you. This is my matrix. This is what I'm doing. And you create your biosphere to create your consequence and your what comes in and out of your flow.
I'd just like to make a comment, and if you could just say if this is on track or not.
Sure.
But all of this that you've gone through here is the foundation for the road that we are traveling on.
Yeah.
And when you travel down the road, you don't have to know the engineering that went into the building of that
Just
road.
because a rocket went to space, I don't know the mechanics of it, but when I look up in the air, I see it go. I know somebody had the knowledge to put it there.
Yes, but this is to give us the confidence that that road is engineered correctly.
Yeah, there's a foundation here for the citizens, not only in this room, but the citizens of the world to take a constructual look at to say, hey, correct communication, parsing syntax, grammar is something that can be used in my everyday, day-to-day needs. Well, how is that? Well, wherever country you're in, wherever location you're in, you work for the Illuminati too, whether you like it or not. You're a postal employee just like the rest of us in this room. Many of these people had to come through the border. Because you came through the border, you had your passport. Your passport, where did you get your passport at? The post office. When you go into the military, you don't go running into the military first, you go get your registration number. Oh, wait a minute, who gives you that? The post office, right? So you work for the post office. So I'm trained in mechanics, and especially in military muster movements of salvaging those that have been unsalvaged. And there's a lot of people. I was involved in a specific case with a Navy SEALs member, David Darland. And this is a man that, for right or wrong, has had the courage to not open his mouth for 20 or 30 years and is sitting in a cell. because he knows things. And because he knows those necessary things that he walked through in his travels, which are classified, he made a choice to do something else with it for whatever reasons. I can't be judgmental of that, but I can honor his position to shut his mouth and sit there very humbly. And when I get in as president and director, we'll address those situations. There's more than just Paul. There's others out there.
So, as a citizen of the world with a claim of the life, we do not have to have our feet planted on the land called United States in order to.
This is a global campaign.
Yeah.
This is not just about here in the U.S. This is about bringing the conscious awareness to all citizens worldwide that there is going to be a solution that you can join in. You can become a tenant of that. And there are usury rights for that you will be able to participate in, not only from a governmental position, but from a citizen's position as well.
Can I check my knowledge with
Sure.
you? The stop and correct. This is what you're teaching me,
Yes.
and I do not know how to stop and correct. That's my statement to you.
Okay.
The second one, from listening to all your hat changing,
Yes.
the image that I got in my mind is that essentially you are navigating your way through this.
Yes.
Would that be a correct statement?
That is a very fair statement. And upon
Thank you.
navigation, I came to obstacle after obstacle, which made me have to create a hat to move into a position to where I can have a position whence to state a claim from.
Thank you. I understand that now.
Yes, sir.
What is the purpose of having to create that hat? What does that hat do for you?
It gave me a capability to function as a foreign correspondent with them, because I was lacking as a citizen in most of these situations. I was lacking administrative authorization to do things. When the World Bank and the IMF gave me a visitor's pass, that gave me the authorization to stop and correct.
Excuse my ignorance, but how does a hat give you that authorization?
Because I ran it through a timeline, and on each one of these hats has a registration number on it, which created corporation, has a flag on it, has a this registration is registered for the bills of the layings for a clearinghouse mechanics that occurs through your post roads, for your CPAS, for your SEE treaty, and for your drug law as you post your roads and move from point A to point B.
Thank you.
Just for a minor aside, there's one document there with 2 loose receipts in it.
Oh yeah,
So
don't lose those receipts.
my concern is that they're not joined.
No, I don't want them joined. Don't lose those
Okay,
receipts.
well, but yeah.
Yeah, don't lose those receipts. Maybe we're at a good place to take a little bit of a break and let you guys think about what was said. And I probably got a little too technical, and
Well, I don't know that actually. My concern is the too technical. Other than, well, as a student, my preference is to learn a basic fundamental and build onto it to get to detail.
yeah. Well,
And
I'm sorry. There was enough people here that had enough background that were wanting information, and so I can shut it down. And Dave told me that it would be too much for you guys.
Well, yeah, I guess I don't know that it's too much, because there's another way to learn, and that is you just get what you get, and then you start placing
Well,
it.
I have to give a foundation, so now I can go back. Now that I grab this hat, this is how you can join with it. See, you didn't let me get that far.
In other
And
words,
I was hoping too
there's,
that
you're talking about searching out the tree and get to know the tree rather than the forest first. He's given us the forest, and now we can search out the trees.
Well, yeah, there's many ways anything can be done.
Well, the thing is, you can overlook the forest, and now you can see where your position is a lot better than you can the other way around. If you're just searching in a tree and finding out everything about the tree, you're lost in the maze. So he's pulled us out of the maze, and he's
And
shown us
just present it to
his
the world.
matrix, showing us his matrix.
And how
now
you guys
yeah,
interact with it is gonna be your choice.
Can we agree that we're going to have a little break now, because I want
Yeah.
to shut that down for a
Sure,
little
sure.
second.
Yeah.
Give it that break,
And give
because
this
that
a
requires a break as well.
For this student, concurs as a correct stretch for the student.
Is to kind of give you a background of where I've come from, Then we're going to get back in and give you the reasons why I've done these things, breaking down the meanings of adverbs, verbs, adjectives, pronouns, position set, facts, past tense, future tense, conjunctions, no contract, and void contract, continuation. So back to me and where I've come from, and these locations that I've been. I was there at Paymaster General. Basically, once the civil remedies broke down, I became judge of the Federal Supreme Court, Washington, D.C. All judges retired immediately. Congress made 5 of them stay. I put a gag order on William Colin Rehnquist, who immediately the public mimicked, and he came down with throat cancer and could no longer talk. So the news, and then we'll get into the court-martialing of George-Walker Bush and Richard Cheney as this thing progresses. So as I went to the Pentagon, David and I, with our Paymaster General contracts, filed through the U.S. Supreme Court. We then proceeded kind of switching and changing paths, and I kind of stepped out, you know, well, I had to step out on my own at the U.S. Supreme Court because, you know, one of the statements from me, because I asked him to come, and one of the statements was like, if you want to run with the big dogs, you better be able to do it by yourself. I says, Dave, not a problem. So because of that, he didn't accompany with me in those locations. So it kind of gave me a different perspective. So after I filed my documents with the Pentagon, and everything seemed to be going pretty status quo. You know, he was talking on the phone with them, you know, different JAG officers, different people, telling them about the grammar, telling them about what it is that we're doing. Dave was also talking on the phone with them. One of the times I went back and kind of announced myself, you know, unannounced, right? Which is okay to do because they had a lease with me and whatnot. And they became very violent that day. And, so, you know, come out with a SWAT team. And they put me on the phone. I was on the phone with this guy, Mr. Kaufman, we'll just say his name is. What's his last name? Commander, and which is an adjective pronoun. And because of that conversation I had with him, he said, you know, Russell, he says, what happens when peace gets breached? Because I had a peace treaty signed with them. And I turned around and looked at the Pentagon and I says, well, that means if you guys are breaching the peace, that means I'm going to have to move into a condition of state of the martial-law. He goes, you'll be back. And a couple of people that I'm not going to say for their own safeguards because they know. We're standing up on the second floor, all waving at me, laughing. I was on the phone with the postmaster inside the Pentagon. He says, you know, Russ Gould, he says, you know, your trick is you got to get past the guards. I was like, oh, I got to get past the guards. Okay, okay. So immediately I filed for a condition of state of the martial-law. I conducted a military court-martialing of George-Walker Bush, Richard-Bruce Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, and a good 500 gentlemen at the Pentagon. I conducted a military duty base, which I held a duty post for 30 days, which I gave a porting to the Pentagon. The Pentagon would send correspondence back to me. I don't have those correspondences with me, but I give you my word, it was done. They all identified me as Commander-in-Chief. I filed a document through the House and the Senate as a legislator, shutting down both the House, the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate under a passing ticket, so they could not pass laws against me or against what I was doing. They put their certified seals on the back of each one of my pages of the document, and I sent the mail back and registered it through the Federal Register. And on the letterhead, I became a legislator in quantum communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, closing both the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate, so they could not pass laws because all of them have a second grade reading and writing level. Because of their reading and writing level being at a second grade level, they are not capable of functioning to write laws for the people. So I am someone that if you're dealing with those people or those members who think they are, I am the certification that they are not. So then as I conducted my military market marshal, I moved it into Washington, D.C. For every 45 days for 4 years, I would call and hold a martial law military court martial at the Washington Mall below the Washington obelisk in the mall. And I was moving in and out bills of the ladings. When I then moved to a different condition of state, where I was identifying and got very in depth under Rule 1 and Rule Equal of all the elements that were in our periodic table. Because of the laws of boxing and bracketing, anything in a box can't be considered. All periodic tables on the planet were in a box. They were all registered through the International Bureau of the Weights and Measures for a sums and differences of the equation of matter. I then took my concepts and rewrote the equations for every element in the periodic table, which I then took some of the elements and did not apply them because some of them could be only created under a manipulation condition of state. So anything that could be manipulated was not considered a natural matter. So I took out some of the elements. I put it in a tetrahedron on it in a big triangle, which I did not bring that, and I apologize. I should have, because I didn't really realize where this was going to go at first. But here I am. And then the periodic table folds up into a triangle. And as Keymaster of the Vatican, I have my keys here for the doors to open the doors, for energy and light and matter to go out, and the periodic table sits up in here in a tetrahedron style. So I can then use 5 plus 5 equals 9, which we're going to get into a little later for our math equations when we get back to our functions. And so, because two objects can't come to rest in the same place at the same time. We can, but there's other influences that have to occur at that point. So, anyway, that is a foundation. I'll get back to the military court-martialing. The federal government became very angry with me. They created a situation where they wanted to test my mettle, and which I'm always game, right? I'm always game, but now they do not have authorization to do it, and no longer will. So I want to make that clear right now. They moved me into a condition of state where when the North and the South had their issues way back in the Civil War time. 5 southern states seceded. 5 states were needed to conform to the bankruptcy for borrowing money by the Union, the North. So they had to pick up 5 states. The 5 states they picked up was Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Upon picking those states up, when the United States ceased to exist on November 2nd, 1999, actually September 17th, and they had to vacate the trusteeship, which was the presidency in the 2000 election, and vacate District of Columbia. That's when 93 days before that, when I filed for my position as Postmaster General, and I was the only postmaster, valid postmaster in compliance with Title 39, Section 101, Subsection A. All post offices have to have a valid constitution on file. Since the Constitution and the trusteeship was being vacated in the Bush-Gore election of 2000, they then vacated their estate, or their right of usury, and my bill of the lading kicked in, which meant I was the authorization as Postmaster-General to do all these things that I laid the foundation for earlier at the post office. Through the post office, back through the Pentagon, getting the correct authorizations and delegations down. Thus, the flag, the spire for the martial law, these things are all relevant. As you ever go to the United Nations, walk into any of the embassies, or all of the embassies. Outside the embassies is flying a 3x5 bow flag with the ball on top. The ball denotes that the recruiting contract. As you walk in the door to each and every embassy, they turn the flags, into yellow fringed flags with spires on top. The spire cancels the flag, which means they're in a condition of state of war in compliance with Army Regulation 840-10, 2122, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So with the comprehension of that, I then created my spire and held my duty post for 30 days. When I created my periodic table, I was pulled off to the side of the road by the Department of Defense. Department being a pronoun, of being an adverb, making defense a verb, and the Central Intelligence Agency. They pulled out their silly badges in front of me, and I told them to put that shit away for a bitch shopping for stupidity. Pardon my language, but that's what I said. Because I told them that, they all looked at each other and they said, "You're him. Are you Benjamin Franklin? Are you Nikola Tesla?" I said, "No." They said, "You must be George Washington then." I said, "Why don't we go down and sit down and have some margaritas and we'll buy you a steak." And we proceeded to have conversations about mechanics of my periodic table, mechanics of what I was doing. They were specifically concerned with the court-martialing of George Walker Bush and what I was doing with that. I then was challenged by, and I was working with the Department of Defense, but then again, department being a pronoun, of being an adverb, making defense a verb, no such thing. In Monterey, California, at the Department of Linguistics School for the U.S. military, dealing with quantum grammar. So I was introducing them and giving them closure on correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, because they all had second grade reading and writing levels. And those were interesting days as well. From there, I was grabbed and detained for contempt of court. Contempt being a pronoun, of being an adverb, making court a verb, no such thing. I went through a court trial. In my way to court trial, the U.S. Pentagon met me in Oklahoma City. They said, "Gould, we're going to drop you into your first war." The reason why I brought up the 5 bankruptcies in the states is because they were taking me into Michigan. The state of Michigan was running 2-day turnarounds on their citizen state and beating the feds, who only could run 3-day rescission. And they were flying spires in their courtrooms for the martial law. So they had to get me in there to take them out. And so I figured out the timelines, figured out what was going on, and I was able to sustain myself in that case. During that case, and that very wonderful people from the Pentagon, from U.S. Secret Service, and we had conversations very in depth about correct communications infrastructure, about what I was doing, and they were okay with it. I had to do a lot of explanations. They had a lot of technical questions, things that are outside your guys' realm because you haven't been behind the scenes, so you would not know. So I was very compliant and answered a lot of questions. They had a lot of questions about global economies and some of my world banking construct. My world banking construct that I have given to the world, it is a gold and silver standard. It allows for a different type of seigniorage. We're dealing with plat card seigniorage, which is basically cyberspace banking backed by a hard, tangible matter. It also has very interesting authorizations built into it for the citizens. The citizens have to be in compliance with the claim of the life, and they have to comply with being, under Rule 1 and Rule equal with each other. They have to be tolerant one with another. Several things also occur in the mechanics of that is that there's a built-in global tax structure. What that means, it's built in on a consumption tax, which is much different than what you have now. You have what they tax you on what you make. So what we're going to do is we're going to give for better lack of words, I don't like to say this word, but the incentive back to the people to build up their equity and not be taxed on it. And then as they go out and purchase these things, they will then be taxed a consumption tax on that to function with the governments. And right now I've written it in at 8%. They may flux and change based off of when we get in there and deal with the foreign policies. Foreign policies is also a scam and is not being run correctly. So we have functions and systems built into our banking system that will allow a different type of mechanic for foreign policy. What people don't comprehend about this country is this country was built on allowing others to come in. That's what allowed us to all grow and build us as a nation and as a planet. And some of the functions there need to be changed. And I don't want to bring solutions right now in my presidential and director's campaign to a lot of things yet because I'm laying a foundation so you can make a choice whether you want to vote us in. David and I have very different technologies for solutions, from banking to agriculture, to chemical manipulations, to ELS, to a lot of different functions that you're not ready for, because you have to comprehend what I'm doing first. And upon that, maybe at a later campaign rally, or a later seminar, we will move into those questionnaires, we will move into that condition of the state, so that you guys can have input. Because ultimately, it's about the people, and it's about what the people need, not what I need. I only have a foundation, I only have a construct. How the people interact with that and join with that is the real value of all of this, to me. It has nothing to do with just going into these places and doing these things, but it's giving the usury to all of you, and in a correct way that none of the bad trials and tribulations that I had to go through, you would have to go through. Yes, sir.
You said ELF. What is the ELF?
Electromagnetic frequencies.
Okay, thank you.
Low electromagnetic frequencies.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things that are being done that need to be looked at in this very serious construct that I just can't get into. There's too much to cover right now. So upon getting out of the condition of state in Michigan and sitting down with those gentlemen, talking about commerce, and a lot of different conversations. They all wanted me to back the dinar, and I was like, look, that's built off a lie. It's never going to work. It won't work in my system. You know, they're like, okay, can't you please authorize it? I'm like, no, I'm not going to. You know, so I made tremendous friends, what I consider friends now, who spent the time to sit and talk to me, which was very fascinating and very cautious all at the same time. I'll show you guys what I looked like, so you can see that I was in a war zone, and kind of give you guys seeing some of the things that I've had to come through. So let me get to that super quick while I talk. Let's see. I didn't bring any more hats because it's just too much for you guys. Yeah. I mean, you got to be one step at a time, because I'm talking fast. There's a lot going on, and I have to get a foundation so you guys feel comfortable. And then I've got to take you back to the grammar to explain why I did all this. It was based off of the syntax, what I found in those locations, how it was being manipulated, and why I did what I did. And that will enable all of you to make choices whether you want to choose to vote for myself and for David. So we're running in a joint manner. It's going to be very different. I'm very honored and humbled all at the same time that so many people would come from so many different walks of life to come and listen to what we're doing, and we'll get more back into the mechanics of grammar and the post office here in a moment. I just want to cover that. Let's see. After Michigan, I had a contract with the Marshal Service. The Marshals in Michigan, they told me flat out, we've watched your videos of you taking out the U.S. Supreme Court. We believe every word you're saying. That is you on the videos. You know, and it was humbling. I also had some very difficult times with them. A couple of them, you know, are out of line, and they know who they are. So I don't really want to get into that, because I don't believe in fear-mongering. I'm not a fear-mongering based person. I want you all to have the joy of seeing a different system that can be used. So it's not about, you know, one person here, one person here. It's about all of us learning how to use it simultaneously. I don't claim to have all the answers, but I have good people around me that, you know, give me good counsel, and I value all counsel, because I'm just trying to become a better leader and a better person. find it, so you can see what I've, Well, you know what, I'm not gonna look for it right now. I'll find it at another point here. There it is. That's what a real fight looks like. That's what I was sitting there talking to the military like. I've been without food for numbers and numbers of days. I was froze out, starved out, watered out, beat up, knocked out, clubbed, a lot of things. I have to forgive all those people. I've taken steps in my own life through acupuncture and other frequency methods to erase those memories and that cellular anger out of my life and try to work through forgiveness. And that's a humbling, very humbling quest all in itself. And so I can't be judgmental upon those people that physically would do those things to me. I do want to give you guys every ounce of value that you've come here with to learn different things. And so that's kind of like a background of myself. Cliff note into all the court battles, cliff note into just a tremendous amount of effort by myself. David-Wynn Miller, we've had our differences, we've worked together. He's been very supportive. He would come in places with me that nobody else would, and quite frankly, he's probably one of the only guys, maybe one other person, that I would take into certain locations, even to this day. He has a tremendous amount of knowledge on comprehending where he is in time and space. He's very sound mathematically. The way that he communicates and what puts words on paper and the deductive reasoning and the logic that comes with that has been a tremendous amount of effort on his part, on my part, on the citizens' part. Citizens bringing different concepts, different things that we have used to help people learn, to people know. My hat goes off ultimately to all of you, because without the input on certain fields, it would be very difficult. There are many teachers from the past, especially in mathematics for me, that I've studied their concepts and then I've placed them in a quantum grammar position. I've syntaxed their solutions, and I see things in a different light than what they have concluded. Doesn't make them wrong, doesn't make them right. We all have our own choices and our own way of coming to logically through deductive reasoning. So this is a cliff note on who I am. Now I don't have my campaign director's cap here, and I apologize about that. So that's where I'm at with all of that. So we have to look at why this was all done. Well, in each and every location that I've been, or in each and every government agency that I've been with, they all use negative words. So I want to go back to the syntaxing. I want to go back to what's an adverb, what's an adjective, what's a pronoun. We'll get back into that. So like I was giving closure earlier, I learned about being a postmaster. I learned about what the mechanics of that were by autographing your stamps. By autographing them. Another reason why I really like using punctuation in my name is, you guys know when you look on a clock, and you look at the clock and say it's like, what time is it? something or other?
1134.
1134. We all come to agreement that this symbolism manifests time to in all of our lives right now in this location. However, when you drop out the function of the colon, you lose control of what you're trying to articulate. You lose control of what you're trying to claim. So you could be 1034, you could be 11 space 34. There's a condition of state that turns this situation into an adjective. What's an adjective? The number now would become an adjective. What's an adjective? It's an opinion. And what follows opinions? Pronouns. So as the pronoun, but you got to look at the parsé of pronoun. What is the parsé of pronoun? Pro is no. So you have no fact here, right? Pronoun. And you have no, no, no. And why do we have no, 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 no's? Because we all use cursive. And we all become no, 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 no's. We all go to the banks and become no, 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 no's. And so coming out of this condition by using punctuation in our name, we can control the fact of who we are. And we don't allow others to create ourselves into a no, 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 no condition of the state. So it's very valuable for someone who's going to claim the closure of who they are. Another thing that occurs when you're articulating and becoming a postmaster and autographing a stamp is, what does that mean? As a postmaster, you become a freight forwarder with the directing of what you allow to come in and out of the contract position of the contract location. So if you don't like something, guess what you can do? You can forward it out of there. Now there are many choices to forward it out of there. If you don't like it, you can send it back to the whoever sent it. If it comes in a nom de guerre, you can. You guys know about nom de guerre? Yes. Yeah. Right.
Is that all in capitals?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes. As it comes in a nom de guerre, you're looking for a dead person. There we go back to cadaver. We're coming back to corpse. We're coming back to the signature. We're coming back to the simulation. Sorry about that. Coming back to the nom de guerre. As you come back to the nom de guerre, if somebody sends you a nom de guerre mail, guess what you got the choice to do? Send it to the dead letter office. Right? Because you're looking for a dead person. Well, that ain't you. Tink. Kick that off back into the dead letter office. They must be looking for a dead person. Yes, sir.
My inland revenue letters come through as what you have described. So if I send it back, I said, sorry, this person is dead.
You have that choice once you have knowledge. Knowledge is a wonderful tool. Yes, sir.
Now, CRA sends
Cats, rats,
letters.
and what?
Well, it's an acronym
For?
Canadian.
Correct. Canadian Revenue Agency Corporation.
Right. And for the sake of space, I was unable to put this all on one line.
Flying a black flag.
So we're again looking at the syntax and the parse of the words. Re meaning no, a meaning no. So you're looking at and back into the negative condition of the state. So what about no, 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 don't you under comprehend?
Well, I now know that it is nothing, but I was going to just ask why they would change tactics. It's almost inverse of what it is. When my wife was alive, she got all caps, addressed to the all caps entity. Now that she's dead, she's getting upper lowercase.
First of all, when you deal with estates on dead people, you have to be able to close the account. Now, what does that mean? Well, let me give you several examples, and then we'll get back to the death certificate. We were in a trial for many years with a wonderful, wonderful being by the name of Richard-Alan Schmidt. Schmitty is, well, he was Dave's first student. He goes way back. And he was put through the ringers, and he has managed to stay on point for many, many years. And during the trial and the trials, they kept stealing from him and stealing from him and stealing from him. When I got involved with him in 2003, I took a look at the paperwork, and I said, you know, Schmitty, you're not divorced. What do you mean I'm not divorced? I said, Schmitty, you're not divorced. And he says, yes, I am. I said, I'll tell you what you do. You call up the county recorder where you got married. You tell them that your anniversary's coming up and you'd like a certified copy of the marriage certificate. They put certified copies, they have today's date on it, they stamped it, and he was scheduled to be in court in 2 weeks. I says, now I want you to walk in that courtroom, and I want you to tell that judge, ask him if he divorced you. And he was saying, he said, yes, you got your evidence that you want to submit into evidence with today's date on it because the judge didn't close the account of nativity. So I'm talking about the beginning. In a death situation, you get issued a death certificate. And the account has not been closed because they want to take you to probate. So where would you have to go to close the account? They gave you the key.
Vital statistics.
But you go back to the registry office where the certificate originated from.
The nativity, correct. And you would close your account there. So when Schmitty pulled out his marriage certificate, he says, Your Honor, did you divorce me? Judge is up there. Rick, I divorced you 14 years ago or something like that. Rick goes, I'd like to submit into evidence my marriage certificate that was yesterday's or 2 weeks ago certified date on it. Just exposed the judge. You know what the judge did? Got up and ran out of the courtroom. So we've done this time and time and time again since 2003. Nobody's divorced. Because every one of you that is divorced, all you got to do is go to the account where you got married and ask them for a certified seal. They're going to put today's date on the certified seal and they're going to turn it over and hand it to you. Which means the judges lack knowledge of what they're doing. So if they lack knowledge of what they're doing, can they hear your case? Okay, exactly right. They cannot hear your case because they don't know how to close things. They're not what they call finishers. There's other words for it, but I don't want to get in there. I don't want to get involved with that. But there's a sizing that must be passed because there's a feudal venture that you engaged in. You engaged in corporal herediments, which means that you did a fiefment on your last name, which you gave to your wife, and you have to terminate that.
Yes.
Do you comprehend
Yep.
that? Yes, sir.
I have two questions. They're part of one question.
Sure.
When you get that stamped, would it be recommended to ask them to sign it? To
On a certified
validate
seal,
it?
they always do.
Oh, they always do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now my question on that is, say we have a scenario, someone is divorced, but through fiction, she dies, you go and pull up your marriage license again, showing that you're still married. But she's dead
The only
already.
reason why you would do that is to correct it and terminate the fiefment of your corporal hereditament of your last name and break her from the tenements of that contract. So you can do a seisen of the fact to create a seisen by the law. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm going to go back an hour or so, or perhaps even more.
Sure.
It was in regards to the technology that you were showing me. You said, and I may be repeating these words poorly, if you're familiar with the technology and when you've grasped it, you don't want to go wishing for things just in case they become real.
Sure.
What we're talking about here, I can only understand that as a mystical comment.
What you would do is you would create your condition of the state, which you would allow to come in and out of your life as a postmaster, and then make it factual, position set facted, so you could do a spection on the verb, which is in your formula, to create your lifestyle.
I'm going to leave it there because I am puzzled and I don't wish to preoccupy any more of your time with it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Could you explain to him what condition of state is? I think that's probably, that's probably part of what's...
Condition of state probably has a fourfold characteristic dealing with time, title, ownership, and possession of what you're trying to get done. And it comes with covery, closure, and livery, which is the giving full closure and making your claims in a correct way.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm none of the wiser, but I'm going to leave it for another day.
I get the sense that where he's not, or I think I'm kind of lost here at point.
Okay,
At some level. We're dealing with, when we're talking about position, are we talking about venue or just time, space?
Well,
we're talking about moving from one venue to another venue, in other words, from the artificial or the
well, if you're
fictional
going
to
to
the...
if you're going to move things over, you want to do it under a salvage claim, and the word that you want to use in your contract is transshipment.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, it's moving cargo from one location to another. And you do that, there are several mechanics that you can do it through. One is a freight waybill. The other is a transit waybill. And the third is a switching waybill. And all those come into the function when you're dealing with this right here, yourself being a postmaster and posting your road. And it's done through the bills of the lading and giving full closure on how that cargo moves is through what we call a manifest. And as you create that, there are functions and guidelines to the manifest. Manifests have several things. They have the name of the vessel. Names of vessels are always to be in capital letters. So you have a vessel name. Vessel name could be, catalyst, it says right there. Vessels also have numbers. The number that we use typically is the registration from the post office when we get our registered mail. It deals with creating a corporate value for fee for freight. So it would be like here. Let me grab a good one. And so as you move your vessels in and out of foreign vessels in dry dock, by registering with the post office, because the post office controls the land that you're moving on under true have and true whole, which is future tense adverb verb. We have filed, or I have filed, and David has filed with me too, the allodial hyphen title for the now time scenario, or now time scenario is not the right word, now time condition, space time condition. And there are dynamics that come within that that I don't really want to get into as of yet for all of you. But I'm just trying to show you when you going to write your contracts and set up your positions. Stamp, name, and what we do is we add the number through here. And you can also put a date as well. On your contracts that you write in quantum grammar, every word must have a value, which means that you are claiming your word terms and giving full closure. Because you are flying the correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar flag, that is a condition that if an advertisement on a global level, that if you choose to go into contract with anyone, that those are the terms that you're going to write in, or you're going to contract in. Because of that, you must have closure on the values of the words that you're using in your contracts. Just like you were shown earlier on what I presented you, David and I take full accountability to the words. Why is that valuable? So you can't bring in outside dictionaries to interpret or translate the value of what we meant. So as we write the words in the prepositional phrase grammar, and we claim our positioning, the citizens are allowed to come in joinder with that and use that. Because they can agree, hey, we like the value of that term. Or Dave and Russell, hey, this right here term works for this contract. I'd like to join with your contract on that, and so we can come to a conclusion on what the value of the word is. And that way we comply with Rule 1, Rule Equal, Joinder, Rules of Continuance of Evidence. And we have our affinity corporation, which is very valuable. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
Regarding the postal
Yes.
situation. When you put in your registered number, is this your line like plain registered number or the registered number you're using on that particular document?
The registered number that you're using in that particular document.
All right.
Another thing that needs to be, also you guys need a little bit of closure on, is when you go to the post office, you get your registered receipt, right?
Right.
Always claim $1 value for assurance. So you're claiming $1 value for what they call insurance on that. And also where they have the date stamp right here, where it says date stamp.
Right.
Right, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Right.
What I do is I put my autograph right here. David and I put our autographs right here.
After it's been stamped.
We thumbprint it.
You thumbprint it
And
on
we
the stamp?
thumbprint it over our name. And then we tell them, instead of getting the receipt where they print it on a computer, we tell them to bullet stamp it.
Right.
Bullet stamp it right there.
Okay.
So we have our joinder as postmasters on the freight waybill for consignment. So we're consignees, co-signers, and we're moving our position so it can be transshipped from one venue to another. Another thing that we do on most documents, and we don't do them on all, but the documents that are kind of fun, is we autograph the registration.
That was my next question. Do you
Oh, that's fine.
autograph the registration?
Yes,
And then the stamp?
Correct,
Also,
correct.
the registration, okay.
Because now we're postmasters authorizing the transshipment of that, and if there's any questions, we are in control of what happens to the shipping of that.
All right.
You see how that would? That-
Wow.
Hope that helps you, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Any other questions about how your filings? Are you guys autographing the firm books? You guys comprehend that? Have you guys done that
The
at all?
what books?
The firm books, you guys do that? Oh, wow, beautiful, another postal thing. Okay, well, okay, you go to the post office.
I have a question about this, the date stamp and the bullet stamp. Is this on the receipt that they give you?
It's on what you give them.
Yeah, your vessel.
It's their vessel.
Oh, okay,
It's their vessel. Okay, another thing that happens, after you give the post office your money and they give you and you walk out, what does that clerk do? Do you know? Okay. What occurs is they have a firm, it's called a firm book. In that firm book, they log in, it's a ship's log for your ship's papers, which we need to cover ship's papers. That needs to be the next thing. In the firm book, they log in your name, and they also log in the registration number. So they'll put your registration number in that book.
Okay.
And who is good, and they also take their round stamp and stamp it. And they put the fee for freight for the insurance of $1 in there. So what you want to do is you say, hey, from one postmaster to another, I want to autograph that firm book. I autographed the stamp, you took the fee for freight, you joined with my condition of state for the bills of the lading, and because you joined and I've autographed the stamp, I'm in charge of the freight forwarding. Bring me your postmaster.
Oh.
Right? Bring me your postmaster. Postmaster's going to say, you want to do what? How did you hear about this? You tell them. I talked to the Postmaster General of our world, Russell-J. Gould.
All right.
Also Chairman of the Board of Governors for the Federal Postal Service, on file with Patrick Donahue, Washington, D.C., sitting in Drogue Law, February 7th, 2014.
That'll do it, huh?
That'll do it. That'll do it. That'll do it. That'll do it. So the firm book, if you guys have not autographed your firm books, these are mechanical steps for your posting of your roads. Now, why is that valuable to post your roads? Well, there's a thing called ship's papers. Ship's papers are your driver's license, your passports, your insurance, all the things that are relevant that you carry on you when you navigate yourself down the road.
Right.
Okay? And they must be carried on you for your bills of the lading. So we create C passes, which you may or may not be, I'm speaking for them because you may or not know. We create a C pass. On our C pass, we state our position. We're on a mission for this correction of grammar, and we are neutral. Right? We want to be neutral. We want to be non-combative in the condition and state of the martial law. So upon being non-combative, we're giving closure of height, weight, description of who we are. We have a picture on there. We have a thumbprint on there. We pay the fee for freight. This is a very valuable piece of tool that David and I have used many, many times on a worldwide level. This thing, it really work. The ship's papers can also be classified as your passport. And you can put the identifications and send a document for your C-Pass under your passport number to the Federal Department of the State.
Department of State.
Yeah, because you're getting closure to them, the guidelines and how you're going to function. You're going to be peaceful. You're going to be neutral. You're going to, In Canada, it's to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yes, sir.
I'm stepping back to the firm book.
Oh, absolutely.
You gave us direction to autograph through
the bullet stamp.
The bullet stamp
that they're going, because when you
for that entry.
Correct.
On in the firm book.
Correct.
Now, my sense is that we're going to be attempted to be resisted.
You want to talk to the postmaster and you tell them that you learned it from me.
Right. Somebody's going to say, well, it's just in the computer. Or
no, you're a postmaster. You've paid the fee for freight for the transshipment of the bills of the ladies. And as a postmaster, I autographed it and put my thumbprint on it. I'm the notary, Canada Postmaster. You've taken my money. You're in joinder, and I'm stopping and correcting, and you will do this.
Now, is that for every piece of registered mail that
Correct.
you do?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's the same process.
It's the same mechanics every time.
Let's
Yes,
take
sir.
it a little farther. Let's say the postmaster comes and you tell him his whole spiel and he resists you.
If he
And we
resists
call
you, you turn him in. You tell them that you're going to turn him into the postal police.
Okay.
That's one thing we have not done yet, is the logbook.
And that'll be our
your
national venue fiction postal police.
The ones that David and I just spoke with them in Chicago, Illinois. We were just in Chicago. I was in Chicago. I guess it's a month ago now. Very, very intelligent conversation. Those guys comprehend what's called custom house brokering. The reason why you want to have your ship's papers is perfect timing. It's for the custom house brokers.
I've dealt a lot with them when I drove long distance crossing the border. You know, that's to stop at the custom house brokers.
Custom house brokers are much different than.
Or is it different than custom brokers? Customs.
This is what your security and stuff is at the foreign vessels and dry docks, because you're walking into a foreign venue. Because you're walking into a foreign venue under the foreign laws of the flags, they're functioning as a foreign consulate for consular post missions. By filing your C-Pass and registering it with the post office and registering it with the State Department and the Minister of the Foreign Affairs, and I'll have to check what it is in your venue, but we'll be able to figure it out in the United Kingdom and Ireland, right? We'll be able to figure those out. Yes, sir.
Just two things. One is a request for all of you. When you have a question, if you can make it really audible so that can pick it up as well as for that camera, that would be really helpful. Doesn't apply to everybody because some of your voices carry wonderful. The second question I have, it's not a question, it's a statement. I want to check my knowledge.
Sure.
I want to just take this back a few thousand years. I'm a ship's captain.
Yes.
I need to come to your country, and I've never done so.
Correct.
And I need to deliver some goods to you or offer you some goods that I have for sale or exchange. I need to come to your territory.
Correct.
Safely. As a result, me and you would have had some sort of agreement as to how I can I can drogue into your port.
Actually, the term in that position, if you're going into those maritime salvage conditions, the term is wharf. And so you know how to, you need to learn how to transship on the wharf. And so what I would do is I'd file a lighthouse treaty with the port authorities to register with the customs brokers that are on the wharf that you're going to be navigating your vessel, giving cover, closure, and livery on such and such a date, such and such a time. You're coming in under latitude, longitude, but you might be on what they classify as a rum line.
Okay.
Rum lines are what happens when a ship may not know the way, or a ship's captain would get drunk and go out to sea. It may be a zigzag course, but you're coming in a conditioned state of a rum line, and you would want to still try to get to the closest state as you'd be there on. So go ahead, finish on.
Thank you very much for that. What I was also going to add is that these thousands of years ago, all of these orders of operation would have been understood with all countries that are trading with each other. And they would have, as an assumption, but one I feel very comfortable with, they would have agreed upon how to move things out safely. And as a result, there would be records of orders of operation for moving actual vessels, not just paper vessels, but goods, ships, captains, all that as a piece of document that I could look at. That probably still exists today.
Well, it did until we disqualified them. Let me
Okay.
find a document.
I would love to have a copy of the disqualified. And when I get to read and write properly, I'll read yours.
Oh, yes, it was done in the United Kingdom, your country. We disqualified the International Maritime Organization on May 16, 2012. David and myself filed for the cover closure of wharf movement for foreign vessels. This was presented in China, actually. So
Thank you.
you can't have it, but
No.
you can see it was done. United Kingdom. Yes, sir.
Could you briefly give me some information with regards to how to secure a live vessel? For example, a child.
Child is a ward of the state.
Is there a CPAS involved in that?
If you get them a sea treaty and file a claim of life with them, you want to have, can the mother still sign it, or is the mother's passed? Is that what I'm comprehending? You're talking about in your case?
Yeah, she's still, but she's not interested in this at all. Would probably
Well-
not sign anything.
Well, you'd have to present it. Let me talk to her on the phone.
Correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar, claims. Of the broadcasting,
Social media. I'm just going off the list here, and if anybody thinks that we should come up with something else.
Do you want all of these listed?
Yep.
Okay.
Just anything to do with, probably not like certification, victory, memory, ceremony, celebration, harmony, synchrony, but we're giving public showings, testimony, evidence, all through
Foundation.
a foundation. Yeah. Print, radio,
Do you want television?
Yeah.
And communication. Aren't these all communication?
yeah,
Press.
press pass,
Internet? I don't
internet, and you might want to italicize IN on internet. social media, do we include that like YouTube and some of the other applications? I'm assuming so.
Yeah.
Or I think.
Facebook.
Okay, however you guys are gonna.
What about concept? Is that a that's a,
Yeah,
it's not a good word for that.
no, not a good one for that.
Teachings.
Teachings, word of mouth.
Full, with full disclosure going in.
We already covered full closure up on the last paragraph. Yeah.
I don't know, do you want the vibration and frequency in that
No.
paragraph? That's a different concept.
That's a different concept.
That's right.
We're just dealing with concepts of communication. Public showings. Rally. Does anybody else see anything else on there that needs to be on there? Testimony?
Testimony.
Evidence? Evidence.
And then volition is another one. That's all part of it, isn't
This
it?
was already done in the first sentence.
Got both. Pretty much covered.
Photograph?
Pictures.
Pictures, photographs? And photographs. With this rid of the rogatory, you guys okay with that in there? You guys are comprehending what rid of the rogatories are?
No,
It's a letter that basically you're sending to an authority, as an authority for assistance or.
To allow evidence to be manifested in their building. So we're allowing evidence and testimony, or testimonials, in your guys' case, to be brought forth in foreign jurisdictions. Oh, maybe foreign correspondence? With this letter of the rogatory writ. We'll define all that.
Now, correspondence, would that be ending in T apostrophe S?
No, because we're corresponding with them
Okay.
in this location. Now, we could put foreign correspondence up here, probably should somewhere, so maybe we can plug that in. Probably should. Thanks for bringing that up.
In among the broadcasting social media terms.
Or wherever you want to put it. Just get it in there. with this how would we want, with this certification, how about with the correct communication now? What have we got there? You guys want at the end here, because this is the last prepositional phrase before, like we had the ending of the last sentence by the quantum media treaty claim. Do you want the last prepositional phrase before that with the certification by the quantum media or with the porting by the quantum media?
Porting.
Porting would may be more effective as far as it being the vessel.
Porting would give it a publication for sure. So, okay, so do we want porting?
And it's in the process of working
Okay.
forward.
Why not put them both?
We could run a conjunction there. What do you guys feel about
Porting
that?
certification.
Porting and quantum grammar certification.
Yeah, sounds good.
That gives it more strength.
How do I save this when we don't use the
Control, Command S.
command X?
All right. Now, who's going to come up here and take this backwards for us? There's our man right there. So, and walk us through the interchange right here, right? So you're going to show that your knowledge has certification, that you can interchange the position, set, and facts, so that we all have. Because it's good to see it from a different, and it's good for me to see if I'm teaching correct for you. Number one.
Okay.
So.
Let's start with the Saints first.
Yeah.
Okay. To go backwards, you would start with 4 down here at the by position. So I would say, for this quantum media treaty claim, R.
No, you gotta have, remember, you gotta keep your sequence. Your sequence is right here. Here's your base order of operation. Cause, consequence, possession, or verb, possession, and assignment. So when you come, down here and say, for this quantum media, that's the cause. You're flipping the order.
Right.
And then you would have a consequence, so you'd have to have another prepositional phrase.
It's with the porty and the present
Yeah,
discussion.
but you want to interchange, remember, don't forget to interchange.
Okay.
Okay, so we go, the opposite of plus is minus.
Okay.
So the opposite of with is of.
Okay.
So you would go, for this quantum media claim, which is a cause
Right.
of this porting and correct communication parsing syntax grammar claim, which is a consequence.
R. Okay.
R. Yes.
With.
Correct. The
Letter of the revelatory writ.
Yes.
Okay, when that's R with, then I will come back of
Yeah, there's a lot of prepositions here, so the of this quantum communication actually should be with this, so.
Okay.
No, wait a minute, right here, I'm looking up too high, you're right, with, of, with, I. So when you get into this after the verb, it goes possession, authority, possession, authority, possession, authority.
Okay.
It doesn't flip back up to the top,
I see.
okay?
Okay.
Okay, and so the interchange is here with the opposite of plus is minus, and the opposite of minus is plus. So
So that's a position authority going back.
yes, position authority after you use the verb. It does not
Okay.
flip back into the consequence and cause again.
I see.
Yes.
So the position would be the teaching words of the mouth,
Yes.
consideration of the public, showcasing rally testimony, evidence, right?
Correct.
Pictures and autographs of foreign correspondence.
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct. So you're just, these would be flipping back and forth at that point.
Right.
Prepositional phrases.
And that would be with the broadcasting, social media, print, radio, press.
Correct. Yeah.
Television, teaching words of the, foreign correspondence.
Correct.
And then it would be,
Right to here.
okay,
So the opposite of with.
of the correct sentence structure claims
Then the opposite of.
with the quantum media treaty claim by
The authority. Which
we,
is the people.
the post, yeah,
The people are the authority.
right.
Yeah.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Good job. Good job. And that is a good way to interchange and learn, because it's about learning, it's about sharing, and this is the value of coming to our rally here. So, does everybody comprehend what happened there? Where his confusion was a little bit is he did not take into consideration, and I didn't give a good job giving closure, and so hopefully I have now, that after you use the verb, and you move the verb, the cause and consequence are no longer in play. So the prepositions that interchange the plus and the minus go possession, authority, possession, authority, possession, authority, and you know that you did it right because you always end with the authorization of the authority at the end of the sentence. With the authority being the people who have authorized the quantum media treaty claim. Are there any questions? Yes.
The only part when you're saying it goes back and forth from the position and authority.
Correct.
Is the basic rule that you follow is the verb, after the verb,
Yes.
it never goes back?
Never goes back to
Okay.
cause and effect. Because the cause and effect already took forward at the beginning, because the claimants and postmasters, the cause was their knowledge.
So that's how we would distinguish their position and authority opposed to the volition.
Correct. Are we done with this series of conditions?
So in general, yeah, you can continue erasing that. In general, you flip the cause and consequence,
Yes.
and not the possession authority.
Correct.
Great.
No,
Thanks.
yeah.
change
You exchange the possession and authority. Anytime you move the verb, the only thing after the verb will be the possession and the authority. So it's a 567, 567, 567, 567. And you'll know that your 567 is correct when you end it with your assignment at the end.
Is there anything wrong with putting, let's say that we, by the group of us at the end instead of at the start?
Well, that's what you just showed when you moved the by.
I know, that's what I mean, but see, in Latin and stuff, everything is, you take authorization for everything.
Yeah, first in front. The problem is you're immune from it at that point.
Okay.
Under the rules of content. Remember when at the beginning today when I said, dear daddy, dear mommy, and you sign your name at the end? Are you responsible for anything after your name?
No.
Okay,
But
so
would it be better to have that at the end of the sentence, so by you or something like that?
well, it is technically because we all have knowledge how to take it backwards.
Okay. But does it matter one way or the other?
It certifies it. Taking it backwards certifies it. It is the certification of frontwards.
What I'm
See,
asking-
right? Okay, hold on. I want to show you something.
Okay.
What you're asking for is what goes in comes out.
Yeah.
Right? What goes in comes out. So by being able to take it backwards, you then show a correlation using the function of the mechanics. Okay? But if you put them for yourself, we can put ourselves at the end, taking accountability for it, but we want the treaty at the end. So when the next time we go to use the treaty for the next campaign rally, we move the treaty first, and then those who join in as tenants come at the end of the sentence, so we can bring people into our community, into our director's party. Yeah, so this is just yes, the answer is yes. But we have to set the foundation first, just like me showing you the hats earlier, to show you that you can join in as tenants to join with the condition of the state. Any other questions that you might have on that?
Not really, just other than the fact that just, well, you can write either way though, and it's still good.
You have to have knowledge.
Yeah.
Right. Just like when we're going to get into the syntax in here, because we need to, and I apologize, we're kind of skipping around a little bit. We've got one more paragraph to look like that we need to do. Did we get Raleigh? Yeah, we got Raleigh last one. Okay, so we need to go into vibrations, frequency, memory, ceremony, celebration, coherence, and yays, manifestation. Okay. So that last paragraph was we started at 0-1, and then now we go to tilde 2. And I'm just going to use for, well, I'll just write it out. Oh, whoops, it isn't the, my bad, or we, I apologize. And it isn't the, it's our. I apologize. Unless you see another article that you guys want to add there. Is there another article that you'd want to add there?
In number 1, we got the too, so she take
Yeah,
that
it
out,
needs to
put
change
in
it,
an
yeah.
R.
So
we want to
you're
keep it
saying-
sequential with what we had the first time.
So you're saying that a article or a set can be possessive?
Yeah, you can make possessive or you can make it plural.
Our.
Just depending on who's involved with it. With our of our vibrations, frequency with our media, yeah. Of our vibrations.
What about our foundation?
Yeah, foundation's gonna be there too.
Will we use our certifications?
We already used it. And the certification is that you can take it backwards. You can comprehend this. And we're gotta get into the syntax next, right? Probably jump in right over.
have memory. Just plugging in the words that were not. We still have ceremony, harmony. Guess we should use harmony here. Ceremony.
Harmony's in 0 as well.
Harmony's in 0, we don't need to do that. Another word that we have is, I don't know if you spell this right, synchrony?
Synchrony, S-Y-N-C-H-R-O-N-Y.
He's got S-E, that's what it's. Coherence. What's going on with his spelling? We use spell check. Do we use manifestation?
Yes.
So in 0,
Yeah,
we
it's
did.
in 0.
Do we use team?
No.
Schedule?
No. Could we add a word that we don't have in the list?
Sure.
Standing?
Standing. I guess we could do that. in there.
Overstanding?
Yeah, not over.
Not under.
Building. Building communication.
Synchrony, is that supposed to be S-Y-N-C?
That's why, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yay for victory. With our communication, concept, syntax, grammar, celebration. By our quantum medium. All right. We have used all of our words. Oh, you know what we didn't use? Oh yeah, we did use it. Schedule. Does anybody think we should need to change that up a little bit? And who's going to come up here and take it backwards? You want to come take it backwards? All right.
remember your orders of operation. Remember what goes in must come out. Remember the verb of thinking, which is a fact, is the thinking that takes place within the formula. And then you remember your order of operation. You can erase, erase the by and put a full, oops, so let's get that. Get that.
We can hardly see that.
Okay, now watch. Here's our preposition here. What goes in must come out. The opposite of by is for. What goes in must come out. So you have a cause, which is our quantum medium claim. The consequence of the quantum medium claim is of our correct communication celebration. The celebration comes to fruition because we are with our vibrations, frequency, correct communication, sentence structure, foundation, memory, synchrony, ceremony, coherence, team, schedule. Correct. And then the last prepositional phrase that you missed was right here. That is one communication right there because it has an and right there. It's a little confusing. So that's where you're getting confused. That is a yes. Now, why is that in correlation with down here?
Let's just say what comes in goes out, so everything has to be reversed.
What goes in must come out. Right? Goes back to its origin. So it completes the function, complies with rule 1 and rule equal, so it creates fairness for all of us. That's right. Congratulations. This gentleman has only been into this for about 4 months, and he's doing very nice. So good job. Are there any questions? No questions? Okay. Well, we have 3 paragraphs. We've covered all of our words. And now we need to put definitions to our words. But before we do that, and before we get into the definitions, we want to get into a little bit of syntaxing to comprehend why we're not using an outside dictionary in our contract, in our construct. Does anybody have something online or some kind of sentence that we could use to break it down for parse, syntax, grammar, apply value to words on a definition or a word value? Does anybody have something like that?
Can I try one something out of the Gospels?
Oh, that's right on. Give me a sentence. Doesn't matter. No, something with the law or something. Or
Can I do that?
Oh, you want to go write it up? Go ahead.
No, not write it up.
Can we use a phrase? You want a fictional sentence, or you want to?
Yeah, I would prefer like a legal law or something. So
No law of fact shall be tried in court.
What's no law of fact? Yeah, we can get that. That's going to correlate once we get into this. Yeah.
Check out 12 USC 411.
I don't have a computer on me. Is there any internet service down here?
Yep.
Anybody got any internet service?
Yeah, Wi-Fi.
I don't.
Can you punch up some kind of law or regulation or something?
Okay,
Or
well,
we can do both.
Well, can I just read this out to you?
Well, let me write it down.
It's out of first chapter, John's Gospel. In the beginning was the Word.
Hold on. Go ahead.
And the Word was with God.
Hold on. The verb. Come on. Was in the past. What's the verb? Okay.
He was in the beginning with God.
Is there a comma or anything in there?
No, this is second verse. So full stop.
Is this the first verse?
Yeah.
Okay, well, hold on. That's good enough. Okay, so we don't know in is a preposition, but we know we lose jurisdiction between here and here because we know beginning to be a fact. Was is a future tense adverb. But in this condition of state, it becomes a 1, 1, 3, 4. 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 1.8, 4.8, 1, 2, dangling participle verb. So what happens here, oops. What happens here is we have our prepositional phrase. We know that what comes in front of a noun, well, there's two, what comes in must come out. So we have a reflection. But what is coming into this 3 is not coming out. Beginning is a condition of state as a fact. But in this particular case, it becomes an opinion because it doesn't have the certification backwards and frontwards behind it. With another prepositional phrase or a hyphen to create a compound fact. Therefore, it becomes a condition of state as an opinion. So it's the same function as 35, which we spoke of earlier, which equals 35. We know that this is correct. It's the same position here. You're creating a condition of state. The author is creating a condition of state for subjective interpretation. Was, which is in the past, now becomes a pronoun. Because pronouns come out after adjectives. Pronouns get modified backwards by adverbs, and adverbs modify frontwards verbs. One's come in front of twos, three's come in front of fours. One's modified fours backwards, one's modified verbs frontwards. Now was, the author uses was in the two positions. So he's using was not only as a pronoun, but he's using it as an adverb. Because he's using it he's in two places at the same time. Therefore, he lacks rule 1 and rule equal because first rule of sentence structure, keep things simple, singular. So he's in the past, and he's calling himself a verb. Because we know that what goes in must come out. The only thing in front of a prepositional phrase is an article, which is a 6 or a set, and a conjunction. But since it lacks the article, it becomes a modifier. Modification is change, change is motion, motion is action, and action is verb. So now God becomes a verb. Can anybody define God as a verb? It's a fact. It's fact. But in this condition of state, it becomes a dangling participle verb, which means it hangs loose. It has no assignment of what? Authority. One's come in front of twos, three's come in front of fours, one modified fours backwards.
So
you're in past tense or you're in future tense.
So that sentence, the way it's written, is just taking the authority away from God.
It's not even defining God. Has no assignment.
No, but in the reader's mind that read in the fiction.
In the reader's mind, anybody that would read that and didn't know anything about syntax might find himself lost.
I don't know, the way I look at it is, I see it says with God, and because I know God,
There's a verb.
to be God as
Yeah,
God.
but it goes against the function of what comes in front of it. You're looking at your subject matter and you're leaving your parse. You're leaving your order of operation. Yes, sir.
Is it true that by him reading it in the fiction and having a subjective interpretation is what he's getting other than the fact, right? Because he's saying that he takes it to be with God. That in his situation, that's a subjective interpretation opposed to the fact, right?
Well, it's not
Because-
a fact. Well, here's
opposed.
the trap. Here's the trap. If this is a verb, which it is, and we know it doesn't exist, I can say this is table. Or anything else I want it to mean.
So it's just negative all around.
It's just no.
Right.
One line. You know, when we met with the Vatican,
That's how it doesn't mean anything.
you know, one of the really cool things is when we were dealing with the Vatican and we walked them through the program and they said that we've been studying it. It says, look, we've created this religion thing and the people just buy into it. And it's just like, they're so, and their words, not my words, their words is they're dumb. Not my words. Their words.
Well, that's because the whole religion is based on faith, so
And
you
fear.
put all rationale aside and you step in a form of believing what you're told and led as a sheep.
Correct.
How should that be written?
Oh, wish you had said that.
I only noticed it when you...
Can you read the sentence to me?
Yeah,
I
sure.
apologize.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. There is a comma after Word,
Oh, that's, see, this is important to know. And what else is it?
and the Word was with God, comma.
Oops.
That's as far as we went.
As far as we went.
Was again.
Comma, and the Word was God.
Not only this, was verb again, says still
No, it's
And the word
and,
was.
Oh,
and the Word was God.
oh my God. Well, still and.
No, and the Word was.
Oh,
You'll have to erase what's God.
silly stuff. The verb was verb. I guess we could go before that, I guess. Yeah.
So that got rid of our D, negative
Yeah,
participle
we
verb.
have ands and commas and a bunch of stuff there, so that's not
Still,
silly.
yeah.
Sentence. Okay, so frontwards and backwards, what comes in doesn't come out. Right? Using God as a verb, there is no such thing, because it's fact. So the author lacks communication with a fact. So he's giving you subjective interpretation to create a verb so he can put a pun or a spin on it to control the masses. And that's the reality of how that works. So, if you were going to write this from the beginning, the assignment of the authority begins and ends with God. Is that not correct? Is that what the author was trying to do?
Begins with a word. No, begins with God. Yeah.
Right? But God would have to have knowledge to project it the word.
But isn't the word by the authority of the word?
Well, the assignment of authority is going to be at the end of the sentence, going to be by the God, no doubt.
Okay.
That's going to be the end of the sentence. But I guess you would go.
The cause would be for the word.
For the God's beginning. Of his word. Is. We're speaking about a first person specific here. Is with the word.
But in the first, in the way it's written in the Bible, nowhere does it indicate that the word was with God, does it? The beginning was the word, and the word was, oh yeah, sorry, with God. Yeah, you're right.
So frontwards and backwards, we've got our sequence here. We've got a cause.
Sorry, I asked that wrong. What I meant to say was, nowhere does it say that the word was.
Well, show me the sentence. So you're making a presumption. Hold on.
Well, that doesn't say it's his word. It doesn't say anywhere in the first sentence. What in the Bible?
Okay, well then we can say the.
Yes.
The word. Not a problem. So we have. Let me change pens with you guys real quick so I can show you something. In this prepositional phrase box, we have your cause. We have your consequence. We have the verb. We have the possession. And the authority. So frontwards and backwards, we would come up here and we would say, for the God of his word, of the word, is with the word by the beginning, by God's beginning. Because you would interchange the prepositional phrases, so this would become a by, with, of, or you can keep that maintained right there, or for, you can make that a for as well. And then, actually you wouldn't make it a for, you'd make it a for. For the God of the word is with the word by the God's beginning. So frontwards and backwards, what goes in comes out. And sequentially, that's correct. The sentence itself is singular.
And what you just did certified it, right?
Yes. The word itself, the sentence is singular. What that means, it has one volition. It has an assignment, frontwards and backwards, of certification from beginning to the end. And so it follows with rule one and rule equal, which creates joinder for God's beginning.
Thank you. Can I interject? So, in my younger days, when I was a child, when I used to read these things in the newspapers and things, none of it actually made sense. And
Bringing it down.
Sorry.
nothing made sense. What I noticed is that the words had a multiple levels of meaning.
Correct.
Too many subjects in one sentence, with lots of commas and things like that. So what I did is I just removed the commas and put a full stop in my head and just read that out as one subject per sentence, and it started to make sense. And I kept with that for many years, and hence I'm here. Actually, I've now got a method. So in the early days, how I used to read that, say from the Gospels, was, in the beginning was the Word, full stop. The Word was with God, full stop.
That way, hold on. Let's do it that way too. I don't have a problem. How did you read that?
So this is how I would read it. I would put a full stop. In the beginning was the Word, full stop.
Hold on. Okay.
Okay. And in my child's mind, to make it connect, I used to put a railway track. So that would be an equal sign. So in my mind, I used to project an equal sign.
Where at?
After full stop. This is the reading of a child, yeah.
Okay.
And the Word was with God, full stop.
And the readings, is that what you said?
Yeah. And the Word was with God, full stop.
Hold on a second. That's interesting. Almost the same volition on the same sentence. Pretty interesting.
And then to complete that, I used to finish it off by saying the Word was God. I would leave out the end. And the equal sign was not an equal sign in my child's mind. It was a railway track to say the train is actually moving on from one sentence to the other. And I used to make sense out of literature and things like that by using my own method or interfaces.
Yes. Well, the function of what you just articulated has almost the same sequence, other than the the pronoun here. You have an adverb, verb scenario, an adjective, or adverb, adjective, pronoun, adverb, verb scenario. The conjunction, adverb, adjective, pronoun, past tense, adverb, verb scenario. So, but in your teaching and education, you did one certain thing. You made the assignment of authority at the end of your sentences a verb. The Word with God was God. So you were in an educational system where they taught you to end every assignment of authority as a verb, so you couldn't have any now-time jurisdiction. Yes?
I just want to throw a little picture into this. I've been taught a lot of the Word growing up as a child. And there's so much assumption in the Bible that we don't know.
I don't even get into it anymore because
I know, but just to show, never mind how much fact everything's supposed to be, and it shows how much assumption there is. The Word is referring to Jesus, and God is referring to the Father. And it doesn't even say that in there anywhere. You'd never know that just by reading that.
No, I see verbs.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to project that, just to let you know how
well,
it just freaks me out, knowing quantum now and seeing God's Word, how much it's written all in assumption.
It might give you a different solution in your life. It might give you a different piece if you syntax it and rewrote it and created the values upon it to bring harmony and peace into your life. Because it does.
Right.
But it's up to you.
Right.
You got to fix your own problems. Remember I told you that?
Yeah.
Oh,
It just blows my mind. It's just like,
is everybody done with this?
Thank you very much for that.
yeah. Has the original transcripts of the Bible ever been syntaxed?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not going to take custody of that. All I know is what the nuns told me at the Vatican, and they told me that they had been syntaxing and studying out of San Antonio, Texas for 5 years, and that was in 2003.
Okay, cool.
So,
Miller
Not
told
my,
me that.
not my field. My field is banking and military postal. Those are my two fields.
No, that's fine. I was going to add something else. But,
Okay. Yeah, I don't. Somebody else's. I've got
Yeah,
my own
no, I
studies.
just, the reason I said that is, it's such a huge contrast from the way the system was being taught to me to quantum language now. It just, and it makes sense that it should have been done that way in the first place because it's fact and there's no assumption.
Well, if they would have made facts, then you wouldn't have went to war.
Yeah.
So why would they have done that? Because there's no profit in it. There's no strife. There's
And
no
of all the
division.
books in the world, it's amazing to me that that book has the most assumption in it.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of them with this.
It's like, at least from the ones that I've read, it's like,
if you read the Catholic version, that's like 10 times even harder to understand than what I just read out of here. You know, it's impossible to even just read a sentence out of it.
Yeah, I just see numbers.
I have a. This has nothing to do with what you're teaching, but there's something that's been occurring in my mind for a very long time, and I'm gonna, if it's okay with you, it'll take a couple of minutes for me to explain myself. People have come across psychopaths, and I acknowledge them as a particular species that live on the planet.
Sure.
Their characteristics is that they are not creative, they cannot produce anything for themselves, they cannot plow the land. They don't have access to the things that me and you take for granted. They have no sympathy and so on and so forth, but they exist.
Sure.
This system, and if I was a psychopath, would give me no expression in my life. I can only exist by preying on you.
You don't have to
I
prey
can
on
only
me at all,
exist
please.
on society, but please too try not to misunderstand me. This is quite important to me.
Okay.
If such a person cannot exist by preying on you, then they're going to become extinct.
No, not with our system.
But I haven't quite finished. I haven't quite finished. Psychopaths, of course, will do a great deal of things to protect themselves because they look upon you as their prey, something to parasite on.
Sure. Sycophant.
Sorry?
Sycophant.
Don't know that word?
Sycophant?
No.
Parasite?
Okay. So, the people that corrupted this, the people that corrupted the banking, the entire infrastructure is by that type of people, that type of parasitical life that exists parallel with us. They can't produce anything, they can't do creative work, they don't have access to their emotional centers, they cannot feel what me and you feel. So, where do they go? They're not going to leave, you know, with this. They're going to fight to keep this in fiction because it's the only way they can exist. Without them preying on me, they have no expression, no existence.
In search of enemies.
Correct.
So your question is?
My question is, it's almost like a statement. It's like, if they're fighting for their lives, they are fighting for their lives. It's a dilemma that I'm throwing at you.
I told you I no longer mind because I know they no longer matter.
That's you as an individual. For the general masses, all it requires is just one person for them to prey on, and that's the nature of these things.
Well, that's why we're doing what we're doing. Now you know exactly why we're formulating quantum media and giving it to all of us, so we can all join with it and we can all move forward in a peaceful manner. That's why we do what we do. That's why we give a foundation to allow others to join with us. It's the exact volition of why we're here.
Thank you.
Are you saying that the psychopaths won't accept it? Won't accept this?
If I'm a parasite living on you, sucking your blood, and you're protecting yourself, I'm going to go extinct, and I'm going to fight for my life to protect my host, if you get my meaning. So I've not been able to answer that question myself, and that's why I pose it to you
Oh,
to
yeah.
get the wisdom off of you as well.
Oh.
I posed it to Miller as well. He quoted Abraham Lincoln, which is, "You can't fool all the people."
So with that being said, how much resistance have you found has been against, like, to this? But I want to know.
How much resistance have you had?
I know, but I want to know.
In one particular case, they used material things against me, such as tangible things for nutrition. And I went from 186 pounds to 104 pounds. The physicality was rough.
Yeah.
Right? That's the reality of it, or the factuality. My bad. But it was my finding of my peace and my finding of myself there that gave me peace of mind in those situations.
I can understand quite clearly what this gentleman is speaking of, simply because I've studied natural health a lot, and I've seen someone die because we've put him under anti-parasitic properties, given it to him, and the parasites fought so hard to resist these parasitic threats that it was a parasite cleanse that we put this guy through. He ended up dying. You could see lumps of parasites congregating underneath his scalp and moving around under his scalp, and he didn't last very long. He died because the parasites become extremely aggressive when they're being attacked, and that's, I think, very much what he's saying with this.
Well, it looks like everybody's kind of fading a little bit, so why don't we take a 15-minute break, come back, and we'll get into finishing up the treaty, finishing up things, and it'll give me time to drink water too. So.
Thank you very much. I asked that question out of genuine sincerity.
Oh,
it was
yeah.
not, because I've not been able to answer it. As the gentleman says, the parasite will take you out if it thinks it's going to become extinct.
Yeah.
The only problem is he takes himself out, though, too.
Correct.
Yeah,
As everybody gets educated, he would take himself right out.
That's the thing, they don't care about the host at all.
Amelia.
Yes.
It is on medium.
Memorabilia. And Dave didn't want me to pop out with the memorabilia yet, but next time I do it, I'm going to be conducting a campaign rally seminar every 45 days till 2016. So you're going to get to see more of me. You can be a part of it. You can be part of the quantum media about it. You can participate. We're creating a function and an avenue for the citizens to learn how to be in joinder, in tenancy, so it's equal for one, and it's in one jurisdiction for joinder, which maintains the rules of the continuance of the evidence for each and every citizen who joins our directors-party. And we will win.
How do we join? This is what we're doing right now?
If you have to ask that question, you probably need to walk out the door.
Just want to make sure I'm there.
Memory, what else were we talking about? Memory, memorabilia, statues. We don't have any statues made yet, but you know what? What the heck? We can make them. All right, ceremonies. Be a good place to go have a ceremony. Claim some land somewhere, file postal monies, orders on it, and start sticking up statues of correctness. Get the visualization of the people on a focus to where there's help for each and every one of us.
Wow.
Why not?
How about celebrations?
Oh man, there's nothing I'd like to do better than party. So, but I got to be careful on how I do it because I'm not perfect. Okay, celebrations. All right. So if we're going to do celebrations, we're going to have to do it in a timely manner. We're going to have to set a schedule. We're going to have to get organized.
Rallies.
We have to be organized.
So a rally.
And the best thing that I can explain is there has to be togetherness. There has to be cohesiveness between David and myself and our correlation to each and every one of you. So that's one of the things that we need to do.
Oneness.
Unity.
Oneness. Anything else is a negative word.
How about,
Right.
oneness?
Unity doesn't work.
Yeah, unity's not good.
Let's see.
See, the powers that be use hypnosis too, so.
Yeah, but we ain't gonna use hypnosis, because we don't wanna put anyone to sleep. We wanna free them up.
Yeah, well,
So if we're freeing them up, we're changing the orbital structure, the energy's going in, so what can we call that?
enlightenment, but the end isn't.
Harmony,
Harmony is a sweet word. We use it quite a bit in a lot
frequency,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
well, synchrony.
I like harmony.
Synchronicity.
Synchrony is good.
So that's a matching of frequencies.
Yeah, that's right. Is it NY? Synchrony, yeah. What's some other quantum words here that we can use? I don't know if that's spelled right. We can spell check it.
Right.
What else could we use?
It's unity.
We're giving public showings. We can do public showings. That would be part of the rally. I'm going to spell it with an I, not a Y. Public.
I'm a little bit confused.
Yes.
The items that you've got up so far, I can understand.
Correct.
In terms of harmony, this is a personal comment.
Sure.
I've never witnessed anybody agreeing
No
upon.
one has ever witnessed this program. You've never witnessed his hands. You've never witnessed prepositional phrases. But it's going to bring harmony and peace to your life.
Yes.
So the harmony is relevant for frequency to maintain our affinity loop of rule 1 and rule equal for each and every one of us. To maintain the rules of continuance and evidence. It's the culmination of the doing.
Of the oneness.
So can we?
Of the is.
Your mind is all working together.
Correct. This is from a first person specific of an am. I'm now giving it to you as an are. We can give testimonies of what we see, of what we witness, of what is being fixed. So maybe testimony might be a part of quantum media. And testimony actually is going to go in with a word that a technique that I'm going to give you right now called the writ of the rogatories. This is a new mechanic that each and every one of us need to familiarize ourselves with. We get smiles over here. Let's see. So, what do I say? Writ of rogatory and testimony. Because what does testimony bring in? Brings in evidence. And evidence is brought in through writs of rogatory. So now we've just created a foundation. And the foundation that we're going to use is correct communication, parse, syntax, grammar. It is being able to give full closure. Is there anything else that anyone might be able to think of that we can place and start rearranging these words in some sentences, in some paragraphs, so we can get this down on paper so each and every one of us can be a part of it? Yes, sir.
Coherence.
Coherence. Like it.
Could you elaborate a little bit for me on that word?
Well, what my intent there is
Volition.
that of our volition. Thank you for the correction. In physical terms, we've looked in the direction of the orientation towards frequency. we don't actually all have to have the same frequency, but we can vibrate together.
Upon that vibration, we all stand up and we say, "For I concur," which is contract communion with the concept of both bringing things into a now factual condition of the state and being at peace and doing good through our volition.
So then what I hear and falling under quantum media would be concurrence and concurrence-building.
Building. Because we're building a foundation. A foundation that all the people are going to be a part of. Okay, do we have these words written down? Well, this ought to be exciting. That's quite a word. Quite a concept, guys.
And from flowing from building, construction, is that a negative contract word?
No, it's a good word.
Okay.
It's a good word.
What about fruition?
Fruition.
Like conception
To bring, to manifest it? Manifestation?
Yes.
Manifestation's a good word.
Accomplishment.
Yeah, hold on a second. I'm trying to get all the words down. Go ahead.
No.
That.
Therapy.
No, this isn't therapy because we're balanced.
Well, therapy means working with.
Yeah, but we're balanced. Therapy can also have a connotation that there's something wrong. That would be pointing the blame again, which we discussed earlier, saying something existed.
So then with that comment, you're also steering away from healing? Because we're already whole and well?
No.
Oh.
We're just simply balancing. We're balancing.
So is healing then something to add?
It's a gerund noun. I don't like to really use it.
Oh.
Fulcrum.
Fulcrum.
Synchronicity?
Well, that goes with the scheduling.
Oh, okay.
Where do we have scheduling?
We have synchrony already.
We have synchrony already.
Do we have scheduling up
column.
there too?
I don't think so.
First column.
Schedule. Yeah, we gotta schedule this stuff. We gotta get in. Because we're all part of a team. It's a team effort. Not one man can do this alone. Anything else that anyone can think of that will help our quantum media that you guys are it?
Consolidate, perhaps?
What?
Consolidation?
Oh, we're not consolidating, we're actually giving it. We're giving it to the world.
Charity.
What about the word gift?
Yeah.
Gifting.
Charity, which is also love.
Charity's love is a good word, actually, but we'll go with charity. Can you, in the back, can you please clarify what you meant about consolidating?
Coming together, I guess, would be part of the.
You know what? We will use that. That's a good thought process. Yeah.
About solidarity.
No, because we're not solidarity. That would mean that we would violate Rule 1 and Rule Equal, because it's equal for all of us.
So I missed that explanation then. I don't hear where solidarity is a violation of equality.
Well, if you were to say that again.
I don't hear what you're pointing at when you say that solidarity is a violation of being equal.
Solidarity is more from your own claimant and position, and this is about our position. So that's why that I wouldn't really want to use that word.
Okay, so it's a stretch and maybe improper to point towards a group with solidarity.
I don't want the outside world to think that we're being consolidated, because we're not going to be selfish. We're going to be givers.
I think I've got a good one. Leadership.
Leadership. We are leaders.
Right.
Very good.
Make sure you hyphenate that.
Oh, well.
Lead hyphen. Oh, or.
What was the word you used?
Leadership.
It was dealing with gifters.
Giving.
Humility.
Humility, that comes under volition. That'll be a good word.
Giving and charity, they kind of work together as well.
Yeah, we'll match that one this time. We'll cross the words out. What other words can we think of here for quantum media and how the value for the citizens can be brought forward?
Operation.
No, because
I was gonna
that
say
comes under
co.
functions. That comes under the
I was going to say
functions.
cooperation, but.
Cooperation, yeah, cooperation. Loving's good, but we don't want to try to stay away from the spiritual stuff if we can.
We're kind of drifting through a whole range here, but back to our more standard broadcast.
Broadcast is a good word.
Right, yeah.
Oh.
Anything else to deal with? Let's think. Let's go back.
Unity hyphen in the hyphen diversity.
No, we're not university because we are, but we can't go there.
Yeah.
You didn't intend to use the negative because we have to deal with the United Nations. We're going to have to correct them. They already know that's a problem. So you want to stay away from the word unity.
Would broadcast be hyphenated? Is could broad being wide and cast going forward?
It's sixes.
Yeah, okay.
If you look at the media and what they're doing, like the CBS, I call it. With life in between.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. Because one of the things that we're going to look at under our writs of rogatory is becoming foreign correspondents.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that anyone can think of?
I'm thinking like we started with quantum media and then social media. What about private media?
It's hard to use private because so much of it has been trespassed on.
Okay.
So that's a thing that we need to fix. We're just not in a position yet to fix it.
Are we speaking foreign correspondence as the written word, as in correspondence, or are we thinking foreign correspondence as the people?
As the people.
And it would be ENTS.
ENTS.
Would it not? Correspondence.
TS?
ENTS rather than CE. That's the
Oh.
person.
Remove the CE. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. There we go. Anything else? Well, I think we've got a pretty good list of words, guys, to come up with a treaty for quantum-media, for sure. Well, first of all, before we get involved in this, we have to think about functions and the mechanics of mathematics. Do we have this written down so I can move into this for you guys?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay. All right, well, we'll find out what kind of mathematical people we have here. Let me ask a couple questions. Before we start, we know that we're going to have the flag on. We're going to set our venue in the caption. We'll get to that at the last. And we know we're going to have a stamp on there with the registration on it. But I want to talk about the condition of the mind. It's the most important thing. It's the verb of thinking that takes place within the formula. So we want to look at why we're doing this. And we got to test our volition first. Each and every one of you has made a commitment to come from long distances, made a commitment to study, made a commitment to yourselves to learn this technology. So you have a commitment of searching and finding the facts. For whatever they may be, good or bad, you are in that searching mode. So we're going to take a look at volition, and when we start paragraph off, what's the first hieroglyphic that comes into place? No. The first thing that you see to start a paragraph, what do you see? You see a numbering system. Okay. Now the question that I pose to all of you is, what number would you like to start with?
Zero.
You start with 0, because that's your nativity place. So the first function that we were going to put on after we come up with our hieroglyphic of our caption is the mechanics of numbering sentences. It's the first thing we must think about. What's the first near? 0, right? So we're coming from a position of null point energy. Right? We're moving frequency, thought, knowledge, memory to a position of 0. Right? Where did you come from? Well, most people don't know. That's on them to figure out. So we're starting at 0. So we're going to use our prepositional phrases. Now, we know that the article, or the set, we know has several commands. We know that it can either be the, this, these, their, ours. Can anyone think of anyone else? Anything else? And, a. Can anyone think of anyone else? Anything else? Each, first person specific.
All?
No, can't define all. Every? Maybe. I, for
Your.
I am.
Your.
Huh?
Yours.
Yours. Yeah.
We?
Only if you define we in there. But then we might be a good one for a quantum medium. So let's think about that for a moment. Collectively, how do you feel about using the word we? For we, life birth claimants and postmasters of the quantum media. Let's think about that. Because we are a group. We are collective in this. We're coming together in deductive reasoning to show that we can articulate communication so that others in the world can correspond with it. On this document, we're going to do something a little bit different. If we can get Google down here, we're going to write this document in French and Spanish for you guys. So we can have the same sentence in English, the same sentence in Spanish, and the same sentence in French. So when we publish this, we're giving closure to those dialects that we are moving into communion for communication. So if we were to say, for we, which coming together collectively, we could be, because it's only specific to this contract.
Or we could also use us.
Yeah, but we want to allow others to join in and out, in with us. So as others and other rallies occur, and other forms, conditions set up, that others get a chance to join with our group. So for we, do we all have claims of the life? I'm looking like we do.
Yes. I don't.
You don't have a claim of the life. Well, we may have to get a claim of the life for you. So let's.
I don't think I do.
You showed it to me, Irma.
Yeah.
Small things that can be tweaked.
You don't have a claim of the life?
Well, I don't think I do, because I'm a bit dubious as to whether it is what it is. But he told me that it just needs to be tweaked a little bit.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, then we'll deal with that after the fact.
Thank you.
Okay? We don't want to stop our function as a group to come to conclusions here. Yes. Okay,
No,
so
I'm
for
stuck
we,
with it.
life birth claimants, be postmasters on this document. We're all going to autograph stamps. Lucky for us that we happen to have a few laying around.
Is that an ampersand before the?
Yes, and now what I would like to ask is for each and every one of you to come up here and write your name right across here. And while you're doing that, I'll get a document prepared and I'll be copying this off the board. So you just want to just work your way across this way or however you want to do it. And write your names across there with punctuation. Yeah, but leave room. Make sure you're up high on it. Well, that's okay. You're all right. You get it authorized. You get it authorized. No, but you get it authorized. Send it out Monday.
Yeah, I've seen samples. No, I got Dave one at home. But it's probably 10 years old. But I don't know his new books like that. I was making my own note basically, but I just thing is made 3 other people. Or 2 other people to do it. And there's nobody around there that'll autograph me. Okay. That's the main thing. See, the thing is, you gotta
On the feet.
yeah, well, it's like who in the heck said it? Oh, you ever heard of Major Ed James?
Yes.
Okay. Well, he says, you know, it doesn't pay to keep patting your head at somebody else, and if they're not going to listen, you just go on your own way. And every time it's going to have a deal.
And I'm in a group in Vancouver in the process.
Do you? Okay. Well, so you know what you listen to Toast to?
I was thinking put a period after your name.
Oh, and then when you get done writing,
Mr.
write your names, come on up and type your name in right there. Sorry about that, just kind of keeping the flow going here. Keeping the flow going.
Does it have to be?
Punctuation, upper and lower case.
Just one after the other?
Yes, comma. That way we're all involved, you're all learning on how the new system's gonna be. We're gonna start it off right, everybody gets to participate. That's the way it should be. With a comma. Let me just start off.
Gord's all over it.
Oh, okay.
He's
So,
done worse.
okay, yeah, this is the proper sentence,
Yes.
not an individual.
No, now it's
And I have if there is a
I'm sorry, but you need to learn how to participate, so without their system, you can remember it.
a little more context every time you add it.
Muscle memory to do the right.
It's a challenge, but it's
So it's repetition.
we metabolize this
And now
thing,
it's
we digest this.
just easier and easier for you. I have less
Yeah, it
capability
doesn't
to have
because
you already
the way
know what to do.
told about memorizing.
Yeah.
Right, we have to process it through our own experience.
Oh, it is the same.
Apparently. Somebody doesn't want to be on the video, just let me know, and I'll.
Oh, you should have that signed over here and watch everybody doing this. Right. What are you doing? This is history in the making.
So while this is happening,
Paparazzi's coming after.
There we go.
I've always had a question about initials for like a middle name. my dear brother Roger just put.
It could be the only people that are on this. Like Gordon, he's not here. He can't be on this.
But he'll be hurt. He'll be wounded.
But guess what? You'll get to be on the next one.
Okay.
Okay? Because when we're going to get done, it comes to the sharing. Remember the words?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're sharing. If you're not here to autograph the stamp, you can't be on it. Yeah, I apologize. It's just the way it is.
So I have the question about using an initial for a name. It's not correct, or is it not? It's not full.
It's not full. It's not complete.
Right. So Roger. You see, I wondered about my, but I wondered, that question is there for myself. Sometimes, I just want to autograph M.W. or something. But here on this one,
Stop incorrect. Stop incorrect.
what? It's longer for you. Oh, it means change this.
That's right. You always accounted for myself.
Your brother and sister, you never fought, did you?
Stop on the.
They're brothers, so I just.
Yes, sir.
Him and. He left the room, so he scolded him.
Well, his feelings got hurt.
His feelings got hurt. I love your laugh. Oh, thank you.
Okay, good.
I'm down on one knee to be knighted. Sorry.
No, I don't need to sit. How do you go back?
Okay, I'm down on one knee to be the light of day.
There you go.
Lighted up the day. Instead of the night.
You gotta get, this is how it should be. Because everybody's under Rule 1, everybody's under Rule Equal. And so when we come up with laws that go into society, when we vote our senators and our representatives in there and whoever they want to do, their duty is to do what I'm doing and allow the citizens to come up with the words that they want and the citizens to put it in a position. Because it's the citizens that have been governed by it. Correct. And so they're supposed to be there for administration. Yeah. I'll get there.
You doing it?
Oh, you know it. You know it.
So you gotta get into the other person's other role.
If you want to share this information, so that you can educate the community. This is for the
That's a copy that has been re-stamped and autographed. Good. No. Well, okay, I mean, I know this, I know this needs to be corrected.
There's gonna be, because we're gonna get going fast after this.
You gonna put a comma or?
Comma. There's gonna be as soon as you get rolling here. This is valuable for the whole, this is like what the campaign is about. And so, because of that, it will pick up steam.
Yes.
I don't have to do nothing. I don't have to do nothing about it. I'm giving it to the people. And how they choose to learn gives them a value because they're gonna create the laws and the terms and the rules that are gonna govern how they choose to be.
Right.
I don't have a postal contract yet on it. It's just gonna take me days. This Tuesday. I'm gonna prepare it to signatures. So I'm not gonna sign.
Russell, John, you have a really good idea. This is a historic moment, what we're doing here.
Oh.
I think we need to have a class picture.
Oh, absolutely. At the end, once we autograph it, we put it out in front, and then we'll take it to the post office and file it on Monday, and absolutely.
For the certification of the image.
Yeah.
It may be the same question as Phil's, but mine is so old that I have an RW number, but I actually don't have it recorded.
That's fine.
Should be on the back.
Okay.
Should be on the back.
Another word for our list prior to this, photograph.
Don't you have your sticker on the back of that?
This is just a copy.
Oh.
Russell, should we go with formal wear for this picture?
Well, I did this in 2011, so it's been a couple of things changed.
I'll take care of it.
Just a minute. This is my situation. They put it on their stamp paper, which is where the stamp stuff is. And you put it real
Good question, I don't know. We need to ask that question of
Ask away.
Postmaster General.
Ask away.
I messed up my registration.
Yeah.
On the last one, I haven't been doing anything, so with that, I didn't do it quite. So basically, they put their stamp in here, right?
Yeah.
So I can't really put a stamp for that.
And you're talking about a metered stamp, right, Phil?
Oh, that's, yeah, but you just signed through the meter stamp. That's under franking. We haven't.
Okay,
We haven't.
Stein's there.
Yeah, yeah.
But what about paying the one here?
I don't understand. Is that on your claim of life or is that on your envelope?
No, that's just on the envelope.
Oh, you have to send it registered mail to yourself.
Yeah.
And they'll put, when it shows up at your house, it'll be on there and you sign it when you get there. First,
I can use it.
okay.
Put anything in the envelope, you know, just maybe.
Now that we've done this part here,
What signs that? I don't.
we're gonna have to speed this up because there's a lot of words here. So, postmasters, that'd be you. And
What you can't do is,
2016.
it's a distinction, it's a fraction from that.
Somebody's loved it.
Should be a tilde in front of the 8.
No 8 there. Yeah.
Oh, ampersand.
Well,
And what is this? This is the volition claim, because that's the first thing that we have to do is identify and give closure on the volition of our, because it's a group, we and our, of our volitions, volition claim. Are, because it's plural. So let's look at our words. What words here correlate with volition? We have
Will? Is that
humility, peaceful
Harmony.
with our peaceful claim of our harmony humility. And if you guys have wrote the words down, you can please help me out.
Charity.
Charity.
Giving.
What was that?
Giving.
Giving. What else is on there, guys?
Broadcast.
No, we're on volition, so we gotta think about volition.
What
Coherence.
about you?
Coherence, where's the up? We're coherent for sure.
Word of the mouth.
Concurrence.
Concur, concurrence. Is it double R there? Concur, yeah. And what I'm gonna have someone do is come right behind me here. And for time's sake. Oh, she knows it. Everybody, you guys know we're on that. Concurrence. What else was on here, guys?
Word of the month.
Does that deal with volition?
Manifestation.
Manifestation.
Team charity.
Yeah, yeah.
Manifestation.
Have you looked yourself?
Yeah.
Closure, I don't know if you want closure yet, do you?
And full closure.
Oh,
I'm going to with that.
Okay.
Oh, maybe we should put love in there.
Yeah, but it's hard to define love, because there's so much.
Right.
Because each one of these words have to have a definition in this contract, so that's gonna,
Oh.
we have to do that, so you gotta keep it.
For the me, you want Russell J. Gould.
Yeah, that's what I have to do. Yeah, okay. And full closure with the quantum media claim. With our quantum media, how about with the porting? Porting. Full closure. No, port, just already got full closure. With the porting by this quantum media. Now I'm going to show you guys some things here in a second. Quantum media treaty claim. Now I'm going to go back to the prepositional phrases and the math formula real quick. What goes in must come out. It's a fact. Goes in, comes out. What comes in front of the fact? A conjunction or a set. Conjunction or a 6. I'll just put 6, make it easy. Conjunction 6. Well, what's left? The plus 2 and the minus 2. The opposites. Which are the functions. This is your prepositional phrase.
Okay.
Your 5. Now watch this. And of course, last is the verb of thinking. All right. Now watch. If we were to take this sentence backwards, and we want to maintain the function here, and the rules of the continuance of evidence, and make it still maintain rules 1 and equal, what do? We do the opposite of plus, which is the minus, right? So we interchange the 5, which is the preposition, or the position. So instead of saying, when we take the sentence backwards, the opposite of by, here's our prepositions, or by, for, our, or no, sorry, with, what else we got up here, guys? Of. Okay, there's others, but we're just going to break it one sentence down at a time and do this each time. What I'm doing is I'm showing you that you can go in and out using prepositional phrases, because we're trying to make it rule 1 and rule equal, and we're trying to maintain an infinity loop. So it's a now time scenario forever, and you comprehend what is being articulated. So when we go to take the sentence backward, what is the opposite of by? For. Right? So when we read the sentence backwards, it becomes, we interchange the opposite, right? The plus and the negative. We interchange this, and I'm going to take it backwards for you now. This now becomes a for. Now watch what happens here. We go back up to the prepositional phrase. What is the opposite of for up here? Of. Right? So we're going the opposite. What's the opposite of with? Of. Go to the next prepositional phrase. What's the opposite of? With. We're using the function here. The opposite here, negative, and the opposite of plus is negative. The opposite of negative is positive. Yeah. We're using the opposite function to control our facts. This is the value of the prepositional phrase, or the position set fact. Communication. In some languages, it does not correlate the same. So we use the best synonym for the fact to maintain the rules 1 and equal for volition and concept of the sentence structure. So now we're here. The verb stays the same. And who's accountable for it? We are. Now we can take the verb and jump the verb down here to right here as well. So you can interchange and move the verb of thinking. You can take the sentence frontwards and backwards, or you can start with the middle. But remember what we learned earlier.
You want me to go get some new pens?
No, we'll, maybe, yeah. The cause to consequence, or the effect. The effect is a negative word. Here you got the verb. Or you've got the possession. Now let me show you what this does. And we have the assignment, or the authority. Now remember, we've got to maintain the rules of the continuance of the evidence. So we have an assignment to control our fact. So frontwards and backwards, the sentence maintains the same flow, which is important. So you have, for this quantum media treaty claim, of this porting, now you can move this to here if you wanted, And you can say are with our harmony, humility, charity, giving, concurrence, manifestation, and full closure, with our peaceful claim, of our volition claim, by we, the life birth claimants and postmasters and director. So frontwards and backwards we have balance in our formula because we're using the opposite preposition here. The opposite of plus is minus and the opposite of minus is plus. We're maintaining what the fact comes in and the fact goes out. The 1 and the 1. The 3 and the 3. Fact going in, fact coming out. Thank you, sir. And we're maintaining what comes in front of the fact. Well, there's only two things that can come in front of the fact. That's the position, or what they call the article, or I meant the set, and the conjunctions. Conjunctions, and we're not using any subjective interpretation here or leaving any choice because we're making a claim. And it's only our volition, knowledge, and memory that moves us into this condition of state. Are there any questions? Is everybody at peace with what just occurred? Excellent. All right, well, let's move on to the next sentence because we got a long way to go. Now that the establishment of the reason or the volition has been created, to create the reasoning of why we're doing this under paragraph 0, because we're coming from nativity, now we move into our next numerical sequence, because we all have a sea treaty, which you are coming in joint tenancies with me for SEE, which is back what I told you what I was doing earlier at the Vatican for the use of the characteristics so you don't trespass in usury. So we can use the hieroglyphics and the reason why we want to use them is because it's a global communication that is accepted through the teachings of fiction, but we've since syntaxed it through our own global bureaus of the weights and differences, weights and measures. And the numbering system is a form to create a sum. So we're making an arrangement, a syntax arrangement of usury. Are there any questions? No. Okay, so paragraph 1. Paragraph 1, we have established the fact that we have a volition. We have established the fact that we are creating a quantum media treaty claim. So what are the functions of the quantum media claim? So back to the beginning, what was our first paragraph? What was our first one words last time? For we.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, can you use black because it shows better on the camera. That one I just brought.
All right.
Yeah. It's even got a eraser on it.
Okay. Oh yeah. Life birth claimants. I'm just going to keep this short. Postmasters. Oh, you know what we didn't establish? In the first paragraph, we should have established knowledge. First rule of contract. So after each one of our names, can you put possessive hyphen, and then capitalize the word knowledge?
Sorry, well, we skipped back to that earlier sentence.
Yeah.
I don't know if I missed, well, I missed something in time here with the 2016 director.
Yes.
We're making this now in now time, but you're using that 2016 director as your part of your title or credential?
It's part of it. What it is we could bring it director now, but in 2016 we're telling the world that in 2016
that these are the terms of our election.
Okay, so I'm confused because would seem to me that for quantum
Fine,
media,
we'll
we
change
would
it.
like to be useful
How
before
about
that time.
How about before we change it, let's take a vote on it.
Well, I
Nope.
don't know if it should be changed or not.
Who here wants to change director, to leave it just director, or director 2016? Can we get a hand vote on that? Do you want to make the
I
change?
should do it now. Change it.
You want to change it or not change it?
I would say change it.
But I'm not with understanding
Hey,
as
it's
to
a-
which.
Yeah.
That makes
Huh?
it available right away.
You don't want to change it?
No.
I'm not with. We're not with comprehension as
Hold
to.
on, we're taking a vote. So we got a no right here. Okay, so I'm gonna, and this is the value of the prepositional phrase. So glad this is brought up right now. Prepositional phrase. We're going to place a value on it on the vote.
Can we have a question about defining the details on what we're voting on?
Right now, you're voting on the.
You may as well change the word vote to
Yeah, we're taking a vote on whether we want to take out director of 2016 or just use the word director. And that's what the vote is on. So we're going to make it so that we are all communing with that, because we all have choice and we all have a condition of thinking.
The thing is, we'd like to know the volition of.
The 2016 comes in with my campaign rally, with David and Maya's campaign rally.
Okay.
And so we have contract established to create a foundation so we don't trespass.
Okay,
He
so
wants
then-
to take that out, which we can, then I have to change the treaty authorization for my foundations. I have them in place. I just have to do a different program
Now,
to create a different matrix. If you want me to change it all up, then I got to change what I just presented you, and I got to stop right now and present a different situation to lay a different foundation so you can be confident in dealing with us as directors.
But I'm not requesting a question or a question on the number. I'm requesting for the knowledge of why. So
I'm telling you why. If we want to come in as directors, that deals with the condition of state of martial law. That does not have to do with campaign.
Yeah, well, my only concern or question then has to do with, is this going to be, will it have,
You're taking up a lot of time. So
sorry, will it have force prior to 2016?
Okay, so you don't comprehend rescission, right? And when do you think rescission starts?
Well, evidently I do not.
Okay, rescission starts when you put it in the mail. So after a 3-day rescission, it's valid.
Okay, so then this will be a quantum media that we're creating for now and for the use prior to the...
Correct.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, so we're taking a vote, so do you guys all want to keep it as 2016?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well that works a lot better than me having to change out a whole lot of things. I'm willing to do it, but that changes out of a campaign position into a martial law position. I'm willing to do it if that's what y'all want me to do.
No.
Just leave it the way.
Okay.
You're the general.
All right. Okay. So the vote is that we all agree that we're going to use position set facts to communicate and do it so that we all are educating the world for 2016.
Right.
Okay. So I'm just making sure that that's still the volition. All right. So now that that's gone through, we need to figure out the criteria for the quantum media treaty let's see, is it what? Oops. R. Now at this point, what does the quantum media claim do? One, it broadcasts, does it not? with these, make it a piece of cargo.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The cargo that you're speaking of would be the child on the document, right?
Yes, you would have them in both a nom de guerre, upper, you'd identify the vessel here, vessel name, and you would have her name. So let me change this all up for you guys and help you with your situation. Okay, so you'd have the vessel name. The vessel would be, let's
Kalina.
spell that.
K.
Okay.
It's easy. Kall.
K-A-L-L.
YNA. Hyphen MAE. Colon WIELER.
Okay. So you would identify her in this position. You would put that nom de guerre vessel name underneath her picture. And then you would claim her in upper and lower case for her for her age and whatnot. But you would also claim her in this position for her height, weight, the descriptive closure of who we are.
I see.
And then you would have her thumbprint, fingerprint, as well as the mother likeness.
So I included some punctuation in that, but that should be in the fiction.
No, it should be in you're trying to salvage her over, right?
Okay.
So you'd want to do it because she already has her fiction papers.
I'm just curious why you put it all in caps.
Because you're identifying the vessel.
Oh.
You want to go capture the vessel, you said.
I see. Yes. Yeah.
Right?
Okay,
So if you want to go
great.
capture the vessel, this is the vessel.
Right.
Vessels are capitalized under maritime law. The thinking is in
Right.
upper and lowercase. You can't. She's not old enough to claim her thinking.
Right.
Yes.
With that thinking, does that apply the same with the driver's license with capturing the non-de-guerre on the driver's license?
Nom de guerre, the driver's license, you have to do in there when you're applying for your driver's license. So you got to put stamps on it.
Is that also the formality of contracting with DMV?
Yeah, you're going to have to contract with them, yeah. Yeah, put your CPAS number on there, or your claim to life number on the stamp. Autograph that.
And that would go for any child up to the age of
18. On the 18th birthday, the child has the right to rescind everything. That's the day of contract of his life. He can turn in social security numbers. He can turn in anything that he has and start back over. And you turn that in at where else? Where do you think you turn that in?
Post office.
Yeah, post office. Well, that's why you go register for the military.
And if they're at an age where they actually can put an autograph to paper, would you still claim them as cargo because they're not of an age of the age of 18?
Yeah, because you have to take custody of them because they are in a condition of state of innocence.
And they could be claimed by somebody else if I do.
They already are. So.
That's, yeah.
Well, they are.
How would you secure her? Sorry. How would you secure her if you're divorced and the other party is trying to use the fiction to keep that child from you?
Oh, I would go down to where you were married, get a copy of the divorce, get a
No
copy.
marriage.
Oh, no marriage? Get a copy of the birth certificate. Get a copy of the birth certificate.
Have that, yeah.
And then I would syntax that, file that with vital statistics, and take it back to the Port of Energy Mechanics. I gotta go ahead first.
Okay. Well, just elaborating on this process, the nom de guerre, the registration number on the birth certificate, to expand on the.
Are you talking of someone of age or someone?
Someone minor.
Okay, so yeah, you're trying to capture them, is that what you're
Right. Vessel, birth certificate number, then.
Not birth certificate number, claim of life number. The birth certificate number is a fiction. All you're doing is syntaxing and identifying it.
Right, but if you're capturing the.
You're not trying to capture anything. There's nothing to capture. You're sticking it on board your vessel under towage, and you're salvaging it under Title 46, 781, moving it into Title 46, 782
Thank
for
you.
venue. Marty, sorry. Marty, you had a question?
What just came up was, is there a distinction, or what should we know about the distinction between the birth certificate, which is a certification of the earlier prior,
Live birth.
Live birth. Well, no, it's the fiction document of the live life. What do we call it?
There's no continuance of evidence between that and what we're doing. But if you bond it to your vessel and you glue it to your vessel, you're under towage. So consideration has to be paid for towage under 46.781. Then you're transshipping that towage and moving it into venue under Title 46.782.
Okay. We'll leave it at that.
That's what it is.
Okay.
I suppose the reason why this is the protocols are so important in my understanding is that the UPU is absolutely using this all the way through to capture you as well as a
They were disqualified and the U.S. Postal Service has taken them, used our grammar to take them over. And everything's been moved over here, all the clearing and all the mechanics. And on the top that they function under some different rules which I'm not about to explain.
I'm making these statements for you to clarify.
Yeah.
Because I'm just checking my knowledge with you.
They're functioning as, the best way to give closure to that is they're functioning as a clearinghouse. And there are fees for freights that are being moved through there that they're recording in their journals called ship's journals, ship's logs. And then they then turn around and do a switching way bill and direct where they want to send it next, or if they allow it to come. I will say this for clarity and closure, that in all of my cases that I've been involved with, because the clerk of court is tied to those same guidelines, that all of my videos, like that you've seen in the past, and anything that you've seen with me, and all of my treaties that are on file at the Postal Union, are on the clerk's desk. So the function works. It's just a matter of getting the grammar correct so that they can have compliance under Rule 1 and we can bring some order to this thing. Because right now there's no order, they have no function. So we're placing a math interface and linear equations on the function of what's going on because they're lost at sea. I walk into one of my cases, I'm against somebody, I can't remember, and I'm in federal court in Casper, Wyoming. I walk in the court, what does the clerk say? I'm a lost sailor at sea. The court tells me this. I says, well, I'm the lone commander, and this is my vessel, and I'm boarding your vessel, and I paid the fee for usury. She says, and I said, from one postmaster to another, it's good. She says, from one postmaster to another, it is good. So they comprehend, because it's a mechanical issue. It's a trigger mechanism. But knowing how to put your position in it, and position your fact, and take control of your thinking, is fixing your own problems is what you got to do. Vote me in, and I'm going to create a whole different dynamic. A situation where a lot of the pain and hurt will be gone.
I'm hearing what you're saying, but I cannot comprehend. Vote you in?
Correct.
Vote.
How would I do that?
We're going to give you the ballot when the time's due.
Thank you.
Yeah. So just relax.
I tend to try and reach again to try and get these large pigeonholes so I can stick one here, and one here.
Sure.
We're all postal employees.
Everybody works for the post office.
And the standard practice of the post is shipping.
And when you move yourself out the door, what are you doing?
Shipping.
Okay, so you're in it too. So tell me about your shipping.
Exactly. Well, I'm trying to see where my my foundational go-to for the rules, syntax, order of operations. In my mind, I'm hearing, I'm a post employee, I follow the rules of shipping.
You autograph your stamp, you date your stamp, you autograph your firm book,
And then you jump in your sea lane. You jump in your sea
As
lane.
captain of a ship.
As captain of your vessel.
With a volition.
With giving coverage, closure, and livery to everyone who you choose to come in and out of business with your life.
You see, that's a pretty good fundamental statement. We can start building on it. See? Yeah.
There's a lot of clarity in what you just said, that last statement.
That's how it works.
Now, when we autograph the stamp and put the contract number on, then date it, we have the original establishment of the contract to one yourself, and you have the date.
You didn't autograph it.
Yeah, I just got it on the way down here too. And it's black ink. I just saw.
No. You got to punctuate here, bud.
Yep.
You're
Yep.
turning yourself into an
I
adjective pronoun.
was doing. I'll do that. And I've done that on all my others.
Yeah, because if you're doing that at the post office, you're disqualifying yourself.
Oh, okay. So do it when you turn it in.
Oh, you've been doing it like that at the post office?
Yeah, well, they don't have a copy of this.
Oh, well, you need to punctuate
that
and autograph your stamp.
Yes,
Okay.
Doing that. This date here is the contract date, which goes in the
It goes into
footer.
a 3-day rescission. You're on a 3-day mailing.
Yeah.
So you've got to let that time, then once your 3-day mailing hits, you're in 3-day rescission and 45-day trust law. Depending on what they do, depending on what venue you're in, it could be a 10-day communication back, it could be an 18-day communication back, it could be a 20-day communication back, it could be a 23-day communication back, it could be a 60 if they're running a clerk's pratique on you, it could be 60. I mean, I don't know where you're at, so you're not giving me a whole lot.
What I'm, question is this date is February 5th, and would I date my stamp at February 5th or at least 3 days later?
If that's the day you shipped it, that's the date you put it.
This is the contract to
No,
myself.
you put it that date.
Yeah, okay. And that date would go in the footer also.
Doesn't matter
Oh, okay.
on that, as long as it's within 45 days, you're okay.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Take your pen, stop and correct. Put the punctuation on it now. Stop and correct in now time.
Blue ink.
Are there any other questions on the shipping? Because this is a very valuable lesson, because you guys have to know where you are being moved to in time and space and how you're moving yourself. Because it's about that comprehension with the grammar, because you have to have if you have your grammar correct, then you can move into shipping. Because if you don't have your grammar correct, they can ship you. That's how it goes. If your grammar ain't correct, someone else is going to ship you.
And they do.
You want someone to ship you?
No.
Your lives, people. So learn the grammar. Learn how to syntax. Take the time. And then ship yourselves. It's a wonderful world. It's the best.
They're going to ship you because you're flotsam, you don't have a claim, you're fiction.
Because they're using the functions to disqualify you, because they're joined with it. See those? See those?
Yeah.
They're using the functions. Can't get any simpler than that, dude.
Yeah, well, you know, you can tell somebody about skiing, but they still have to develop muscle memory and practically implement.
Just to, this is a statement once again. If you was to question me on just one question on anything that you've said, and I'm revealing the level of my ignorance, I could not give you an answer. I could not properly give you an answer. I'm almost 100% sure of that. I'm just revealing to you the nature of my ignorance, and perhaps...
Well, we're going to get into some parsing and breaking down some sentences after lunch.
So my question on what you've just said is, when you bring someone into this, it would be nice if there was a textbook that you could put in front of them and say, now learn this. But there is nothing, so we're walking into it. You know, I used to drive long distance.
This is about as close as a textbook as you're going to get.
Right.
But,
And with David as well. David does have books. My books, I write other type of books, and they don't deal with this stuff. They do. It's all grammar, but it's all different stuff.
Because when I came into this, it gave me exactly the same feeling that I had when I drove tractor trailer, 53-foot trailer, into like brick solid fog. I know the road is there, but I'm just hoping I'm not going to run into,
I think
same
you just
feeling.
summarized everything that you said in those two statements. You made two statements just before you spoke. Correct grammar, learn that, then learn how to ship yourself. That's all that's been talked about.
Right, and
That's
you'll
exactly what's been talked about. So those are the two over-encompassing.
Then, what did I say the number one thing is? Be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. And then when you get it, you better know about your volition, dude, because it'll lock your butt up.
But
it's a double-edged sword.
see, the biggest thing though is getting the brainwashing that the school system put in, because it takes so long to get that out.
Yeah.
That's where the big problem, because
Well,
you've learned all this other
Vote
stuff.
me in, and you're going to see an educational change. And there are programs that we can put into play very fast to create not only for the younger generations, but for the next generations, and safeguard all the generations,
Yeah, well,
even
that's
the
what I
ones
mean.
that are older now.
But
Yeah.
see, but it's that brainwashing that they've got, you're kind of seeing in this tunnel, and, well, it's not a tunnel, but the thing is, it's brainwashing. They've taught you not, as Miller, as Dave said, not to see a noun or a fact.
Oh yeah, put it right in front of you.
Yeah, and they're right there, but the thing is, you just don't see it. You can't. The first time I watched this video, I couldn't understand how he could make America into a noun, or a verb, I should say. I just couldn't figure that out.
We're gonna get into that.
I know, but I know it now, but it took a long time, and because I've always fought government, so
We're not fighting government.
Well,
we're
but-
qualifying.
Yeah, okay, but I knew there was something here. I was grasping at a straw that I didn't know I was grasping at.
Well, I'd like to stop and break for lunch right now. Give an hour break.
It's 12:30.
Come back at 1:30, and then we will then move into the syntaxing. Because I've kind of given now, I felt I've given you enough foundation so you can deal with me. Because I'm unknown. So, thank you guys.
I'm just not learning this group. You don't understand. We just thought about things there. You know, you were taught that.
I do a whole historical and a lot of it, what we call brain
Oh, yeah,
It's done by scientific.
Oh, I know.
You're always challenged.
Now that we've kind of got our feet under us a little bit more with the syntaxing, the value of the syntaxing and using your quantum media press pass, which you have authorization to do. This contract that we're doing, we're almost done with the words, and we're going to all work on the word terms next. Almost have it ready to print off. It's going to take me about another hour and a half of your time to go through the sentences, so we can vote on what the value of the words and the word terms are, so we can complete that process and then get it filed on Monday. I'll autograph the stamps. We're going to have both stamps from Canada on the document and stamps from the Federal Postal Service here. So we're going to be running all kinds of postmaster positions. My goal is to make sure that each one of you get a copy of this. Now, what does this contract do? Well, we've created words, we've created terms, we've created a paradigm of sequence for publication of quantum media, which allows each and every one of you to go forward and say, hey, There's a campaign going. Here's what the campaign consists of. We sit down, we come to terms, we come to conclusions about laws, word values, and an order of operation so we can create a position for a vote so that we can have a different style of governments that all the citizens can be a part of. So we can sit down and write the rules, write the terms, do it in correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, and then live and comply by those rules through our volition, the verb of thinking. So this contract, all the words, can somebody please read the first sentence to me, and we can start at 0. It starts with our volition. I don't have the document in front of me yet, so just bear with me. I'm working on getting it. Speak up, sir.
Oh,
can
really?
you just read? Yeah, go ahead and read it, and so I can explain what's going on there.
The first part says, for we live birth claimants and postmasters and the 2016 director, me, of our volition claim.
Yes. So what we're doing there is we're claiming that we're live birth claimants. We have knowledge. We're coming together in joinder as yes.
Would it be good if we said, for we claimants, knowledge live birth claimants?
Well, what we had discussed on that is we had added in knowledge after claimants.
Yes.
We hyphenated or abbreviated claimants, so it's apostrophe S and then knowledge.
And plus we should be and of the director's party.
So postmasters and of 2016?
Yeah, 2016 director's party.
Okay.
We're joining, because remember we have to get knowledge, we have to get the media out there, we have to bring the others that come in so we can create the necessary ballots, because the ballots are disqualified under false and misleading statements. Yes, sir.
Am I off track with looking to shipping terms in the for the transshipment of the knowledge of the correct sentence structure candidacy? I don't know if I'm going back to additional terms, but aren't we as quantum media looking to convey, to speak poetically, to convey data, information
to the world, through
yeah,
social networking, it goes into
to all willing to hear,
all willing to hear, as with a press pass, as foreign correspondents, to reach out to those citizens who choose to want to participate in a governance, who want to learn how to correct communication sentence structure, who want to learn how to vote, who want to learn how to navigate and control their own navigational paths, if they're there.
Right, so I'm wondering, in all the words that we use, I don't see a lot of shipping terms, and now I'm thinking, aren't we shipping knowledge or concepts?
And the knowledge is, yes, knowledge and concepts was a word that we used in
right, they are there, although the word shipping or the movement of, or the, well, broadcasting does it for me,
yeah, broadcasting does a public porting of the word of mouth, of the facts, of the scheduling. You'll all be authorized to schedule campaigns, so we can come, David and myself can come in there and be a participate, talk to the citizens, learn how to vote, learn how to construct sentences, and then as this thing progresses, learn how to write laws, bring your concepts to the forum so we can sit down and rally. We can discuss coverage, closure, and liberty on the terms of the shipping, of the cargo, and then implement that back into the post office. We're going to register everything we do. We're going to log in with the post office, with the necessary military, so we can get some causality here.
Okay.
Okay, so the next sentence. So the first sentence deals with our volition of why we're doing it. The next sentence, I feel, deals more directly with, there's a bunch of words in there. Those words, you guys, when you autograph across the stamp, can come and join your with. Say you got somebody who's involved in correct communication sentence structure. And he's going to court. Well, you've got a writ of the rogatory that's going to be on file with the, in Canada, be the Foreign Minister of Affairs. Is that?
Yes, International Foreign Minister
International Affairs here in the State Department here. And so we're going to register these things so that we can register to walk in, so our citizens are safe. We can register with the local port authority, post office under writs of the rogatory for them to have sea passes to go in and out of and get their evidence filed into the foreign vessels and dry dock. And we can publish that now on our web faces, on our social things. This is a networking. We're networking. We're reaching out, so we're not standing alone by ourselves. I didn't even know this guy's cattle were gone. Right? No one told me. I would have given different suggestions to him. I would have given him much different suggestions to him. I'd have made it a postal thing. I'd have made his cattle cargo. I'd have had his property tax paid, you know, with the postal money order. I would have expressed different concepts to you for shipping. But if we're not together and we're not cohesive, now back to another word in our contract, right? And we have to have harmony. We have to work together. And the only way to do that is the networking. So it's a wonderful chance to have someone from so many different continents, you know, here today to get a chance to join with this so that the networking can come forth so the word can get out. Because I can't do it. Yeah, it's my first seminar in 8 years. And I have to set up a foundation, which is just such a crash course cliff note for you guys. My gosh, you got to think, what in the world is this guy doing? So the best symbolism that I could do for you without you being there and looking at the mechanics is do a hieroglyphic and a symbol so you can see it. That's the best I can do for you in the short time that I have with you. I wish I could do more. So that's why I did the hat presentation first, to build a foundation so I could get you into a spot to jump into the usury with it. Goes for Australia, New Zealand, and anywhere. Africa. This is not a judgmental course. We have tolerance. We're humble. You all saw the picture of me. A lot of humility. A lot of humility in that case. It's very, very tough. Very tough. I had to stand naked for a while. Very difficult when you wake up with a bunch of people that don't know why you're doing what you're doing. Right? And you know, you wake up and 30, 50 guys in a drunk tank all crowded in a room 5 times smaller than this. And you're standing there butt naked. Oh, that's crazy guy. Damn this time, damn these people for doing this to me. Because I got to comply with the cargo and the terms of the wedding because I know where I am in time and space. And it's not pretty humiliating, I'll just tell you. It's not the funnest thing in the world to go through. But the networking and getting the word out thwarts that to where we have a legitimate campaign that is on file with the Federal Elections Commission, on file with the State Department, on file with Homeland-Security, on file with Federal-Secret Service, on file with White House press, so that they're cognizant of what's going on. You know, in my military court-martialing of George-Walker Colin Bush, the last command I gave him is that there was to be no presidential elections in 2008. He knows. So since then, we've backed off, allowed the education level of the government to catch up. It's like a chameleon, right? You beat them, they plug a hole in it. You beat them, they plug a hole in it. But now we're back on the campaign trail. We've got 2 years to get the word out. We're going to get it out. We're going to get it out. And this is just a foundational step. As others commune with us, and it grows, and others want to choose to join and take a look at fairness, rule one, rule equal, it's their choice. It is their choice. If they like the way things are going, that's on them. It doesn't change what we're going to do. Can't allow it to happen.
And being afraid is not a choice. It's not an option. We have to do something. And it's not easy. So, are we done with that? All right, all right.
Back into this.
Okay, so what we've done here, or what I've done is I've taken all the words that we used earlier and I've put them in a put them in a dictionary form. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go over all the words and break them down into correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar. So we can agree upon the word values of what the terms of the words are in the contract. This is one of the most valuable things that we can do. What it does is it does not allow outside of subjective interpretation to be used on the words and the choice of values that we've all formulated here in the beginning. So give me 1 second here. The first word that we're going to start out with is actually a compound fact. And it's quantum media treaty claim. Can anyone out here define quantum for us or place a value on that?
The smallest particle we can make out of?
A least common denominator, maybe?
Thank you.
Okay, okay. So I want to back up for a couple seconds. We have quantum, which is your smallest particle. Or could it be your rule 1 and rule equal for your least common denominator? Denominator is not a good word, but I'll just abbreviate right here. Okay? Now what we're basically doing with all these treaties that have been laid before us and all the foundations that David-Wynn, Miller, and myself have laid out for you guys to join with, is him and I have formulated what's called quanta. Can anybody define that for me?
So many quantifications?
Correct. I'll just put many qualities real quick. And we're bringing all those to a least common denominator so we can get to a vote. So we can vote on the terms of communication so we know what we're supposed to comply with. So we have quantum media treaty claim. So we have a least common denominator media treaty claim. So how would we formulate this? If we put it in reverse order, we would form a claim.
And the claim stems from knowledge, which is the least common denominator that comply with the functions of Rule 1 and Rule Equal. So we would say, what do we say in the beginning? For we. So, but we don't want to use ourselves and place ourselves in a value, but we have to, who's going to establish the claim? So we have to. We, as a collection, we have decided, we have come to a conclusion that in this directors' party meeting on the 8th of February 2014 that we have learned the functions necessary to move into a condition of state for media around the world. So media, what does media deal with? It deals with public closure, right? So we're going to deal with public closure. So we should say, for this public closure, of our directors' party, of our directors' party members, is, with this claim, how about with this pact? Treaties are pacts.
Do we need to put that as a word in the word claims?
No, not at this point. We'll get to it later because I have it. The rules of continuance of evidence established in paragraph D above the constitutional articles. Let's see, where were we going here? For this public closure of the directors' party members is with the pact claim of the portings with the covery, with the fact, with the correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar, facts, correct communication. Facts and happenings. Back to the networking. Of this now time networking. With the knowledge closure by the contracting, these contracting director party members.
Could somebody come up here and take that backwards for me? You want to have another fair shake at it? Does everybody comprehend what's going on with that? Yes? No.
I comprehend.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Could you explain to me what you're doing as well?
What
If
I'm
that's
doing
okay.
is switching the position of the prepositions from the beginning to the back.
Yes.
And the negative and the positive.
Which is the
Which is the
position.
position.
So he's certifying it frontwards and backwards of what goes in comes out. So it has affinity loop to maintain rule one and rule equal in time and space.
Maybe backpedaling a long way. Rule 1 is left side over right side equals 1.
Yes, least common denominator.
A over A equals 1.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna say for these contracting director party members of the knowledge is with the correct sentence structure, parsing, syntax, grammar, facts, happenings of the now tense networking.
Oh, you took it from the middle. Interesting. I wouldn't have done that because
Well, I was working back.
because here's what you remember this formula right here.
Okay.
Here's the formula that you, so you move your is here, right? You can move your is here. Remember the sequence?
Right.
Yes. And then what comes after the verb would be the cause and effect. Or the possession and assignment, sorry.
Okay, so I'm gonna say for the contracting director party members
Of the knowledge,
of the
knowledge
knowledge
closure is with the now time networking of the correct communication set structure, facts, happenings,
Okay, that's right.
with the portings of the pact claim with the director party members by the public closure. So at that point, the public becomes knowledgeable of the closure of the happenings that that have occurred in the networking of the correct communication, parsing, syntax, grammar doings.
So we put it, the by would wind up for
Mhm.
the by the public closure.
Now watch. So you have, if we take the sentence backwards, we have the cause now are the contracting party members. The consequence is because of your knowledge, Now the verb comes into place, which is the thinking that takes into place within the formula, with the now time networking of the correct sentence structure, communication, parsing, syntax, grammar happenings, with the portings of the pact claim, with our director party members by the public closure. So the public gets the necessary closure of the happenings that occur because the knowledge of the members bring it forward and do a porting on it. Are there any questions?
Now, would you use are instead is?
Yeah, you can interchange is or are there.
Okay.
Just depends on, here we used this in a first person specific. We can change that. And we could put,
Well, you got is at the end there.
yeah, we could go for the closures and then go are here. And then we could go are here as well.
Well,
So,
that's-
you know what I gotta have somebody do?
two verbs.
The next word. See what's going on? Moving forward, quickly.
Here, you got it?
What was the last part? Is it by the contracting party?
Next word is harmony. What's the audience here project on their value of what harmony means to them?
Peace.
Are you looking for synonyms?
I'm looking for what if I say the word harmony to you, what does your memory and your knowledge mean? What does that mean to you?
Peace.
Without discord, but not the same.
Isn't it working together?
Peace.
Common goal.
Common goals. Common connections.
Integrate.
Concord.
Concord.
I think about people singing in harmony. They're singing in
Concord. Peace.
Like mind.
Peace. Like-minded.
Would I be right in saying perhaps
What?
existing or living relative to you, or vice versa?
Factual. Reality.
I can't elaborate anymore.
Yeah. So this would be collective. No. Peace, harmony, concord. You're at one with what's being done. Okay.
Sorry, Russell, the previous paragraph, it was tilde 3?
Oh no, we're way out of that.
We're
We're in paragraph two.
These are like definitions.
We're in definitions.
Sorry.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll let everybody look at that, just instruction. So on the term closures, we have harmony. So the cause is
Can somebody help me out with the word concord, what it means?
Well, all I can think of is just it's kind of flow of consciousness. Concord, concordance,
How about accord is what?
well, accord is in non-contract terms.
I know.
Yeah. Accordingly.
Convergence?
Well, it's sympathy, simpatico. I mean, in my mind, concord is you're vibrating in a similar flow.
It's the flow. All right.
Bond. How about bonding?
What's that?
It's a bond.
Bonding. Bonding flow.
Bonding flow.
Bonding flow.
Is that of any aid?
It's like philosophy.
Well, okay.
When two languages are able to translate into each other,
Yes.
that would be called congruence. So can I use the word congruent?
They use that, and they also use the word sitting in bonko or sitting in concert. Those as well.
Yeah, in concert sounds very close to the meaning to me. We may be playing different instruments, but it's the same tune.
That's harmony.
Not jazz.
Yeah, except for jazz.
Now, I'm not good, for the sake of time, I can't have somebody come up every time and check the frontwards and backwards. But if you were to take this backwards, it'd be for the contracting director party members of the knowledge hyphen claims. Are you writing this down? Is it in there? Yeah, it's got to get in there, because I'm about to erase this and move forward. With the knowledge claims, or of the knowledge claims, are with the bonding flow, concord, peace, and like mind by the correct sentence structure, communication, parse, syntax, grammar, methods. Got it? Right, got it. Next word.
Humility, sorry, humility.
We're going to kind of move because we got time crunched up against. Always crunched up against the time. What are some of the values that we have on the word humility?
Meek.
Humility, humble. Humble, it's a good word.
It somehow relates to the rule one and equal.
Very much so. It's you have a comprehension of your place.
Comprehension of your concepts.
Not above other, not above you.
Russell, checking my knowledge with you, the word human means monster.
Yeah.
So humility and humble, how would they translate in my understanding of what I just said?
Yeah, no, that is definitely something to take into consideration here. Definitely.
Parsing of the syllable
It's-
HU.
Put a hyphen there, make it a compound fact. Here, you mean?
Well, no, I'm just wondering, is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
The parsing of the syllable
Yes.
HU and its
Yeah,
relationship
human does mean monster. There's no doubt
to
about it.
human.
Yeah, so if we don't want to use humility,
And there
we
is-
can use meekness.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
lovely
because
word.
humility probably
Yes.
stands something.
So we
that
can
belongs to
be
military.
meek. So why don't find
The
and
meek shall
replace?
inherit the earth.
Why don't we find a edit?
Edit?
Can you edit? All right, edit, find and replace humility with meekness. That's a good, thank you. Very good.
Yeah.
Meek means to
So
teach.
we're gonna change
What's humility?
humility.
Yeah, meekness means teachable.
Yeah, it sure does.
To teach.
In a court case, being beat down, throbbed, mangled, froze out, tough times. And judge, I'm sitting there talking in prepositional phrase language. One of the words that I used was that I was meek. I was humble and meek. My volition was not to damage those, but I was being damaged. I'm speaking in prepositional phrases. And as I walk out of the courtroom, I'll never forget it. They got their hands on me. I mean, I've been beat down for a lot. And they're dragging me and pulling me out of the courtroom. And they pulled me up there, and they stopped me right at the back of the courtroom, right before they were going to let me out of the door. And the judge stands up, and I got my back to the judge. And I could hear him lean over to the microphone. He goes, "You know, clerk, I don't believe that man can actually see me." And I walked out. They stopped me, and then they pushed me out, beat on me some more. So yeah, meek, for sure. I like the word, for sure. I used it in a difficult situation. It had causality out of it. And yeah, told Dave about that. He says they were honoring your sea treaty. You were in compliance. So meek, teachable. Anyways, I don't want to tell you guys this story.
Can I just check with what you just said? When you say beat on, am I hearing it as a kind of colloquialism, or are we talking about
We're
pumping?
talking about kicking my ass.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We're talking about that. Teachable. What, anything else we can think for meekness?
Gentle.
Gentle.
Can I give you my biblical understanding of what meekness means? As I understood it when I was studying theology, it's a person that takes control of the reins of a horse. Is the team leader. Meekness was the old English word for a person that takes control of a team of horses by the reins.
Yeah, it was an interesting situation that day, for sure. They were running 72s on me, and I was just ejecting judges like you couldn't believe. And there it was in 3 days before that I was in court, had my back to the judge, grabbed the podium and held in, and they were, coming after me, clubbing me down. And they were all standing up, all the attorneys pounding on the desk. Earth 2 Gould, Earth 2 Gould, Earth 2 Gould. And then about 150 attorneys in there. I was thinking to myself, boy, these illiterates, I got them right where I want them. It was really great. All right, teachable, gentle. But see, you got to remember, I want to correct you on that. That theology and your reading, show me the rules of the continuance of evidence between that thought process and the volition of what we are writing today.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to keep these short now because time is of the essence. Because we're going to make a claim. Make it simple. Claim of the teachable and gentle. Is there any other values that we can think for meekness?
Passive, maybe? I don't know.
Well, there's a time not to be passive.
How about servitude?
No, they're the servants.
Not, yeah, I know. That's what I was wondering. I was going to ask it.
Teachable and gentle.
In the spirit of a child.
Can't define spirit.
Okay.
Claim of the teachable and gentle.
Giving, because you're focused on not yourself. Selflessness, I guess.
Selflessness, like that. Yeah, selflessness. Selflessness.
Able to be led.
What?
Able to be led.
That's future tense connotation. Kind of want to keep that out.
Is there a problem with a negative in the middle of the parsing the word selflessness?
No, because it's always one thought.
Okay.
All right. Done with that one. Pretty simple. Period. You got it? Okay, next word.
Clarity.
Clarity.
No, charity.
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 Sorry, what were those three then? Teachable, selflessness.
Charity.
Gentle.
What are the values that we have with charity? Giving?
Gentleness.
Service?
Service? How about conveying service?
Generous.
Hope. Hope.
Hope? Is that what somebody said?
Yeah.
How can you define that? Oh, sorry. Define hope for me. Hope is a presumption. We have knowledge of what we're doing. There's no hope in this. This is not about luck. This is about doing.
Generous.
Generous, okay.
Seems like I'm wading into deep water or something like that with a many-syllable word, magnanimity.
Magnanimity, good word. How do you spell it?
I don't know, M-A-G-N-A. I'm just
going
gonna do
It's a good word. I wish we had a dictionary. Can we Google
magnanimity, M-A-G-N-O-N-I-M-I.
Benevolence?
Benevolence is another good word for that, in that zone, yeah.
Philanthropy?
No.
No.
So we, once again, just go for the claim of the giving, comma, conveying service, and benevolence, period. We're just going to keep these simple because we have a lot of them to go through.
Generosity.
Well, the next one's givens.
The next one's giving, so.
Oh.
Yeah. Got it?
Somebody mentioned philanthropy, and you vetoed that. What's the reason for not accepting philanthropy?
I haven't done it. You know the parsing on that?
Philanthropy?
Do you know what the parsing is on that?
No.
Okay, so we don't have knowledge of what it is? So if we don't have knowledge, why would we put it in our contract?
I think I understand.
All right, giving.
See charity.
If we're giving something, we're giving our free will. Free will sharing.
Sacrifice.
Free will sharing. Sacrifice. Anything else?
Kindness. Kindness.
Kindness. I like it. Kindness. Anything else?
Is there a word that describes thoughtful of others?
How about thoughtful?
Thoughtful.
Good one.
Sacrifice. A lot of
Negative connotations.
negative connotations there. If I
Yeah,
sacrifice
All right.
someone,
All right. Yep. Too much ambiguity. Get rid of it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think the word sacrifice comes from the word scar.
You could be right. All right, for the claim of the, we have three. One's an opinion, two's a certification, three's an authorization.
going back to sacrifice, if it was self-sacrifice.
Yeah, then you gotta define self.
Okay.
Next word?
Concurrence.
Concur.
I concur.
Values, suggestions?
Agree, yeah.
Agree is negative, but it's on the same lines. Can you think of a synonym for that?
Coincide? Bad
Joining,
word.
joining contract?
Joinder.
What about bonding?
Bonding. Bonding in the concept? Anything else? What?
Well, can we use other words so we can harmony and concord?
Yeah, they're the one and the same, so we could put harmony there as well. For the claimant, yeah, just hit it with those three, call it good. We got just so much to go through, and we got very little time. But thank you all for participating with this, and we're gonna use that, we're gonna show you how to use that here as soon as we get through these words.
Manifestation.
Manifestation.
Creation.
Can somebody quickly help me with the word manifestation, what it means?
Bring from nothing into existence.
It's like creating.
You're moving thought.
Generation?
You're generating. Manufacturing.
Do. That's good.
Generating is a good one too.
Creation, problem with creation.
Yeah, creation. is-
Do we really create or do we construct?
Depends on if you have original thinking.
Yeah.
If you have original thinking, this is an original thought process, which has never been done.
What about fruition? Bringing to fruition, creation, or manifest?
Spell it.
Fruition?
Yeah.
F-R-U-I-T-I-O-N. F-R-U, yeah, F-R-U.
IT.
I-T-I-O-N, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good word. In this particular case, this is an original creation. This has never been done on the planet, what we're doing here today.
Well, it's a new imagining, but it's not a creation. Depends on how you define creation. Creation is coming from nothing.
This paperwork came from nothing.
Yeah, we have access to nothing.
Yeah.
It's peace, grace, honor, silence, bliss.
Bliss. Bliss is good.
Even co-creation works.
But, huh?
Even co-creation works.
Well, since there's some ambiguity there,
Right.
we'll just take it off the list. It's not a problem. Because we have more than three. One's an
Right.
opinion, two's a certification, three's an authorization.
Did build work in there?
Huh?
Build?
Yeah, but it's the act of doing something.
Yeah.
It's
Oh.
that, so.
That's enough.
Okay,
Yep.
next word?
Peaceful.
Peaceful, wonderful word. Something that appears that not many people know about. Peaceful. Some words and values on peaceful.
Calm.
Calm, good one. How about,
Still.
how about vacant strife?
Ah.
Still. Like still waters. Or be still.
Be still. Be still. How about neutral? How about, now we can't go there.
Grace.
Grace is a good word.
I don't know how close it is. It's
No.
not quite as close. as mine.
Grace deals with dealing with forgiveness. And so we have to be graceful on the incompetent fools.
Present company accepted.
Peaceful.
Avoid combat? Is that some?
Yeah,
negative?
but because of the martial law, I can't really. I have a volition to be peaceful, but what if I have to not be peaceful for your benefit?
Oh, yeah.
Three, we ready to go? Next word?
Full closure.
Full closure, great one. Mark this
that mean?
Authentic.
Full closure deals with giving full concept prior to coming into contract or joining with that thought.
Well
So,
informed.
so you have to give everything up front before you create your contract. So it's prior knowledge.
About information.
It's a prior knowledge gain of
No contract.
of a concept. So it's prior knowledge.
But they gotta be facts, right?
Gain.
Now this, okay, you keep going.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm listening.
This, now, could rogation be a term for that too then? Cause that means to give,
Yeah, that is an interesting word. Yeah, we could use it.
cause it means the same thing as full closure.
Yeah, that's a good word, thank you.
Is exposure a no contract word?
EX.
Is it?
EX.
Yeah.
I've never heard of the word rogation.
This gentleman brought it to the forefront. Let's give closure.
Yeah, it's something, it's an old law or something that you submitted to the court and they have to give you it's just another word for the full closure. It's kinda like they use the word disclosure when you have a court case, but I think it's by another court or something. Is it by a court?
Yeah, by another court, by a foreign court.
Yeah, and they have to give you all the facts to what? You have to present all the facts. Bring forth the facts. It's full closure. It's just like they call it
Martin.
Thank you very much.
Martin.
Naked.
Yeah, that was, but there was an earlier prior good one by Martin, complete.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
All right.
You're too good.
Authentic doesn't work.
Authentic is something that's an original, but it's not conveying it. I don't know. Let's take it. How do you guys feel about authentic?
That doesn't really.
How about the word total?
Some.
Yes, some. Yeah.
Some.
Some.
Yeah.
Ah.
That's good. Total.
Some.
Now is it hyphen or? Oh, they're okay. Total value. Yeah, okay.
You're giving and getting a total value, so you can come to a conclusion on what you want to do.
This might not be worth it, but I'll say it anyways up front. No.
Okay, are we done here?
Yep.
Next word. Letters of the rogatory. Letters of the rogatory is giving written closure that there's to a foreign party or court or person, use the word person, to that the evidence that they're going to bring, that there's evidence to be placed in for testimony in a matter.
See full closure fact in foreign jurisdiction.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Good luck.
Now, would you classify the courts in all countries basically foreign?
All courts are foreign because they're all built on foreign vessels and dry dock, which are all held by the post office of that
Okay,
country.
so the Canadian courts up there, they're basically foreign courts.
They're
so-
foreign courts.
So, okay.
They're the same courts as down here. You need
Yeah.
your ship's papers to go in. They're regulated through the law of the flag.
Mhm.
And so it's about giving the necessary full closure to the right
But a lot
branches.
of the courts up there don't fly a flag.
Well, I had them bring out a flag for me up there.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. They will bring them out, well, yeah.
Well, that wasn't being nice, so, yeah, they brought him out.
Just gonna adjust your mark a little bit.
Oh. Next.
Well, have we concluded letters of the rogatory, or?
Broadcasting.
Hold on, dude, you're not comfortable, let's finish.
Well, yeah, I mean, do we have enough to put letters of the rogatory?
Claim of the written closure for a foreign person of the evidence.
No.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that one.
Non-contract.
Isolating, Einstein comes.
Wave sharing.
What's that?
Wave sharing.
Wave sharing, I like that one, that's a good one. All right, you better get out of this. How about wave? Yeah, that's it. That's good enough. Are you guys fine with that?
Yep.
All right, you good? All right, we're into frequency, yeah.
Energy, light.
Frequency can be.
Scientifically, frequency is the number of waves within a set distance.
Period of time.
Yeah, over a
Period of time, etc.
So it's a quantification of
Vibration.
Vibration. Beautiful.
Done.
Done. Beautiful. Already got that. Oh, take out that and just put foundation, because I already have that defined up above. And foundation,
Base.
base.
Source.
Nativity source.
You can use nativity.
Nativity's first.
Beginning.
It's beginning.
No contract word.
Yeah, it's a contract. We've been using that on our live birth claims. Nativity for years.
0 point.
0 point? Yeah, no, or, yeah, 0 point. Yeah.
Stability.
Stability?
We're looking for.
Bring stability.
I don't know if this is an appropriate word, but underlying.
Underlining?
Underlying.
No. Negative.
UN.
You have any why?
Yeah.
No lie. No lying.
We're good with this one, right?
No lying.
All right.
Memory.
I knew this one, but I just forget.
Memory.
Memory.
Story.
Brainwave.
Then we gotta define it. So,
Knowledge sharing.
knowledge sharing?
No.
How about
picture?
It's
Collection
it's
of
association, but it's not a good word.
No.
Storage of data.
It's
A mental
has
picture.
connotations.
It's a place where
Mind history.
your story,
My
my story, so
My
it's
story.
it's my story. Your memory comes from your story, and you're storing it in your mind.
Where data is stored.
Historical recollection. Or recollection.
Collection.
How about comprehension? Comprehension storage location.
Comprehension of. the
Because
past.
if you have a memory, you have to have comprehension of what it is.
Right. From a
And
story.
otherwise, it can't be a memory, because your mind couldn't conceive it.
Wait down.
All memories by association, so that's, I don't know what's used for association. Fact association, fact.
Do we comprehend feelings? Because we still remember feelings, and I don't know.
But there's no feelings in the math problem.
Oh.
There's no feelings. We're seeing numbers, and then numbers take away from the emotion to position, set the fact. If you love someone, you can write it in that format. It brings a different consequence. Be careful what you wish for.
What about smell? Smell is very strongly associated.
Okay, so sense recall.
Sense comprehension.
Yeah. Sensual.
Anyone else?
What about recall?
Negative.
Fact knowledge, somewhere along that line, it's
Past fact knowledge.
Yeah, that's it. Storing fact knowledge.
yeah, something like that.
Something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, it kind of goes with that. So maybe.
Oops. What was it?
Like that?
Yeah, I think so.
How do you say that we got the storage part, but the one thing about storage is you are using
You want to bring it forward.
You're bringing.
So when you bring forward your memory, but we're talking here memory. When you bring forward your memory, then you go trip back into the verb of thinking, into the volition. When, where, when, how, why.
Okay, but does that mean we can't include the bringing forward into the
Manifestation of the, but then,
into the closure of the meaning?
well, that's a difficult one because we're only talking about specifically of memory here.
Well, there's the component that
Moves
memory
the
has
memory.
storage,
Yeah.
and then when you have storage, you do also want to bring it back. Some.
Yeah.
Forwarding facts.
So if you're going to do that, then that deals with choice. You make a choice to do that.
Yeah, well, you do make a choice, but then it's not just the choice; it's the read. It all only comes back to non-contract words like recall, remember.
Yeah, I don't have my synonym book here either.
The forwarding
Well,
of facts
we got
to the
Dave,
present.
Dave's list.
Does he got a list in there? See what he's got for recall.
Okay.
I know everybody's probably getting tired here. We're hustling. How many more we got to go?
We found it.
37 to 45. 7, 8. Synchrony.
All right, we're hustling, guys. I know you guys are getting tired.
Recall is not on his list.
Can we just go with that and be satisfied?
Yeah. What's next?
Synchrony.
Whose word's that?
Unison.
SYNC.
UN is no contract.
How you spell this? Synchrony.
C-H-R-O-N-Y, I think. I have to double check. mention there.
Harmony. Good one.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Parallel?
Huh?
Parallel?
Joining parallel.
Convergence of
Yeah,
volition.
you're right. Joining parallel makes sense. Because they're working, parallel working together.
I don't know how to spell it, so you guys are gonna have to spell it for me. I have spell check, thank goodness.
A-R-A-L.
Vibration matching. Or match vibration.
Harmony.
Well,
Harmony
harmonics,
is not a
harmony.
matched vibration. Harmony is not a matched vibration, it's a complementing vibration.
Correct.
There you go.
Well, that's synchrony. Turning into sequences.
Synchrony generally means the same, does it not?
Yes.
Moving in unison.
Yeah.
Sync.
Can you use
Whereas
sequence?
that would almost disqualify harmony then, because
Yeah.
in music harmony
It is
is
the
going
same.
parallel. If you
Yeah.
come closer and further.
Yeah, you're right.
Can you use sequence it?
Synchrony and synchrony.
Well, synchrony means same sound, doesn't it?
Well, if you think of synchronized swimming,
They're in
Or
unison.
sound complement.
they're in unison, but they're not the same.
Yeah, they're not the same. It's two
It's
moving
like a-
forward, trying to mimic as one.
It's almost like a prototype
Yeah.
or a replica.
A robot.
Same?
Same.
Formation.
Same, that's pretty simple.
In agreement?
Same volition.
Same but different.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Same means that there's two.
Right.
Let's keep it simple.
Or like.
Yeah, but there could be a lot like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you like something, or if it's unlike. What about unlike?
What's that?
Non-contract starts with a vowel.
Same as.
Ceremony.
Ceremony. All right, we're getting there. Ceremony.
A ritual?
Ritual. Want to go into rituals?
I don't like that one.
Okay.
It's got some.
Ceremony.
It's got some.
It's a
Process.
Meaningful celebration.
no, it's a public showing that you're bona fide,
Showing that you're bona fide.
that your credentials are bona fide.
But isn't it the act?
When we
of
say showing bona
Yeah, it's
fide
the act.
credentials.
Showing that your credentials.
Yeah, so it'd be,
An act for the public benefit.
Although we can't use act, can we?
yeah, we could.
Oh. It's
not too like.
It's symbolism.
Oh, act,
it's
yeah.
not.
No, it's
not the original.
Well,
Is it
the
a showing or
emphasis
is it?
on the act.
It's an act.
It's a
So
showing
act
of
for the
the
public benefit?
Act is one
It's a
syllable.
showing of the act
So it's
of
not-
the
not split.
certification.
But,
No.
Competency?
yeah.
The vowel and
No.
two consonants.
Got to be certification.
Can't use act.
Ceremony has to do with certification.
Ceremony has to do with the certification.
Certification process?
Certification methods.
Certification method.
Party.
My brain's not working.
Be also a contract, is it too?
For the claim of the showing of the certification methods.
Sure.
Coherence.
Coherence.
I spelled that right.
Coherence. Whose word was that?
Mine, I think.
Okay, and what?
Sober.
So, what?
Sober.
Silver? That's a good word.
able to be grasped.
Comprehension.
Well, harmony is part of coherence.
Clear?
We've used it before. Coherence just means vibrating in together.
Together?
Same flow vibration. Well, why don't we just go with those three and move on to the next?
Okay.
Because we are up against it here.
Team.
Team. Team. It's a collective. It's collective
working
members.
together.
Working together. It's working collective members.
Okay.
How about many?
No.
No.
Because that's presumptuous.
Okay.
It's members is plural, so that
Covers.
more than one.
Group?
No, we're members, / party.
Okay.
Group working towards a common goal.
Yes.
Working collective parties sounds like both socialist and democratic parties. It sounds like to me.
Okay, well then we need to change that.
Just for knowledge, would Army be considered a team?
I don't like
Yeah,
the
but
party.
we're-
I don't like the
Not that I want the
party.
word in there, but I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're postal employees all on the same team.
Right.
Working postal employees.
Postal employees.
Working postal.
Teams are working for the same goal. Teams work for the same goal.
Yeah.
Team players pick team players up. They support. They work fast.
Like-minded.
Correct. Like-minded.
Can we say for working collective members of
In the same fashion?
yeah.
Yeah. For the working collective members in the same
For the same.
in the same fashion.
In the same fashion.
Collective agreement.
And goal is still a good word, right?
Yeah,
No, it's
fashion / goal.
What?
Yeah, goals.
Yeah.
Faction. Faction.
Working collective members / party in the same
Dangerous word.
fashion goal, or maybe.
Working collective members off because it sounded too much like.
Next word.
Working collective.
Collective members of the union.
Strike members party, working collective
Working collective
in the
members.
same fashion / goal.
In the same
fashion.
goal.
/ goal.
Generally, people do carry on CO2. But they don't want again, but generally, they're carrying on with their shirt.
But I mean, I've got 4 phones on my mind.
It's safer.
Well, you're right, but that's two computers.
I haven't yet last night.
Rile people up. Freak out when they see you. But they don't see the whole person.
Arizona has open carry. There's one state where you're only allowed to open carry.
California's kicking off.
Ah,
They're going.
our story will grow.
But Arizona, if you have a permit to carry concealed, but you can carry open without any permits.
So in the realm of new ground, how do you see this? Well,
We're gonna talk about, is this on, so this is being recorded?
Yes, it is on.
Okay, and your video's on?
Yes, everything is
Okay.
on.
Okay, well, the value of this
goes for when David and myself move into campaigning full-time, that you guys are a part of the media communications to get the word out to the citizens. Because it's our job as citizens, because we authorize the government. So we're taking the power and putting it in the people. Just like we spent the time claiming the word terms, took the time to write the treaty. We have to teach the citizens how to qualify grammar and the legality and function of syntax.
Yeah.
So that when we put our people in position to watch our back, that they do it. Because if they don't, we're going to catch them in their lies. We're going to be able to position them, and we're going to be able to catch them in the now.
Okay, good.
Okay.
That's great. So us Canadian, or from the Canada territory.
Yes.
Will we have to come down here and?
No, once we get this registered correct, we can come up there. You are now a part of a corporate structure through the postal system, and we're gonna file it correct. Right, I'm gonna give it to somebody to file it up there. I ain't got time to look for it. It's gonna be on you guys to get that through.
We'll get it.
Once you get, oh, for sure. I have confidence in everyone in this room.
And with
Yeah.
the press passes, you'll have access to all kinds of stuff to
Yes.
warm up to.
Sure, absolutely.
Your professional standards.
Absolutely, and it's up to you guys to set up your press passes, to get them coordinated on the vessels, saying that the press is going to be there, and you are the press under foreign correspondence, so that when we come across the border, you're, and for better lack of words, you are the people taking the pictures. You are the people doing the recordings. Not my job. Yours. I ain't got time for it.
We
I can't
set
do
up
it.
an invite. Not the right word, but.
So I'll give the paperwork to you. You guys turn it into the State Department.
Yes.
That's going to be your job. You guys in the U.S. or Canada. You guys in Ireland. You over in London. Yes.
So what's the timeline? Like when?
You tell me.
I don't know.
Tell me what you know. Oh, you telling me you don't know anything now again?
45 days?
My God, you figured it out.
That's the trust.
Okay, but in 45 days, you're gonna be up in Canada?
No, in 45 days it'll be
Yeah,
valid. Then we'll move to the next concepts and
I
getting the contracts there.
Okay,
Everything runs in a function in our timeline.
okay.
Yeah, well, and Bob, you're asking an open-ended question without being specific. You know there's steps. First, documents have to be mailed.
Yes, a rescission has to occur. I think you know. I mean, you're running around like you know, so act like you know and walk like you know instead of asking foolish questions.
And operate in the cadre then, as we're all students. There's a question as well in this process. We'll all work together to make sure it's correct.
Correct. And if you have questions and then you don't send me silly emails, I'll get back with you. And that's just, and everybody, how do you get a hold of me?
For the Treasury.
At gmail.com. That's how you get a hold of me. Right? And I will get back with you. I check my emails twice a day. And I'm diligent about it. But I mean, I just went upstairs and checked mine and I had to delete 4 of them, right? This, and this. Who cares? Not what I'm doing.
Right.
I'm doing this. I'm working with David and we're doing this. We're getting the campaign going. This is just the first step. The next campaign rally will be much different because there's going to be different functions. I got a whole different set of hats.
That's right.
You guys don't even have a clue of what's going on. And I'm not trying to be, you just don't have enough, there's not enough time. And I'm not going to confuse you because you seem confused enough. And I'm not trying to be, I mean, you're just asking strange questions to me because you know the timelines.
I know, but when, okay, this is for November of 2016, right?
Correct.
So we got 2 years, so when are you gonna come up? I don't know, when is it?
Well,
First you gotta get.
Bob, a presidential campaign starts well in
I
advance of
understand
2
that.
years.
If he comes up after 45 days and we can't.
No, it doesn't work like that. There's diplomatic things that have to be done.
Yeah.
And so I have to send you paperwork so you can do them. This just sets you up for a chance to do that.
Okay, so what I'm asking is when will you,
I don't know the answer.
Right.
There's timelines.
And steps
Okay.
that needs to be taken.
And then when I get the paperwork
Maury.
over here, I have to file with the State Department over there.
Okay.
And then they gotta get back to me.
So maybe about a year?
I don't know.
I'm here.
Okay?
Russell, correct me if I'm wrong here, but what I'm understanding is this paperwork that we're doing now, it's going to bring us into a position where we can start campaigning for
Yes, I
him.
understand that.
We can do that anytime.
Yes.
Once this starts, we're getting the ball rolling now. Once this is processed and mailed out or whatever, I mean, we're not going to next week run a campaign.
Yeah,
on
and
that.
you're not even ready to, look, the reality is, you need 6 months to digest what I gave you today. That is the reality of it. Because you're not ready for what I want to give you guys. You don't know what you don't know. And I'm being nice about it. Because you have to study these videos and educate yourself. And sit there and ask yourself a million questions. And after you answer all your questions internally amongst yourselves, then you'll be ready. And then I can pull out a whole nother set of hats and blow you away again. All right? And I'm not trying to be I know you, it doesn't do me no good to come up there if you can't comprehend what I'm saying. Okay? You have enough on your plate. I can't let you drive the spaceship if you don't know the rules. If you don't know the foundation. And if you're asking me questions and you don't know the timelines, and you're supposed to know the timelines, dude, and you don't know them, what good does it come up to talk to you? Because it's going right through you. You don't even hear what I'm saying. I'm not chastising, I'm just making a witnessing position from my position that you're not ready. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I can't do nothing about your education level. And I have a jump on you. I have a tremendous jump on you. Right? You've been doing adverb verb for years. This is all new to you. Even though you're in it, it's very new to you.
Russell, would you be able to do a quick review of the timelines for everyone's benefit as well as the people on the reviewing?
3-day rescission, 3-day mailing, we're going to that. Has everybody autographed these?
With Russell 13. Maybe we can delegate a double check, Russell.
Yeah, why not, do that for me, Mark? Want to make sure everybody's autographed. I have that there too. Make sure everybody's autographed. Gone through that.
For a total count of, if I understand it, was 13.
13.
With Russell's.
Yes.
So a total of 13 on each page.
Okay, so that's fine. We only have 4 originals. We do need 20 copies of this tomorrow morning, so that is a valuable situation. So we have
The 20 copies need to only be of one original, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, very good.
So who's going to we need to figure that out. We need to delegate right now. Who amongst you is going to get the 20 copies?
I can take care of that.
Okay. So, and we can get those to everybody before you take off tomorrow?
We need ours tonight because we.
Yeah, you're going to take an original with you.
Yes.
Because you're going to mail the original to the State
Right.
Department. We're going to get up after that tonight at about 10 or 11 whenever we have a meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll take care of that tonight. So you're gonna get an original, and then you can make copies for yourselves.
Absolutely.
No, but I'll go upstairs and ask at the desk. First of all, to see if they might do it here, and then go from there.
Okay, contract runs on 3-day rescission.
Oh, 13, oh, it's all right,
Just asking, as I remember, there's a staple down by the river on 10.
And then, yeah, they're all there. And signature twice, no problem?
Yeah. Then you have 3-day mailing. Actually, 3-day mailing first. $45-day trust. I'm not gonna get into all the communicating back here because none of that matters right now. We're just simply, the major question back here is when can we start moving on all this, so that's what all we're focused on. After the 3-day rescission, you can start moving on it. The 6th, you can start networking, you can start publishing, you can start talking about what you've seen. So, and the mailing is gonna go out on Monday, because everything's closed on Monday, so Monday is the 10th. So, 10th of 2014, 10th counts on your 3-day mailing, 10th, 11th, 12th, 3-day rescission, 13th, 14th, 15th, so on the 16th, you can start porting and giving closure on what you've witnessed, what you're doing, bring others involved, start calling Dave. I gotta tell Dave what I've done, because he don't know. So, he lets me handle the technical things, so I'll handle this for us. So, we'll see how it goes with him. That'll be a whole new, I think he'll be pleased when he sees this video. You can stick it up on YouTube, make sure that the world has a chance to see it, network with those that are currently under contract with, make sure they know where to YouTube, where they can send people to the YouTube, cross-reference email, internet connection, so you guys can get on the same page and set up a schedule, right? Set up the time frames in which we all want to communicate with together. The key is, being the education here. And I feel that everyone that participated today, I feel got something out of that. And some of the brainstorming was really tremendous, just from rogatory to time plan to, everything was very sequential and everybody's relevant. No one's left behind here. All of us are under the same condition, including myself. Rule 1 and rule equal. I'm sorry sometimes I'm not the best of teachers. I get a little frustrated with people hitting me up with questions over and over again. Part of that is my youth, and I will get better at it because I'm so thinking in it all the time. And I hope as a teacher that you guys feel that I did a good enough job for you.
Great.
And I didn't function. This was not about showing you how to do lawsuits here today. This was not about showing you about CP, CPAS, getting into those fundamental mechanics. This was about the director's party. This was about a different movement that we are just starting and that you are all a part of. If you have questions on lawsuits or anything like that, please email me. Everyone in the room, I've got your name, I'll know who you are, but please, just no nonsense. I won't do it. If you send me one email talking about colloidal silver or GMOs, I promise you, any email you send after that, I will delete. I do not have time.
very busy at what I do. But dealing with lawsuits, dealing with cows, dealing with, you know, you shoot me an email about your situation, I'm going to give you a different paradigm. They're coming at you from the courts, I'm going to give you a different paradigm. Yes, I will help you. And I'll give you aid. I'll give each and every one of you. I'll give anyone on the planet that aid. But if you start and tell me about the silly bankers in Greece or in Australia, they're fiction. They mean nothing to a guy like me. You just don't know. And just because of what you don't comprehend, you didn't even know about the hats. You don't know. You know, it's going to take a while to grasp what I've downloaded on you today. And I did a fast job. It was very Cliff Note-ish. You know, I didn't get into big stories of courts and battles and whatnot. I didn't get into those type of specifics here today. Today was about a campaign rally dealing with the Directors Party and getting the word out. And the only way that I can get the word out is through you. I'm not capable. I'm very, you know, I'm a tennis shoe cowboy, right? I drive a truck and I work. I do different styles of work. I'm not even going to get into that right now. So that's what I gave you today. As far as the treaties go, we're gonna give one to Mark. We're gonna give one to the gentleman from Ireland, and they're gonna publish it with I'll talk with them in the morning on how to get it into position, and we'll get everything ready for you guys tomorrow. My main man over here showed up tonight. We're gonna deal with him. And then I don't know who wants to take it up to Canada, but you guys will figure that up as a group, and everything's gonna be fine. Mari's gonna get us some copies of the contract, so each and every one of us will have one. When you get the copies of your contract, what I want you to do is bond it. I know that most of you know how to do this, but if you don't, I'm gonna bond one right now, just to bond one and give it to, I'll just save it till tomorrow. Basically, all you do to bond it is
put my name on this, so if you guys want to share it, give it to them and photocopy it, and contact me on Skype and email.
very simple. It's a bonded document right there. We can put page numbers on this too. I mean, I didn't even page number them. It was a very fast. This has actually never been done. So congratulations for doing something new, guys.
All right.
My hands off you guys. As we did it collective, and everybody here had some form of this is your treaty. It's not me and David's. We set a foundation for you, which I gave you Cliff Note about earlier. This is about all of us, and we all have to work together, and we all have to learn how to communicate and have tolerance one with another.
Now, will this give you a stepping stone to not have so much trouble coming across the line?
We're anticipating that, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a foundation.
Yeah.
We're going to move towards that as the movement grows and more pressure gets put on. Then that capability will become more and more real, factual.
As long as there's a
that is part of all of this.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and it will grow because, like I said, every 45 days from here on out, you could dial me in somewhere because I'm going to be there, and maybe sooner. We just don't know. We don't know what the feedback's going to be. We have to watch what happens on YouTube. And then we have to see what you guys come up with. You guys can feel free to get as creative as you want. When you come in and you're dealing with a foreign corporation, a foreign business or a foreign news corporation, right? You're going to want to come in with your title, right? Press. The press. You're a foreign correspondent, right? I spelled that correct. Angus.
Yes.
That's what I thought. Right, what are you press off? You're in a campaign. And what campaign are you in? You're in the campaign of 2016. Don't get yourselves trapped. Don't traverse with fiction. Don't say they exist. Come in and file with foreign-correspondent : whatever you want, whatever press group you want to send it to. If you have any questions before you do anything, email me. Talk amongst yourselves. Figure out who you want to network, who you want to tell. The more people you get it out there, the better chance of me coming to Canada. Right? That's the reality of it. Because we'll be pushing on this end, David and I. Believe me, David's no slouch in this either. He comprehends campaign. I do it a little bit different. He does it his way, I do it my way. It's a team effort. We're a team on this. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to note, in case there's someone that doesn't know that, when you're demonstrating how to bond the document, it's important as well to red bond it in the corner of the front page. Is that correct?
You can and can't. I choose not to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I can prove what's going on when I get there, so.
Okay.
For me, it's different.
Okay, so you don't have to.
See, the mechanics are all there. You know, you can play with it, but it's a foundation. If you so choose to, you can. I don't like to use the word bonded because ED moves me into the past tense.
That was
so,
an issue we discussed
so I don't do that. But others do.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, good.
Now, Russell, I noticed that you used a adhesive that is not a permanent. They can pull that apart. Is that?
It's all I had.
Okay.
Okay, so if you guys would have brought me, if everybody in the room, guess what? Next campaign rally, and we're over in Scotland or we're over in Canada, everybody brings stamps because everybody gets to join. Claim of the life and learning the steps, learning the mechanics. Once you get the mechanics down, which I feel that most of you here got a little bit better grasp today as far as that goes. Thank you for coming to our director's party. And it's an honor to have you guys here. It's an honor to serve you guys in a grammar capacity. And we're looking forward to other things. So, thank you.
It's an honor to be your student.
Oh,
it really is.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to be a good teacher. I'm young. I've made a lot of wrongs in my life. I'm not perfect in any shape or form. But if I get a chance to bring solutions, I will bring solutions. Because I want a little bit of longevity on this planet too. And what I'm seeing happening to me, well, I'm going to stop.
Well, and I think too, we can all see where your heart is. And we know you're a human as everyone else is human.
Oh, I've made so many wrongs in my life, and I've done so many foolish things.
As we all have.
But I've put that behind me, and I feel that, you know, I feel I've grown as a leader, you know, and in banking, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to any bankers that may watch this, but my system will work, and it's, I'm not trying to say I'm better than all of you, or smarter than all of you, but I'm first there. So how you deal with that, it's on you guys. So, photograph time, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you for coming over.
I don't know how do you want to do it? You want to take a group photo?
I want to take like a classroom photo where everyone's standing and then on the lower level in the front, maybe in chairs or something, I don't know.
Okay.
But I'd like to get everybody together, at least for myself, to get a picture.
Well, like on the back wall.
Yeah, that would be good. Maybe right
There's
there.
enough space for maybe 2 lines of people and.
Oh, yes, sir.
Can I just
Do you need a sitting level, or can we all?
Well, maybe we can all do it. It's just, I gotta get everybody, I don't have a wide angle lens.
Okay, so let's do a sitting row and a standing row.
You could take that lady. That corner is gonna get a picture.
Yeah, we got other people over here. Don't worry about the picture.
Yeah.
You're gonna stick to the corner. That's our pair.
Now, is this table
I don't know if you need any more.
Oh, sure.
We can have more in the back and the front.
Oh, yeah, right here. And come see me all this way.
Y'all gonna hug around the flag?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Oh, okay.
We can do it both.
Oh, that's easy.
Marty, is it you doing the photo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going that way.
Now, the photo, you want a photocopy of this?
All of us.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank
Okay,
you.
now. All right.
I